With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All your souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINTs. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. All our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
怒火焚身！
wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Hipfriend and I am joined by Seb as we get ready into today's games of trios. I almost said solos there. We're in trios. It's Sunday. Seb, been actually almost a year since we last casted together. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, wow. I can't believe it's been that long. It's definitely felt like a while. I haven't talked to you in a good little bit, but it's going to be nice to catch up, and it's always a pleasure casting with you. And yeah, I'm so excited. I've been following the trios since week number 1 here, and the bi-weekly splits have been pretty crazy so far going ahead. The new hero pick rules and with the bans coming in, I find it so interesting to see how everything's playing out and working. It's going to be sure to be a great 6 games today, and hopefully we're going to see a lot of really good action.
Well, for you guys at home, there are some Twitch drops you can get your hands on. This is the non-bi-weekly final one, so the top 3. Make sure you have your NARAKA account signed up and connected to your Twitch account, and you can grab these goodies. And if you join us next Sunday, you'll be able to get your hands on the champion bauble choice, which is on the 3rd bi-weekly. Because I can't believe it, we're already on to our 3rd bi-weekly of this tournament, and the bi-weekly 2 actually was quite an interesting one because we saw maybe a little bit more of the unexpected happen in both solos and trios, because I think when you think of solos, you think of Mike and Spider, and it was actually Loves who won the solos. And then I haven't thought about WBG since the first season of NARAKA, really. Like, they've kind of been a non-team since then, and they won this bi-weekly finals. And we have started to see, in trios especially, more and more teams ramp up and step up to the plate, and there's definitely our clear cut, like, these are the top guys, you know, your OUG, even GG looks so good right now. But we're seeing so many other smaller teams also start to step up and make this actually look really damn competitive. It's been such an amazing season so far. We're halfway through. Let's bring up the standings and see where we're at in this bi-weekly. So obviously not every team's played yet. This is the 2nd day of bi-weeklies. So nice new Alliance logo there actually in 7th with a 50-point start for them already. WBG came in low, by the way. They came in low to the last bi-weekly final, and they still managed to pull that win off. But right now, Wolves are at the top of the game, 118 points for themselves. I'm so happy to see Wolves on form. I'm so happy to see Wolves on form.
Yeah, it's really great to see teams starting to step up. Like you said earlier, there was usually we'd be seeing in solos, we'd see Mike and Spider, and we'd see like the same couple of trios teams taking those top spots. But it started to feel like that skill gap between those like top 2 teams and the top 2 players that were leagues ahead of everybody else is starting to be closed as these other players are grinding, getting their skill sets better, improving their macro, improving the synergy between their teammates even. Everything is changing, and it's all changing for the better, creating a way more competitive environment in NARAKA, and we just love to see it. Teams that you would think in the first season that you wouldn't even blink twice at, oh, they're not going to make it to the finals, oh, we're not going to see them anywhere, are now performing so well, and they've just been grinding and grinding. That's what happens. You improve over time, or you're just going to be stuck down at the bottom of the leaderboard forever. Taking a look at our teams today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing 521, WBG, XCG, and my personal favorite, J Team, coming in as well. We've got BBE, Bauda, TEJL, Fun Plus Phoenix, DRG, EWG, and JDG. Some very, very strong teams for you are going to want to watch out for J Team. XCG, WBG have been doing very well as well in this past bi-weekly. They did win bi-week number 2, and DRG, always a powerhouse team that play. Sometimes they're a little bit inconsistent, but it is going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to stack up against each other.
I think we're also brushing over JL. JL have looked very, very strong in the 4th day of the second round of bi-weeklies. Sorry, other way around. In the first week, they got 4 wins in one day. They absolutely smashed it. And while they've been chasing that success, they're a team who have shown a lot of capability. And honestly, looking at today's games, you're missing OUG, you're missing GG, you're missing a bunch of pretty big teams. So
LA.
In my head, right now, this is actually maybe an easier day. J-Team, I don't think could be living up to their legacy. They haven't been doing that for a while, to be honest with you. As much as I love them, I love to kind of hype up J-Team. I think ever since they dropped World Championship, and they just didn't look very good last season. This season, I actually think they've looked better occasionally, but it hasn't been consistent enough for me to go, J-Team are a good team. So I think genuinely looking at the teams today, there are some good teams. Like you said, DRG is a really good call out. I think DRG are a team who've been pretty consistently good, always in that top 7, typically, on their day anyway. So they're definitely a team to keep your eye out for. But I do actually think this could be JL's opportunity to shine today, or any of these other teams who have been kind of on the up and up. Not Bowder, BBE being one of those teams as well. Our team from Vietnam have come over and honestly looked super competitive the entire time. You know, they've had the odd off game and the odd off day, but for the most part, BBE have been a super impressive team, with Roy Shishi leading the charge for them as well. They've just been an absolutely phenomenal power force, and I'm really excited to see how today plays out, because I feel like today is the day. This is the group setup where some teams are going to be able to put some serious points on the board and step up to the plate and show us that, you know, while the big boys are out, we're the next guys up.
Yeah, and it is definitely interesting to see how these teams that are usually on the bottom of the leaderboards perform when they don't have the pressure of those top teams, because it does allow them to take fights in a different style. They don't have to always have that in the back of their mind. Oh, we could be fighting GG right now, and this could be completely over for us. They could just have our number. They could be ready to go. They have a little bit more leeway. This could lead to teams overheating, getting a little bit too overconfident, and it could work very well in their favor, but there is that potential for it to backfire in their face. So we do want to watch closely for that. And yeah, I did say J-Team being a good team and a team to watch. That is my bias, but
I mean, it's fine. It's fine to have bias, right? Like,
I believe in them.
J-Team for a long time. I'm a big Wolves fan, and this is the first time Wolves have been actually at the top ever. So I'm well excited to see that. We are into the hero selection though, so just having a look at what comps are getting picked up here. Bit of Sand Siphon coming in from Bowder, got the Blind Date coming in from TE, and then Cannibal from DRG. This is a very varied first round actually. Normally the teams kind of default into what they want to be playing first, and the first selection is pretty much all that, but nothing has actually had a hero point increase. So going into round 2, it's kind of picking of the litter, really. You can take whatever you want. A bit more Sand Siphon, but the Zip. You do have the Kurumi variant of that now as well, coming in for Sand Siphon. So there is a bit of variance in that. But so far, so good. A very, very spread out round here. XCG locking in the Kurumi version of the Sand Siphon. Sorry for XCG there. See now going in. Okay, so Sand Siphon is the only comp that has a hero point increase, so we'll probably see a bit more variance away from that then.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing no team wants to lose hero points on the first game. They are just going to try and tough it out, play for something a little bit different. WBG yet to pick, so we could see, oh, never mind. They did come out in that last bi-weekly split with a Monk comp. They played Monk, Tessa, Karumi, which is a very fun comp to watch, and it was one of my favorite games to cast, just because we finally got to see Monk coming back into the Pro League. Sadly, we will not be seeing that in game number 1. We're going to see more of this Tessa, Viper, and Wu Chen comp. It's a very strong composition, perfect for your attacks. You have that opportunity for the tactical nuke closer to the end circles when everybody's getting bunched together, and that Wu Chen just being able to teleport you out of those dangerous fights when your teammates are getting low. Super good rescue option for you there. As we are getting into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts and let's get ready for a crazy ride with game 1 out of 6 starting now.
Very excited to see how this game goes down. Obviously, looking at the team comps once again, briefly. A lot of the blind 8 coming in on that final rotation. Very, very skirmish heavy team. Looks to try and take those fights early, put some points on the board, and then snowball out of that. For the most part, it's actually a pretty interesting game. I'm just looking, there's only 3 cannonballs coming in, which is that Yoto and Farah comp. That is a very, very scary comp if you go up against inside the Renwei Yang. They have so much uptime on Yoto, where Yoto ults, jumps into the mech, so you can't deal with them. Once they jump out the mech, they can ult once again. You have the Yue Shen to kind of peel you off as well. It's a very, very brutal comp to be playing into. Luckily, though, the meta right now is all very skirmish-heavy characters. So pretty much every team is equipped to deal with the other. It's that kind of little perfect circle of like a lot of variance. A lot of these teams don't have, like, some of them obviously have the edge over others, but for the most part, it's a pretty cyclical. Is that the word? I don't know. There's a lot of variance. It's really, really fun to watch, you know. And you were hoping for a Monk. I think if anyone locked a Monk in, they were asking to lose. A Monk into all of these teams and on their own is just a massive target on their back. You might win inside one realm with Yang, but end circle, the moment you transform, everyone's just hucking everything at you into that corner. Now, having a look at the map, it's a pretty spread out start for where everyone is. We do have down by Plumed and by the puzzle most of our clumps of players, but for the most part, everyone's got their own little spot and they're all just going to drop and grab their loot. So I actually expect, other than down by Plumed and Matab, it's probably going to be a pretty quiet start to this game.
Yeah, we're going to see a few fights kicking off close to the start like we usually do, but there isn't going to be super heavy action, as we are going to be kicking things off right away with Team WBG already pressing a little bit of pressure onto Bao Da here, as we're going to see in the kill feed as well. DRG is going to be taking out the members of JDG, forcing them to take their revive pretty quickly here, as WBG already on the full offensive here on to Bao Da, chasing them down, trying to scale their loot along the way here. We're going to see Baiji picking up a few extra grapples here, going to come away with a huge ultimate from the Tessa. We are going to see Peak going down pretty fast. We are going to see the stun coming out as well. Yiran going to get stunned, but the clink from Jing, great peel from Bao Da's Jing there to be able to come away and prevent Yiran from going down, but to no avail, as Yiran is going to get parried and Bao Da's Jing is going to go down to WBG's Ace Yao. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're going to see J-Team getting wiped out pretty quickly. Like you said, JL, an absolute powerhouse team right now, coming in and knocking out J-Team pretty quickly early into this game. WBG already back into the action here. We're going to see Baiji as well going in, trying to make something happen with the Dragon Rush. Into the Neja's Might, onto 521's Yin here. Going to try and bring it around. Appeal for his teammate is going to end up backing off. This is a difficult situation. They have turned it into a 2v2, even out the playing field here. We are going to see the ult coming up from Baiji, but he gets a parry as the ult misses here, and now a 2v1 situation. Unique in a lot of trouble here. Pops the F to try and get away from these players, and it looks like they're just going to turn around. Ace Yao is going to end up getting hit with the Neja's Might. The parry coming out, but he flips it around to the other side, and it looks like Unique is going to take out Ace Yao, bringing it into a 1v1. He gets a Soul Bloom, but the parry comes out. Unique getting 1 HP. Dangerously low, weaving and dodging. Oh my god, the F. The ultimate's going to come out.
Jumped.
He is going to be able to heal. No way he's going to be able to get this off here. He is going to get charmed, but the Tessa's not going to make it in time. He does get the charge off. Baiji coming with the kill. Almost escaped that. That was pretty impressive, that kiting there.
Yeah, you see the power of the Tessa, though, at the beginning of the game. You have a 50% rage charge to be able to cast that urn. It's so effective, and you can just use it hot off the drop here. As T are able to pick up a kill onto FPX and Zhao, who's Dongqing as well, also being run down. But no surprises really to see in the basically at the beginning of the game. The Tessa comps are the ones that are taking the wins, that are taking these fights, because that charm, just being able to cast it so early, it basically alleviates the lack of fireflies. Because for anyone who isn't in the know, our first 3 games are on Holoroth, none of which have fireflies. All 3 of our Morris Isle later do have fireflies. So Tessa won't be quite as effective there. Obviously, we'll be able to ult more frequently because you can ult twice using the 50% charge. But we are actually seeing BBE getting themselves into a scrap here versus EWG. Health bar's pretty heavily stripped away. Rushishi, no health to speak of. And this is EWG in control of the Bane's Breath. So they have a nice little zone that they can push up to. Fat Milk has already gone down. EWG now with the man advantage and that Bane Breath at their back. Seeing 9 just putting the damage in on to the members. Rushishi just doing their best to keep them off the team, to keep them going. As you're going to see the mech up here from Ibin. And I think they're just going to have to sacrifice this. And Fat Milk, already aware of that, has gone for the reset, released from their Karen, and will just be looking to go for a revive. Now, WBG, very aggressive start to the game to them. Have already been able to put together 6 kills. 5-5-2-1. Once again, Pampy going very low here. Bygate is going to go down, and it's going to be an instant port out, but it's right next to where 5-2-1 are. So that's just going to have to be WBG sacrificing their player. And they're going to be down a member now, because 5-2-1 are going to keep the pressure up on to WBG. They're scattered in separate directions and hoping that potentially they can go in for a rebirth charm play as Sleepwalker sits inside the invisibility bush. Pampy smells a rat, though, and is looking to see if he can find himself an opportunity. Ajiao, only with the grey armor, not really going to be able to do too much on this one. Hasn't even healed his armor up as he's being run down by Unique. Is looking to make a break for it, and now in an isolated 1v1 situation is going to use the halberds to massive effect, catching onto Unique. Unique comes back in with the grapple, trying to keep the pressure up onto Ajiao. Ajiao, they dancing and moving away from Unique as he's just getting enough room to be able to find himself an opening to turn this one around. Again, halberds in play. Unique's health bar is absolutely liquefied by that one. Is going to come back down as Ajiao has that advantage. He's going to pressure it. Pampy coming in for the backup, but Unique is going to go down. And now Ajiao with the Soul Bloom gets some rage back, but also most crucially heals his armor. Pampy's trying to keep the pressure up with the pole sword onto Ajiao. Ajiao stepping back, playing this so calm and collected as he is avoiding it. Yin is coming in to try and finish up Ajiao, and this is giving his teammate an opportunity to break away. Ajiao puts the shield down with his F, is low on armor, is going to somehow blink out to safety. They know where he is, though. They can see him, but Sleepwalker has rejoined into the fight. They're not letting Unique get up. WBG have turned this into a 2v2, and they're going to press that advantage as best as they can. 5-2-1 separate, realizing this fight is not one they want to be taking. That was absolutely beautiful from Ajiao.
Oh my goodness, the Wu Chen port to save his life at the very last second. Ajiao doing an amazing job at not engaging on that 1v1 fight until it was absolutely necessary. He got those charges off on the overholds with the halberds and ended up dealing so much damage where he had the advantage in the fight, had to secure the kill, was so confident in getting there, did it just before the third party came, was able to get the Soul Bloom to heal himself up just enough to be able to tank all of that pole sword damage that he took, using his F ability to heal himself back up as well, giving him just the right amount of rage to port out at the last second, meet up with his teammate, and survive the game. Phenomenal play. So beautiful the way that he did that there. And both of these teams are going to walk away losing a member. They're going to try and get them back up using a rebirth charm. We'll probably be seeing that shortly here. And they will be back into this fight. WBG coming strong with 7 kills on the board. 5-2-1, they did have a little bit of a salty run back there, which was a pretty interesting play coming from them. They did die to WBG at the very start, and they ran it back on them. Not something we typically see in the pro scene, but we love to see it nonetheless as we're flipping around. JDG making their way through the forest here, trying to, pretty sure they're going for a Realm of Yang as they're going to be making their way around the map as these teams are going to start to converge on these Morris Blessings and Realm of Yangs. We're seeing one has already got the Moonbane Charm on it. Bamboo Esports, BBE down at the bottom, closer to Matab. They're going to be holding out for that realm. Getting this Realm of Yang, the reward of having the Vermilion's Birdmite is just something that these players want so badly, to be able to have that second chance and be able to go super aggressive, whereas usually when you don't get that buff, you have to play pretty passive in the mid game, because going out in the mid game, you've worked so hard to survive that early round bloodbath, and then you don't get to carry your kills into the end and get that multiplier.
Yeah, it does also mean, because there's 3 Realm of Yangs up, the most crucial thing is that also means it's most likely going to be at most 3 teams running around with that debuff on them. So they're going to be itching to find kills. If you've got that, if you've got the Vermilion Birthmark, you have an advantage going in for those fights. Did DRG just get in? No way! BBE gatekeeping!
Oh my God.
They got the kill before jumping in. Absolutely beautiful. DRG going to be isolated 2 versus 3 here. That is a rough one. Up goes XCG into the sky to try and take this fight. It's JL versus BBE inside the other one as well. As we are just going to see NiHQ trying to step forward. We've seen instant panic ult coming in from from WFZ. Wow, names are hard. NiHQ putting some damage down. They are able to actually secure a kill onto him, and that is XCG were just given that by Bamboo Esports because Bamboo took out that kill. And now it looks like they're coming in. Fat Milk's got the damage onto VVV. Former world champion goes down to Fat Milk here. Fat Milk now going in with his ultimate. Sorry, Rushishi going in with his ultimate on the Yotohime, trying to get the damage off on JL's members. And JL getting absolutely melted here by Rushishi on the Yoto, playing that beautifully. They got a kill before going in and then get the kill afterwards. BBE are looking monstrous right now.
The way that BBE played that Realm of Yang was so phenomenal. They got Tessa charmed and reacted to the Tessa charm with the Yoto ultimate. Being able to, you have that timer where you could get stunned out of the air, but you're gonna risk it, try and get the kill on the Tessa combined with the Feria mech. Just enough damage to be able to take them out, as we actually are going to flip over here though. NiHQ getting a huge parry coming out of the Realm of Yang here. They did win their realm, given to pretty freely, fighting DRG with only 2 members on their team. So 5-2-1 Yin is going to end up going down here, as they are going to pick up a couple more kills. Absolutely phenomenal, as we're going to see these teams taking their resurrection. We are not on the new patch yet, so they might have some soul blooms stashed away for them to cure themselves of the Yang depletion here. They are going to be waiting it out for a second, as we see a lot of teams still do need to respawn. We see J Team is also going to be getting that Yang depletion. Those blooms that they left earlier from actually eliminating JL, actually eliminating J Team earlier in the game, as we're flipping over to Speak of the Devil. These players now have 3 minutes and 17 seconds left to get themselves a kill and some Soul Bloom Essence before they will get fully eliminated from this lobby. As we're going to take a look, 5-2-1 Pampy is lurking pretty close by. They are down a member on the team, so if J-Team is able to engage 5-2-1 in a fight here, they could have the upper hand, but it looks like they are going to end up taking it the other way, as WBG is actually waiting in the wings here. They do only have 2 players as well. Oh, it looks like they've gotten their other player up. They are just going to be hiding in the bush here. Are going to end up popping out here. This is where they're going. We're seeing the Viper ult come out right away here. J-Team's Lee is going to end up getting stunned, though, as they're going to try and take these players out. And now J-Team back on the offensive here. Huge parry coming out from J-Team's Ice. Frozen or stunned by the Tessa and the Viper, and it's now turning into another Neja's Might. Oh my goodness, Lee trying to come in for backup there. They did end up picking up 1 kill, but the Wu Chen port is going to save them pretty quickly. They do see them. A Xiao here, Sleepwalker trying to defend. They are all very low in health, and DRG now coming in on the offensive.
Yeah, DRG seeing if they can get onto Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker breaking away. This has gone so bad for WBG. The game started so well, a load of kills, and then that fight versus 5-2-1 absolutely cost them heavily. They had to use a rebirth chance to get their teammate back, finding J-Team with an ambush, and then somehow J-Team able to turn that ambush around on its head Down goes Sleepwalker as WFZ. Wow, it's really hard to say his name apparently. Able to find the kill on EWG coming in though, finding the damage onto them. It's gonna be able to do a fair amount here. Yoto ultimate comes out, a bit of a panic 1-9. Gonna mech up and just avoid getting caught out here. Switches into the cannon, gets interrupted. It's just gonna spray them down. That Yoto is cannon fodder as they go down here. Now Wuxin joining into the fight as well. Looks like 9 just breaking away. The mech, low HP, is going to need to keep themselves away for the moment. Trying to find some cannon shots off. The mech is stripped away, but they have another transform to use here with that Yue Shen into the Terracotta Warrior form. Chasing down EWG. They have the advantage as DRG only got Wuxin net left, and they are on the run. Not going to be able to find it, unfortunately. And EWG pick up 14, quite happily take this fight. And Wuxin, are you going to be able to get your teammate up in time? This is going to be so risky if they can pull this one off. But it looks like WFZ, they didn't camp the corpse. They're going to be able to pick him up. Oh, this is such a last-minute save. No, they've been spotted. Oh, this is unlucky for DRG. Down they go. Going to try and keep their teammates up, but there is nothing they're going to be able to do. EWG able to eliminate them from the game as they go out. J-Team only got 2 players left as well after all is said and done. WBG only got 2 players left, but rebirth charms are still a thing, and a lot of people run discount runes in the shop so they can be able to pick up their teammates when they get taken down early. That's a very common tactic right now. So probably see some of these teams try and pick up their teammates again, although some of these teams, they've already gone for the rebirths. As EWG coming in limping as TE actually able to find out EWG. Going to keep the pressure up. This Han misses the grapple, which actually buys EWG a bit of space, a bit of time. 14 has been found though by Han and Co. Low health, going to lose some of that armor, you know, to heal up somewhat. They're going to throw down the Viper stun and the urn from the Tessa. There is no way this Yoto is going to be getting away from this one, as the urn will pop and will cancel them. But so much work gets done. TE have to port out to safety. EWG turning that around. Very, very clutch.
Amazing peel and just turning that fight completely around. The V3 from the Viper, not enough to knock the Yoto out of the ultimate. They had to wait for the Tessa Charm to do it, and it just was not enough. They got all of the damage in from the Yoto-Hime ultimate, and it was just enough to peel for the team for just a second to give them enough power. Nobody was fully stunned, and they just had to port out of there as fast as possible because their push just got completely nullified. As this next Realm of Yang is going to be spawning in, teams are going to be getting closer to it. It looks like a few players, most people ignoring this Realm of Yang, is JL hiding on, just trying to loot up in the Plume Castle, and BBE is going to take the Realm of Yang absolutely for free here, picking up a buff and a legendary staff. It's going to get interesting here. They are picking up the White Tiger's Prowess, which is the newest buff in NARAKA BLADEPOINT here, as we have been seeing it starting to rotate into the meta out of... We used to be seeing Mystic Might getting picked a lot more for that extra UAV, being able to see where your enemies are that are close to you. But we're seeing this White Tiger's Prowess start to take over the health regeneration, doing so much for these players here, as we are going to see Fun Plus Phoenix coming up close to BBE, EWG as well, onto the other side of this area. Could see something getting pretty interesting quickly, but 5-2-1 Pampy on the other side. JDG's got him caught out all alone. It's going to get a lot of health back. Oh, and oh my goodness, huge parry coming out here, and it looks like he got all 3 of them, but one cannon shot is going to take out Pampy. But the triple parry, good effort there, trying to come back from it. The 3v1s are often difficult to win. Had a good run. We are going to be seeing the last of 5-2-1 there, of 5-2-1's Pampy, as Bamboo Esports, Roy Shishi, sending some cannon fire onto EWG's 9, cracked all of his shield. Now they are going to be grappling up, switching over to that gold pole sword, trying to put in a lot of damage here, as they are just going to be trying to run away. Someone is on the ballista though, and it looks like it's JL sending a lot of shots out. We're going to see the Tessa Charms coming out, and oh my goodness, EWG's 14 getting very, very low in health here, is going to end up meching up to save themselves from that stun. And we are also going to be seeing the Cavalry Blue coming out from what looks to be Fat Milk. Roy Shishi hopping back up onto the ballista here. is going to try and make a little bit of something happen, as these players are all seeing the pattern of this play and trying to get off of the ballista area as fast as possible. Fat Milk, Cavalry Bloom on the dual blades can get very dangerous, and it's a very good Jade for taking a lot of space, pushing your opponents back, and setting your teammates up for some crazy combos.
Really, really strong little fight there. BBE actually getting themselves their second realm of Yang as well, so these guys are pretty geared up. A little bit lacking in the Soul Jade department. You can see them doing a bit of shopping right now and just rolling Jades. Pretty typical at this point. I don't think they really picked up too much there, though. Still got that White Tigers for another minute. But right now, I think they're quite happy just holding. They don't need to push their luck. They don't need to use their buff to take fights and points. They've actually been able to put a fair amount of points on the board. And now with the setup that they've got, they're pretty good going into endgame as EWG's 14, unfortunately getting bullied pretty heavily here by JL. As down they go. JL able to secure themselves another kill under their belt. That is their 6th of the game. JL obviously made up of 2 of the current world champions in VVV, and oh wow, words names avoid TXJ. There we go. Able to get himself really, really good roster for this season, and have been playing phenomenally well. We did see them actually lose a fight earlier on in the day, though. Pretty bad one. So, you know, even the best can bleed.
And that's one thing that you cannot win them all. It's very difficult to do these things back to back. Like, we do see some teams, and that's why everyone gets so excited when it happens. It's absolutely crazy. We are going to be flipping over to Ace out here, who has been charmed. He is going to be in the 3v1 against JL, trying to make something happen, but oh my goodness, JL is on the hunt. They have gotten themselves back up into this game here, and they are 7 kills ahead right now. Lots of good Soul Jades. We did see the Dreadful Whale come out, and we also did see the Martial Artist Jade for the Dual Halberds coming out and dealing some damage as well. All of these Soul Jades just helping them create extra time for stun locks to be able to just hold your enemy in one place, and your other teams can just come through with the focus attack, and it makes it basically unparryable for your enemies. Taking a look now, we are going to see JL coming up against Team TE here. We are going to see TE coming straight out with the stuns, trying to make the Tessa stun and the Viper stun work here, but it is going to be difficult for them. Fang now in a lot of trouble, is going to try and just port them out as fast as possible. They are going to be able to get away pretty fast. They did Tessa charm before they ended up getting into this fight, so we are going to see them backing off. It looks like they did get enough space in between these two teams that they aren't going to need to re-engage in this fight super fast. TXJ now getting the purple armor back from Fang, and we do see XG on the side. Oh my goodness, hiding out in the storm here. Could get caught out by JL. They've been doing a really good job at catching out those solo players who are just holding an area by themselves or just away from their team, and it looks like they're just going to take one for the team here, not give someone else an extra kill, and go out into the storm.
9 minutes left on the game. 24 players left, 9 teams left. So still actually a pretty fast-paced game. We've seen quite a few people go out, as we may even see more here. J-Team getting in a bit of a scrap versus Bowder, but they do have BBE behind Bowder. So Bowder pincered right now. Sandstorm comes down immediately. That's going to be an instant pressure out by Bowder. They want to get their hands onto this Mora's Blessing. Everyone fighting for it. The charm comes out. The stuns come in. J-Team melting health bars with the halberds as Uran is going very, very low here. Caught out. The healing coming in for the Kurumi is so clutch. It's the armor variant of the Kurumi ult, so they get their armor back. PvE just slide in and steal the Mora's Blessing underneath everybody's nose. Oh, that was criminal from BBE. They just keep getting away with it.
The way that BBE is playing right now is they've, and the first bi-weekly we've seen BBE still new to the Pro League. They haven't adapted to the way that CN games are played, especially at this top tier. It's a completely different game than any NARAKA BLADEPOINT you're gonna see in any other type of scrim, in different regions, or any ranked gameplay. So having them come into that. They were still pretty new to the whole thing. They had played all these other teams at Worlds and of course, but they've now gotten the chance to start putting their own twist on how they're keeping up with these CN teams, and they've been capitalizing on these weaknesses that they're able to see, having that outside perspective, and they've started adapting very well. They've been able to pick up kills. They've been scaling a lot better, and it's really great to see how they're answering all of the things that have been thrown at them. Flipping over, we do see XCG getting in a little bit of a range battle with TE here. We're seeing the musket shot come out, and it looks like he might have armor pierce, Soul Jade, on that musket, cracking away at the health bar instead of the armor if he hits a successful shot with the musket, which can be very lethal, making it very dangerous sometimes. If you hit a couple of shots in a row, you could be in a lot of trouble. Roy Shishi throwing out the Yodo F2, engaging pretty fast on Dabauda's peak here. This is going to be an interesting way we're playing this. Oh, losing all of his armor to that dreadful whale. It looks like they are going to back off. They started to get active, and this is usually the spot where we see these players ranged fighting instead of going into a full press attack, and this is exactly why. Is as soon as you start getting picked off, the rest of these teams are going to come at you, and if you lose your armor, it's very difficult for you to heal. Bamboo Esports has gotten lucky that the circle hasn't gone too small yet, and they've still got a little bit of space to themselves, so they are going to be able to get themselves back to the strength that they were at before. As Bauda, everyone's starting to hold their areas. This is where we're starting to get territorial. JL in a very good spot at the top of the mountain here. So we're seeing BBE holding that bottom side, as well as JDG in the mid grounds, as WBG's YG trying to avoid the late game Bane and get themselves to that box as well.
That is a unfortunate position for a solo player to find themselves being forced out of their hiding hole by that Bane's breath as it comes down on top of them. But looks like everybody has their attention turned off to a different side, avoiding away from this one. That is a really unfortunate place, Bane's breath, for some of these teams, actually. Right in the center, forcing everybody to the edges. You can see here with a dreadful whale coming in from Iran, just able to gatekeep this tent for their team, so nobody's going to be able to step in there without basically getting chunked out heavily. So I'll just going to play that nice and safe right now. BBE, definitely one of the most set up teams. We've seen them get their hands onto Amora's Blessing and 2 Realm of Yang, so they're pretty geared up at this point. Lots of golden weapons, really solid armor, and Soul Jade set out for themselves, so expect BBE to be in a pretty comfortable position unless they get themselves caught out pretty heavily here. Just having a look at the overall score right now. WBG, 8 kills, but only 1 player left to kind of defend and multiply those kills. JL and TE both have 7 and 8 kills onto BBE. So right now, BBE leading the charge in this game, set up for a pretty big win. They're actually going to push forward here on top of the tent as the movement of the zone has forced them to kind of come out from where they were holding. JL still quite happily holding onto this high ground, but as the zone is moving out, they are going to be forced away. Rushishi getting up into the mech here. Actually going to be looking at pressure onto JDG. Has the cannon form now, ready to fire. Did land a shot there, cheekily, I believe, onto the JL members atop that high ground, who are just trying to move down, but they're under a lot of fire here from Rishishi. This is going to be a real thorn in their side as they try and rotate into a more comfortable position. Everybody else actually moving up on the low ground as Rishishi now will lose that mech. We are going to see Baige go down, so that's the end of WBG if they're going to get eliminated from the zone. NiHQ just going to hold this low ground here as XCG and TE both on that low, just moving away as Rishishi gets the mech back up immediately. Obviously, they're not the Ferrer. The Ferrer is doing all the work outside of the mech for them, and they're just using this as a safety net to get this Yoto into the late game as down goes CL's VVV. NiHQ able to secure that kill as it was almost stolen by Roy Shishi on the mech from the high ground, shooting away onto them. You can see just continuing to fire and pressure these low ground players. Roy Shishi's doing so much work onto the XCG members, able to secure a kill onto water. Still got the golden armor, golden weapon as well, so that mech is hitting like a truck and is very, very tanky. Hard to take down. 3 minutes left in the game, and XCG definitely got themselves in a little bit of a dangerous position right now. Need to try and work their way up from this low ground as they could find themselves getting caught out. BBE forcing Bowder out of the tent now as they're going to get moved out by the zone as it continues to creep forward. ever closer towards them. TE pressuring up onto XCG. LYD gets himself over the shoulder there. Does get the longsword. A vertical coming in. Is going to blink out though from TE, realizing that fight definitely getting a little bit too messy for them. And once again, Roy Shishi is mech'd up, is quite happily just firing away onto everyone on that low ground. And Kakaishi, low HP. Fat Milk's able to secure another kill there for the side of BBE. They're having an absolutely phenomenal game. 11 kills under their belt. And now Xiaonan going to get hit by the cannon one time. Are they going to get hit 2 times? Looks like they're just going to switch out to the machine gun form and just try and rail them from a distance. Are going to lose that mech though, as BBE still keeping the pressure up on to these players. Fat Milk secures another kill. That's 12 over to BBE. TE getting heavily pressured out as NiHQ is going down to Leo from the side of TE. 2 minutes left on this zone. 12 kills for BBE, 10 for TE. It's an absolute bloodbath of an endgame, as that's going to be the end of TE's. Leo going down to 2-tick. The charm is going to come down in the meanwhile, though, as Fat Roy Shishi, losing a lot of armor. Does need to heal up somewhat. Is going to go in for the ultimate here. They're going to see Ivan go into the mech as well for a backup, as they've got all of the healing coming in. They're just trying to line up the shots with the Yoto slashes, trying to secure those kills. Peak, low HP, knocked back, going down. Roy Shishi is able to secure another kill for the team. That's 13 if they're keeping the pressure up onto Yuran. Bowder loses all of their armor. Roy Shishi losing all of theirs as well, but does still have that golden katana caught out inside the wisp. It's going to go in the invisibility bush and get the opportunity to full reset, the full heal, as that is going to be a kill on to Jing and LYD. Bowder able to secure one of those ones as Roy Shishi coming in. Massive amount of damage coming in from the katana, just keeping the pressure up here on to JDG. This high ground is ruled by BBE, but they have lost Roy Shishi. They are going solo. Down they go. JDG able to secure the kill onto them. Pressuring and controlling this high ground now. One Feng knocked into the zone by 2-tick. Ultimate charge is still working there to keep them in place. They try to blink out the safety, but they're not going to get it off in time. BBE keeping the pressure though up. Ivan, low HP, gets into the mech in the nick of time just to be able to survive. Is going to break away as 2-tick finds himself caught out, and Ivan keeping the pressure up onto those teammates, keeping them down into the zone. Will just continue to fire back. Keck going very, very low here. Ivan doing his work to hold on to this game for as long as possible. If they lose the mech, they lose their life, but not before taking someone with them. Down they go. 2-tick will be able to secure the kill, and that is JDG holding this game. Bowder, though, Yuran has been untouched. The health bars are low. Maybe the Miracle 1 versus 3 can come out from Yuran. They're able to secure 1. They're going low. They get 2. Yuran! No!
Oh my god! What?
What a play!
What just happened? 1 second, JDG's dominating the entire lobby. The next, Bowda coming through with an absolutely insane 1v3, using those soul blooms to his advantage to just absolutely dominate in that fight. The pole sword dealing so much damage coming through, and oh my goodness, what a fight. We did see Roy Shishi going down, using that Hang Sword Soul Jade, the Aurora Burst, to create so much space for his team. He ended up having at least 2 or 3 players caught in the burst. They were silenced. Other teams took advantage of that. They capitalized, and they had all of those players in the Aurora Burst Tessa Charm. Roy Shishi tried to back off, ended up sliding down the mountain, and as far as he was trying to slide down, he kept getting caught into the Tumult ultimate and wasn't able to find a way out. Ended up going down. I'm pretty sure they are still going to be taking the MVP, picking up 14 kills there and finishing in about 4th or 5th place. Yes, Bamboo Esports is going to be the one to get the MVP in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, what a phenomenal game, full of twists and turns. The unexpected 1v3 from Bowda. I'm still in shock from that. That was absolutely amazing.
It was an absolutely amazing game 1 coming into today. A real kind of like mood setter for the rest of the day, I hope, as well. You know, we see upsets, we see BBE get the win under their belt, which is a very nice one for them. Man, though, like Bowder, what an outplay. JDG looking very good. I'm so excited to see the overall scoreboard, because I think there's going to be quite a few people quite close towards the top end of the table. I mean, BBE not getting first place. They didn't even get I think they went like 3rd in placement, so they wouldn't even get like a massive kind of end game point multiplier off I mean, they'll get a good multiplier, but they won't get a great like placement points at the end because they were actually knocked out relatively early in that end game. They just had so many kills. They looked so good. I mean, Roy Shishi on that mech got it 2 times in a row pretty much, and was just smashing down onto the low ground with a cannon, knocking them into the zone, just melting those health bars, burning the resources. And I just absolutely huge start there for BBE. But let's have a little look at the question and see if you guys want to get yourself some points. So, how many kills did BBE get in game number 1? Was it A, 12, B, 13, C, 14, or D, 15? Give us an A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Make sure you do check your whisper boxes because you will be whispered when you get a reward, and that's how you get it. So make sure you keep your eye on that, A, B, C, or D. I think I know the answer. Honestly, I kind of lost track towards the end of that game. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that one.
I said it.
Don't say it.
Like 30
okay,
or 40
I was about to say,
seconds ago.
don't give it away.
I'm not going to give it away.
Everyone's probably spamming Twitch chat right now with the correct answer.
But if you guys were paying attention, I did just say it about 30-40 seconds ago. So
all right, well, Seb knows the answer. I genuinely don't. We will get that answer in a second though when the scoreboard comes up, and we'll see exactly. I think I have a right answer, but I'm not gonna. I could just say I was right either way. That's the genius here. I don't have to commit. I don't have to tell you what I think the answer is. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal game coming in from BBE, getting that first win under their belt. Obviously, we'll be going back to back, so they don't have long in between this game and the next game, which is I think is fine. Mostly because it just you kind of ride that momentum. Really hard to find the words there. You ride that momentum going into the second game, which is just so big for these teams. You kind of have such a mental boost off that one. But BBE coming in with 14 kills. That was the answer to the question. 19.7 points for JDG. 12 kills, and with the ranking points they got there, super close behind. 19.3 points over to them. TE in 3rd with 13.5. JL coming in with 12.4. 11 points over to Bowder. That was honestly a pretty high scoring game for a lot of teams there. And everybody, even FPX, were able to get a point on the board there. So no goose eggs, no donuts, no nothing for anyone coming into this game. A start which was pretty comfortable for everybody across the board. DRG, J Team, I think they're the only teams, well, FPX as well. Only teams I feel like I'm mega let down with off this game. 5-2-1. I think it's forgivable. They got griefed. They then griefed themselves, and they paid the ultimate price for it. But there it is, the kills, the damage being dealt in this game. Ivan and Roy Shishi, absolutely huge. I'm pretty sure I know who's going to be getting their hands onto MVP off this one. 23,000 damage coming in from Roy Shishi. Huge game from them.
And if you add 7, 5, and 2 up, it equals 14, ladies and gentlemen, which is the answer to the question earlier. Now we just, had to put a little close on that. But, ladies and gentlemen, absolute phenomenal performances coming out from everybody. Like you were saying earlier, 5-2-1, they put themselves on the back foot for the entire game with that run back onto WBG.
Yeah.
The way that the fight ended up, they were just behind on scale the entire time because they were focused more on trying to get their team all back together and focused less on what these other teams that were at the top of the leaderboard were able to. Okay, we've got the loot, we've got the ultimates, now let's go get kills, whereas they were just, we need to focus on bringing ourselves back to life. Bauda, honorable mention, they had 5 kill points, 5 kills in the game. Because they got that first place, they got 6 extra points. They doubled their score. They more than doubled their score with that 1v3 at the end, putting them on an 11-point game in day number 1, keeping them up high. They wouldn't have had a very good game if that one player went out a little bit earlier. They would have been way further down in the standings. But the way that they played it, the longevity of that team, they were able to just have the one player kite for a long time. just such a phenomenal play. We're like, oh, okay, Baoda's gonna die. They're gonna come into second place, and then all of a sudden it's nope. I'm killing you. I'm killing you. I'm killing you. We're getting these points. We're getting on the board. Absolute phenomenal play. As we're taking a look at some of the replays and highlights, our favorite moments from the game. You're going to see these early game kills where TE was picking up a couple of picks on to Fun Plus Phoenix. We did see the Bamboo Esports coming in onto EWG early game where they were able to pick up their first couple of kills. And it's always interesting to see the perspectives that we didn't get to see. We saw them in the kill feed happen, but we didn't get to see them actually happen in game. We'll take a look at what's happening when we're focused on another side as we're taking a look at JL, the kill that we saw on Aciao earlier here, going down.
I absolutely love seeing these Tessa comps at the beginning of the game. It's so strong. Just the fact that you only need half a charge, half your rage to cast your ultimate is so big, and it really catches players out because 50% rage isn't particularly hard to hit at the beginning of the game. Like, it will catch you off guard how quickly Tesla gets that ult up, and then suddenly you've got to deal with the urn, you've got to deal with all of that.
Well, especially
it's so interesting to watch. But here we go. Roishishi gets MVP for game number 1. 23,000 damage coming in, 7 kills. A lot of damage from skills and ultimates. Keep in mind, those skills and ultimates weren't necessarily just the Yoto ultimate. He was in a mech a long time in this game. So 14,000 damage coming in from them on that front. Really big game for Roishishi, and BVE proving to us, you know, our new addition to the league, our Vietnamese addition to the league, absolutely killing it so far. Really solid performance there from Roishishi.
100%. And the way that they were able to use the full extent of the Cannonball comp, whereas like the Feria rage recharges when somebody else is using the mech. So if you're Feria yourself and you're using the mech, you're going to come out with 0% rage. If you're letting a teammate use the mech, you're gaining back for all of the damage that you're doing. And the fact that Roishishi was able to deal so much damage, as well as their Feria was sending cannon shots out down from below, they were able to pick their mech back up again and again and again. And that's why we saw the mech, like, it looked like he was just in the mech for a solid 3 minutes there, whereas it's an ult that doesn't last very long. Having it back over and over again, it was just the ideal play, and that's what that comp is meant to be doing. And seeing it perform so to the book, textbook play from BBE there, to be able to just when a comp comes together, it's just so exciting to see like the full extent and full potential. It's like, oh my goodness,
it was an example of like the perfect execution of a Cannonball comp, where, you know, the idea of the Yoto is like 100% ult uptime. If they're not ulting as Yoto, they're using the Pharaoh ult. And if you kind of need the stars align a little bit when you've got the Pharaoh. What you really want is the Rupture Gale Orb. You want the repair roll as well. You have those two Soul Jades with a good cannon. You're just smashing cannons down. You've also got someone using your mech cannonballing down as well. So you're double cannoning on top of people. And the cannon is the most effective weapon for building up rage. It's a very safe way to build it up, especially with the repair roll, because you have no downtime where you're repairing your cannon, where you have to kind of reload it. You literally press the reload button, your character does a front roll, and then suddenly you're back to shooting the cannon again, and you just build that rage up so quick. When you got that Rupture Gale Orb as well, you have even more increased splash coming from the cannon. With the fact that now, I've said this before, I've said it on broadcast multiple times, Rupture Gale Orb being combined with Flame Breath, it should be swapped out with Meteor, in my opinion, as the gold Soul Jade for the cannon, because that being a purple Soul Jade, absolutely bonkers in my opinion. Definitely is looking at, but for now, very efficient Soul Jade to be getting your hands on if you've got a cannon. Massive uptime on it. We see pretty much anyone who wants to be ulting a lot running a cannon, and hopefully getting the Rupture Gale Orb and repair roll combo on the cannon as well. Just so effective. We see a lot of Takedas use it as well, so they can build up that ultimate and have it as quick as possible. You have a cannon with the shove back on the Takeda. Disgusting. And you normally see the Takeda and the Cannonball comps be the comps that thrive in that end game, and that was absolutely what we saw in that game. It comes down to that just being so powerful. The Takeda's ability to be able to create space in these final circles. Obviously, you've got the the Tammy as well, who helps the Decada create that space, and then with the cannonball, like we said, massive uptime on Yoto ultimates, making endgame very, very powerful for those two comps. But as we saw early, the Tessa comps able to put a bunch of kills on the board in that early game due to the fact that Tessa gets basically 2 ultimates, gets a very early ultimate as well. These are pretty much the comps you're going to see all day. These are the meta comps. There are a few people who do like to pull out the odd Transformers. I think it is a rare sight, and while Transformer is a very good endgame team, when there's not loads of Transformers in the game, you really paint a target on your back. That's why I don't think you see too many people pick it up, because you transform, everyone sees the monk, everyone throws everything at the monk. Monk dies incredibly quickly, even with a Karumi healing them up. So don't expect to see too many monks, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 show up today, as we are getting ready to go into our second game. Back on the holler off for this one as well. Give me a banger. Honestly, if game one was a banger, I got a good feeling about game 2.
100%. It is definitely going to be incredible. And one thing that we have to credit some of these teams' success to is the rage glyphs as well.
Yes.
Getting the ultimates back fast. That's the way that these players are structuring their glyphs to every time you get an attack, you generate bonus rage. Every time you deal damage, you generate bonus rage. Pairing that with the amount of cannon fire and the amount of Faria mech damage that you're dealing, it's doing the same thing, especially with the Tessa ultimate as well. Getting it in that early game, having initial rage equipped in your soul gauge is going to give you that advantage as well, and we see lots of teams starting to do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be starting the hero picks for game number 2. XCG, 521, BBE, and J-Team are going to be moving into the first round pick, which means they are going to have whatever they want for their team comps. They're going to have the first pick of the litter. WBG, JL, EWG, and Fun Plus Phoenix are going to be going second, so they might have a little bit of leeway with what they want, but could be a little bit stricter for them. And Bauda, DRG, TE, and JDD are going to be picking up the scraps at the end, playing what these other 2 groups are not going to be playing, as they're going to see start coming out, and it looks like it might be 3 Sand Siphons. It's going to be all 4 Sand Siphons, which is going to make them locked up for the first game. If these other players want to play Sand Siphon, they are going to have to spend quite a few hero points.
There is a flex, which actually I was reminded of when we looked at, I think it was BBE there, at their hero selection. Justina is meta, and there is a flex play with Justina into, I believe it's the Cannonball comp, and you replace the Yue Shen with the Justina. I actually can't remember exactly which team the Justina shows up in, but she is a flex pick who can actually show up in replacement of another team player. So let's say too many Yue Shens are off the board and no one wants to be playing that, you pick up the Justina, or there's a world where that happens. And actually JDG doing that very thing. Sorry, it's you replace a Farah with the Justina. Now I remember how this works. Sorry, it's been a while since I've seen it, but JDG are going to be rocking the Justina in this game. I absolutely adore the Justina play. I think she's super fun to see. I hate her in solos because she just does nothing but buy time and run away with her ultimate. But in trios, it becomes a very different character. She's so aggressive. You use that ultimate to line up, slash through multiple people, and then your Yoto then follows up with their ultimate on top of that, or a charge attack from like a Tana or something like that. It's so brutal playing into a Justina when they can get that lockdown with the ultimate. I really like this play. Obviously, you lose some of the safety in the Cannonball and having that mech for your Yoto to hide in, but what you make up for it is, I think, better mid-game skirmishing and a slightly weaker end game. That's your trade-off there.
Well, you have, with the advantages and disadvantages to playing with the Justina, is with the V1, you have that lockdown effect where if you hit 2 players with your freeze, you are able to get an additional freeze, and you can do that any number of times as you have your freezes instantly. You start with 3. If you hit 2 players with the first one, you stay at 3. Right? You can do this over and over and over again, and it helps you lock down these players so that your Yoto can come in and deal a whole bunch of damage with her ultimate. Your and then your other player, your other teammate is going to be able to come in and lock them down as well. The Yushan is able to come in and lock them down, keep them in one position so that they're easier to hit with the Justina. And it does give you a little bit less security because you don't have the option to just hop in the Faria mech and run away. It does force you to be a lot more aggressive with your plays. But if they pull it off in the right way, and if they're able to execute perfectly like Bamboo Esports was on their comp last game, they will come out very, very heavily on top. It's just a matter of if they're able to pull it off, and it is something that's very difficult to do, especially when you're the only Justina in the lobby, so you're going to be very easily spotted out by your enemies, and they say, okay, that's the Justina comp, we know how to fight this, we know how to play this, it's the only Justina in the lobby. And if they get taken out early, it's wraps for them. But endgame, sure, you don't have that space that you can take with the Faria mech, knocking players out, like jumping up with the boost and then knocking down, cannoning people out of the air. But with all those players in the condensed area, it's easier to hit multiple players at one time with the freeze.
Absolutely. Well, having a look at where everybody is dropping in this game, having a little look down. Looks like actually a pretty spread again, but there's still some clusters, Batter and TE near each other. FPX could potentially show up. DRG have the run of Imperial to themselves though, so there's so many good spots. You have the top of the central Ute, you have a golden drop spot, which was always there. Beast Pits always has 2 as well. There's a bunch behind Waterfall as well. There's some really, really good drop spots of Imperial, and DRG are going to get it all to themselves, so they're going to probably get not a lot of kills at the beginning, but a lot of good loot, which will then set them up for potentially kills later, as Uran has found water here, caught them with the uppercut, just keeping them in the air with a grapple. Uran just juggling water here. This is absolutely beautiful. Water one clip away, down with the nunchucks they go, and now Xiaohu next up on the line. Parry comes in from Yoran, gets the follow-up as well, just doing so much work with these nunchucks, has almost got them fully charged up as well, as they're able to get the kill. The ball hits the shot! No way! That is tragic!
Oh my goodness. TE coming in with a crazy third party on the ballista here, as we are going to see EWG with a crazy triple. I think it was the double parry here, as WBG Sleepwalker, the last remaining player, going to try and hit the F3. Doesn't have a weapon in hand. Goes to pick up a fan here, but the 3v1 is going to be very difficult for them, as it looks like Sleepwalker trying to back out of here. And it looks like BG actually is still alive. They are very close to death. The Tessa Charm is going to come out, and EWG close to winning this. Oh my goodness. It looks like BG picking up an exit frag is going to be able to have his ultimate, as well as they're going to get out of here. And this could get interesting here. Now it's a 1v1 situation. EWG versus WBG BG here, going for the charge 1.0s with the longsword here. Longswords versus dual halberds. 14 trying to make something happen. We are going to see BG hop into the ult. Now 14 is just going to try and run away as fast as possible. These players might try and run it back to do and support their teammates in the 1v1 situation, try and even the score with each other here, as EWG's 14 still just running away. Tries to go for the grapple, and like we see it, like I said, Sleepwalker already back in the mix, Ace-Chow as well, and 14 is going to go down here. EWG had full control of the fight, and BG was able to buy enough time for his teammates to be able to come back and turn the whole fight around on its head. Coming out on top is WBG.
Really, really nice play there by WBG coming in as he cheeky play, get themselves their 3rd kill of the game. After having a pretty disappointing game 1, starting off strong and then going down to a single player, they're definitely going to be looking to make a recovery in this game number 2. XEG are in the area with JL. JL right now got 3 kills on the board, so feeling pretty comfortable. Purple fan onto VVV. I mean, if anyone's tuning in for the first time this season and hasn't seen the fan yet, the fan is bonkers. Genuinely a bonkers weapon. It does so much damage, so good for these skirmishes, especially when you get the little tornado soul jade. Oh, that's sad. Golden Sword coming in from the Mora's Blessing from the puzzle. Still yet to see red armor. I know we had it at Worlds apparently. I've not seen it yet. I've seen it once in my games. That's it. I swear I'm cursed with this golden with the red armor. Never get to see it. Anyway, I'll stop waffling about my issues, and we'll keep our eye on XCG, who are being run down by JL. Caught out by the freeze as NiHQ loses so much HP. Has got that Karumi tether to keep them somewhat topped up on HP. And BBE actually coming in for the third party onto JL now. Just getting a bunch of damage off onto them. Roishishi charging into the fray. Decides actually to think better of it and backs off, not going for the fight. They are just going to keep the pressure up on to J-Team and XCG on the low ground here. These two teams scrapping out. BB not willing to full commit. They do have Roishishi's ultimate available though, so can cast that if they need to, as they're just going to pressure up on to these players. Now looking for one of the J-Team members. Ice has been caught out for the moment. The Sandstorm comes down. Little gets himself in a bit of danger here. Bunch of damage coming out from Roishishi. Little just going to back off now for the moment as they're keeping the pressure up on to Ice. Ice is going to be going down there to Roishishi. Sorry, to Snack, as BB able to secure that kill for themselves. A pretty messy third party because there was about 4 teams involved in that, but BB are able to get themselves a kill. That'll be their first one on the board, as they are actually pressuring onto XCG, but deciding to back off for the moment as BB do end up losing a player here. You do see ZDI coming in with the freeze onto Roishishi. Gonna lock them in place. Got one more charge, 2 more charges of that dash if they want to use it, but not even going to be necessary as down goes Roishishi. Lovely little pickup there from the side of JDG.
And yeah, we saw that Justina dash about 2 or 3 times and ended up canceling the ult with 2 dashes, keeping them at around 40% of the ultimate left. And that is the thing that Justina brings to the table into this game, is it just changes the comp around so much, and it makes it very lethal in this mid game, like you were saying before. Taking a look now, we are going to be seeing Fun plus Phoenix getting a little bit more scale to them. Water looks to be in a little bit of danger, but we do see DRG as well, not at full strength at the moment here, pretty close to these other players in these surrounding areas. We're seeing Fun plus Phoenix pretty close. We see DRG and 521 lurking around as well. Not too many kills up onto the board for these teams so far. 521 has yet to put a kill up on the board. We see a 1 from Fun plus Phoenix, and DRG already has 2. So they are starting to climb back up slowly here. So we're going to take a look. Oh my goodness, BBE Snack trying to get away, but the 1v3 against XCG is just too much for Snack to handle, and they ate him up like his name.
Yeah, there wasn't much you could do there unless a miracle came out. BBE. Game 1 went very, very good for them here, but all now on respawn, so haven't used those revives up, and only the 1 kill to show for it. So losing gear, having to kind of start fresh, and they don't really have a good kill base to work off either. Not going to be particularly great. And most crucially, actually, like something you mentioned in the previous game, Seb, they didn't get too many kills. So it doesn't mean they've been able to kind of sneak and hide any soul blooms anywhere, because we're not on the next patch. We're not on the patch where soul blooms will time out. So the Realm Yang now becomes harder for them to take. And remember, last game, BB were super on it when it came to the zones. Not the zones, sorry, the Realm Yangs. They were able to get both of them. 1 win, 1 for free, and then also a Mora's Blessing. So they were geared up in that previous game. This time, they're starting fresh. They don't have any gear, really. I don't expect to see them jump into this Realm Yang unless they're feeling especially zesty, especially greedy, let's say. So we'll keep our eyes on BB to see if they're going to be able to pick that one up. Snowstorm up in the north as well is going to force a bunch of players away from that. Sapping at your rage, the last thing you want, especially in a game and in a meta where I think like rage economy is super, super valuable. So seeing a lot of people being a little bit more hesitant to move into that area, basically cutting off a massive section of the map. JL and J-Team are scrapping at the moment. There is a Realm Yang spawning to the north of them, so expectations are they're just looking to try and get their hands onto that Realm Yang. JL are moving up, J-Team are retreating away, and while everyone is inside the Realm Yang, there's going to be, what's that, 6 teams total inside the Realm Yangs. This gives teams like BBE, who have just come off a reset, to go in and grab as much loot as they can, because it's a very scary time when you've just respawned and everyone else is going to be getting pretty geared right now. And the good news for them is when a weather effect happens on Holoroth, all of the troves in that area will reset. So they can head up north towards that area and just go scrounge around there and see what troves they can get. But right now, WBG going to get themselves in a fight here versus JL. VVV with those purple fans has got himself a Ajao on top with the Yoto, just trying to lay some damage in with those swords. Is going to get his last couple of slashes off. Was able to evade getting themselves caught out. JL blinking away to safety, just going for a cheeky reset to see if they can get it. Sleepwalker in the mech now, just going to be using the cannon down on to the JL members on the low ground. Ajao able to secure one. This fight is gone very even, actually, as they traded out 1-for-1 so far. But the cannon fire coming down on to TXJ is going to be so brutal for them. Baige low HP. The Dreadful Whale coming in absolutely clutch here from Baige, able to secure themselves one more kill as JL's TXJ has to 1 versus 2. Baige able to buy some space away. TXJ trying to get himself some damage off, but he gets parried. Able to re-pick up his weapon, uses the F to get some space, but he is one clang away from going down. This is so done for him. WBG take the Roma Yang.
Oh my goodness, flipping over really quickly to JDG versus XCG. We're catching the tail end of this fight here. Looks like Xiaonan is going to go down first as Nia HQ coming in as well and is going to end up going down as we're seeing the last player alive, the Tumult. And look at that, the Justina comp coming out on top in the Realm of Yang here as we are seeing its counterparts being played. The Sand Siphon here actually being played by XCG. Kakaishi on the Tumult is going to end up going out pretty quickly here after his teammates. JDG picking up 3 more kills and winning this Realm of Yang, putting them in a very good spot right now. And it's nice to see the Justina team doing well. Lots of times we see the one team go to play Justina, they end up getting lobbied fairly early. It's unfortunate, but we're seeing it getting executed well. Hopefully we'll get to see a better end game, and it looks like the Yang teams with the Vermilion's Burnmite are going to start fighting pretty early here. WBG versus JDG. They're going to start going at it pretty quickly. WBG.
Oh, free and freeze.
Oh my goodness. Amazing freeze now. 4 freezes left. We're going to see the third one coming out here. Second freeze dropped. JDI now down in the corner against the Yushan is going to end up taking to the sky. Still has 2 freezes. Is going to try and catch Baiji on the... There we go. See? Hits the freeze again. The double charge from the full sword. Oh my goodness. Absolutely beautiful. ZDI here is going to end up getting knocked down, but the execution of the ult, able to get that 1 extra freeze, just keeping themselves in the game a little bit longer here, taking out these members of WBG. JDG doing an absolute phenomenal performance. As XCG here, they do need to pick up kills and get some soul blooms, otherwise they will be in a heap of trouble. They're able to come in and ult pretty fast getting these soul blooms. They do want to pick up as many kills as possible though, so they are going to try and go for 2-tick here, and 2-tick is going to end up going down. Nia HQ picking up that kill here. XCG now fully curing themselves of the Yang depletion. 2 of the Vermilion Birdmite teams already lost their buff, took their lives. They went to scrap at it right away. So, you know, that it's going to happen. The third party did come in and clean up the rest of these kills. And now XCG with 5 kills on the board, leaning their Yang depletion, and it looks like J Team as well losing a Realm of Yang. So 0 kills on the board for J Team so far. I know I spoke highly of them at the start. They're not performing too great at the day today, you know. Sometimes
I mean, regular season, J Team never perform. Even back when they were world champs, even back when they did play a lot better.
Yeah, okay.
Regular days have never been J Team's friend. Normally they just kind of limp into the bi-weekly finals, and that's where they've been able to perform. But so far, not really been the case from J Team, unfortunately. We'll keep our eye on them though, because there is always potential. They are still pretty solid lineup coming in, but we are now got Bowder get themselves in a scrap here versus J Team. Actually, ZYI on the run as Uran is just going to be ulting, chasing them down. They do have a fair amount of healing coming in to keep them up, but the follow-up coming in from Uran with those slices on the ultimate is absolutely huge, but are going to see them get caught in that sandstorm for a second. Ice trying to just break away from the players on the side of Bowder, as BBE actually coming in as a third party to try and tidy this one up. could get really messy really quickly. Bowder breaking away, but the pressure is on. Snack comes down. Sandstorm thrown out already. Yoram with the fans. Trying to get some damage onto Ivan. Ivan able to chase up onto him, though. Health bar's low. And that is Bowder losing their Vermilion Birdsmite. Completely forgot the name of the buff there for a second. But now J-Team looking to re-engage into this 5-2-1 in the area. This is just getting so messy. So many people. But the Flamer is toasting J-Team. They're getting completely taken out. The Charm looks to come down. BBE low HP as TE come in and tidy them up. A third party becomes a fourth party, becomes a fifth party. It is absolute chaos here at Plumed.
It turns into a fight, then it turns into a party, and now you're turning into a full-fledged rave here as all of these teams are condensing into this one small area underneath Plume Castle here as J-Team just getting the butt end of every single one of these teams' attacks. They're directly in the middle of all of this fighting. They're taking so much damage. They're managing to stay alive. Pretty much, as I say that, J-Team's ice is going to go down, but we're going to see the Temi ult getting them back up. The sustainability of this comp is the main thing, is they have the shoves from Takeda to keep these enemies off of them. They have the Temi ult to suppress the movement and keep these enemies from condensing onto them as well. And then they also have that ultimate from the Z-Ping to keep their health alive and sustain them, but just the relentless attacks, they can't survive 4 teams ulting on them in a row, and that's what we're seeing happening here is Fun plus Phoenix is going to end up coming up and cleaning all of these kills away. So we're seeing them use the Aurora Burst as well to clear the space, make sure nobody's sending some range shots around, hopefully, and they're just hoping that no one's waiting in the wings to come and shoot them there. Just playing it safe as we're seeing the second Realm of Yang pop off. WBG versus JDG. So we are seeing that Justina comp coming into the Realm of Yang again. This is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. We're going to see WBG trying to go with that gold longsword. Something that we saw happen a lot in the earlier game. We saw the ult right away at the first time, but since they're playing this different comp, they're going to be trying to do something a little bit different. Xiao is going to end up getting into the mech here. We're going to see him sending some cannon shots out onto Sleepwalker, or onto ZDI, onto the Justina, and they are able to take the Justina down quickly, so this could turn around this fight for them. But we are seeing Baiji getting decently low on that Yushan here. So this could be interesting. Sleepwalker already down, but it's okay. They still have that Yodo ultimate here, and that's what we're going to see come out. But now Baiji's going down. This is going to be very difficult for Xiao to win. Even without the Justina, they were still able to come out on top, as the other players in the comp were just outliving before. And since the Faria going down so early, they weren't really able to defend, and the grapple in, the drive-by shot is going to end up taking out Xiao. JDG having a unbelievable game so far, picking up a gold pole sword, which is going to do absolute numbers for them, getting the buff as well. It looks like they are going to be going with the Mystic Might, which we have not seen in some time since the White Tiger's prowess has been released, but all great to see.
I feel the go-to has always been Mystic or Draco this patch. The White Tigers it was an interesting one from BBE to take in the last game. Like you said, people are starting to pick it up more, the health regen, but I mean, the damage reduction on top of the Mystic Might plus the scouting capabilities means it's a lot safer to take these late game fights. You can see if you're going to get third partied, you can see where everyone is, you can avoid people if you need. And I mean, right now, JDG don't actually need to take any more fights. They've got 13 kills under their belt. They'll hopefully pick a few more up in the final circles. So I'm picturing their game plan right now is use this Mystic Might to stay safe and kind of avoid and evade anybody else catching you out. WBG, it looks like they're hunting behind 5-2-1. They can see that Unique is on their own lonesome as a duo player right now, separated from Pampy, are going to be rejoining with them. And I think WBG are going to look for a good spot to respawn and at least get 2 Soul Blooms here off the bat, and then look for that third later, or just buy a rebuff charm off the back of it. They do have a fair amount of money. They have enough to get one, so they just need to find a good spot to rebirth and then take out 5-2-1. 5-2-1, in the meanwhile, though, have been able to pick up a rebuff charm for themselves. So if they can get themselves to a spot, to a soul altar, they'll be able to pick up their missing player, Yin. it looks like that nearest Soul Altar is going to have WBG respawning at it, so this could get really messy for 5-2-1.
Yeah, 5-2-1, being down a player, again, they're forced to focus on getting their teammate up instead of scaling. And that's what we've been seeing again and again from these teams that are not coming into the finals, is they're trying so hard at the start to pick up as many kills as these teams that are, they come through, they get 5-6 kills in that early game. Whereas 5-2-1, after they respawn, they're still taking fights. They're not necessarily adapting to the CN play like these other teams are. And they're paying very dearly for it. They do get their player up now, but as all of these other players have so much loot, they're now only starting to scale their ultimates. And especially playing the Takeda composition, it's going to be very difficult for them to do much in this game in the future here. As we're seeing lots of these players already have gold weapons, gold armor, purple weapons, purple armor. XCG's NiHQ now on the Takeda has burned ultimate. We are going to see them fighting against WBG. They are going to pick up one elimination onto Xiaonan. We are going to see Kakaishi going down decently low as well. NiHQ trying to get a pot off, is going to be able to do it successfully. Lets off the 1.0 with the fan, clipping A Xiao, and is going to end up trying to just kite into the storm here. We are going to see the hit confirm, and A Xiao going for the ultimate.
They need to do it. They've got the debuff on them. A Xiao's fine.
A Xiao is fine, but we do need to see the kill happen here. And it looks like Baiji is going to go down. Oh my goodness. Bauda on the third party. WBG trying so hard to cure the Yang depletion. And one of them is going to go down completely. They will be able to get the resurrection on, or the revive on to Baiji, but Sleepwalker has been fully eliminated. A Xiao, oh my goodness. 1 HP in a dream. Tries to make it. Oh my goodness. They make it back into the circle. They're doing it. They're going to try and play for placement here. It doesn't look like they were able to revive Baiji. They've been spotted. And oh my goodness, they've been spotted. One thing I do find interesting, though, WBG is running the F3 on the Yodohime. We have seen most of these teams opt to start running the F2 with the change that they made to Yodohime, making after you cast the F2, that follow-up attack with the sword is usable while attacked, so you can use it as a hard combo break. Whereas the F3 is just you throw it out and it's a hard combo break right away. Interesting choice from them to play. It'd be cool to see their thinking behind it and why they were choosing to run the F3 instead of the F2. That has been more of the meta nowadays, as we've been shifting into this new sort of style of play with all these updates. It was working out for them a little bit in game number 1. It did help A Xiao from preventing him from dying in a lot of scenarios. But the advantages to that F2 give you so much more mobility. You have that slash with the hit stun confirm, and you're still able to do things like throw it out over top of a box and prevent the damage, just like Fun Plus Phoenix are doing right now.
Absolutely. We have actually seen some Yotos as well running the F1, like Lunatics. I love it, because the F1 is my favorite version, but definitely the least effective. But we have seen a few people opt into the F1. Typically, that is the rarest of the selections for the Yote. Oh, Han has Dreadful Whale and a Golden Dagger. That is terrifying little combo actually coming in there. So, TE gonna be pretty scary to go up versus, especially into this what looks to be a final circle where we're gonna see a lot of teams inside buildings. It looks like we're gonna be near plumed, if not in plumed, heading into any room, not knowing who's in there. And if Han is holding the room with a Dreadful Whale, with a Golden Dagger, like, that's just basically guaranteed death. It would be really, really hard to fight into that. So, very, very scary seeing them on that front. Bowder also very geared up here. Golden, that's not a katana, that's a hand sword. Onto Yi Ran. Lots of legendary soul jades on them as well. So, very set up for the side of Bowder. Keeping our eye on the game plan is going to be going forwards for them. They're just going to get themselves onto a high ground spot, but JDG on the opposite side will be just trading out, but Cannon Fire doing so much work here onto JDG, and that might just be enough to force them off this high ground and away to a different spot Although cannon fire coming back, being answered out in kind. BDG are just going to give up this high ground.
Giving up the high ground there is definitely the play, but if you do take a look, ZDI has group heal and advanced heal. So every time he heals his teammates, which is what group heal does. But the disadvantage to having group heal is it doesn't heal you as much because you're healing also your teammates. But since you have group heal and advanced heal, it's giving so much health and to your teammates. So if your teammates are able to peel for you and you're able to go heal, they're also gaining health back as you're taking as they're taking damage, making it very difficult to kill these teams with both of them on. Just another advantage that they're going to have in the game later on, as we are taking a look. This is the replay of how J-Team ended up losing in the Runga Gang to Team Bauda, and they go out pretty quickly here in the 1v3. The Takeda comp getting absolutely swept out by Team Bauda and the Cannonball.
Absolutely huge. 5 minutes left on the clock. 21 players and 7 teams left in the game. FBX actually quite happily holding themselves a little low ground spot, which they are just going to use to heal up Dongqing somewhat, but they are actually going to relocate and reposition to a better position where they can now resurface all of their gear. But big thing about FBX is they actually didn't have any healing pots left, only armor pots. So they do, I believe, have a zip. Hold on, let me double check FBX's comp. There they are at the bottom. They do not have a zip. I don't know where I thought that. They have no healing outside of just general resources, so they need to be a little bit more careful on that front, because that could come around full circle and bite them. But it's like everybody is just getting themselves set up for spots as FBX are actually pressuring onto DRG here, getting himself knocked back. They do find the knock up though onto one. Dongqing just looking for the rebirth, not going to be able to get it. Cannon coming in to save the day though. And they get in time. They're going to carry on. I can't see the bar, so unfortunately I have no idea how close they are. But Dongqing is losing a lot of HP. Is just about able to get in. Doesn't have any healing pots, remember, though. So only is going to be rocking with the armor, as LYD able to take down WFZ with the musket shot in the distance. 4 minutes left on the game. This is about to get really messy. DRG just trying to hold the high ground. You ran with the cannon, just doing so much work there for Bauda in these corridors. JL healing up as much as they can, away from the action, away from all of it. There's Water and FBX quite happy just holding the other side of the map right now. Remember, healing from earlier definitely came full circle and came around to bite them somewhat. ZDI, eyes on them right now. It's going to be everyone fighting about around the roof of this building. Bauda on that low ground, going to kind of gatekeep anybody who does decide to give up the rooftop fight and drop into the low ground with the hand sword. Going to be able to do so much work there. I can't remember the name of that soul jade, but they got it. It's going to hurt.
Yeah, the Aurora Burst is definitely a very scary soul jade to have. Holding that amount of space, if you get hit by that initial blue focus, you are going to be silenced, and then the move does end up transitioning into a gold focus. So if you try to go run into it and parry it while you're in gold focus, I got some bad news for you, buddy. You're going to get swept up onto your feet. You get knocked back into the air as well, so there's lots of combo potential. Getting the amount of knockback and knock up that it has, hit stunning you, leaves so much opportunity for a teammate to come through with a pole sword and just absolutely decimate your health total here. Just like, speaking of pole swords, 521 unique getting a huge kill with a pole sword here on the TE's LYD, and Pampy is actually going to pick up the kill onto Leo as an exit frag into the teleport here. Han, as a last resort, is going to end up actually getting silenced by the Aurora Burst. Trying to make something happen with the ultimate is going to end up just going for a bit of a heal and then getting picked up. Oh my goodness, getting brought up by the Merciless Havoc from Fun Plus Phoenix's Dongqing. So low right now, has the Gold Dagger and the Dreadful Whale, but isn't going to make anything happen with it here as we're converging onto Plume Castle. everybody's trying to hold on to that last little piece of the building, whereas there's a couple people playing on top, in and around it. Yiran trying to get an outside angle onto it with the Feria mech is going to end up backing out, seeing the F2 get throwing out just to be able to break a combo if absolutely necessary. JDG still on that top area here as they're going to try and heal as much as possible. JL's TXJ just vibing on the top, standing there acting like just looking down on everybody else. They are going to be able to get their souls back here really quickly. Oh my goodness, JDG. They almost got caught in a very bad situation there. Yiran taking so much damage, is able to get a health pot up, but taking so much more damage now, forced to back out, and Fun plus Phoenix going to knock them into the storm here. We're going to see they're forced to ult now. Yiran in trouble, takes to the skies with the Yodo ultimate. Peak trying to peel, but oh my goodness, JL's TXJ from downtown hits a shot from out of the air. Pretty sure JL's last remaining member is TXJ, just hitting a shot. We are seeing the Justina ultimate come out, taking a huge freeze onto Bowda's Peak. Is going to end up running back, does not get the recharge onto that dash here. Still has 2 left though, is going to try and make something happen with those. He does have a timer, so we are going to see him dash down. Xiaohu is going to go down, and Fun plus Phoenix is going to try and make something happen with the Merciless Havoc. Zeddy getting popped into the zone here. Tries to go for the parry, and Xiaohu now with the Aurora Burst just taking up so much space in the zone. If he's able to get it off again, and he does, he's just taking all the space. They have everyone, and now they're just going to be able to push everybody else out of the circle. JL's TXJ basically in a 1v3 situation, trying to charm them. Oh my goodness, could this be like the Bowda effect? They're gonna end up 1v3 again.
No way!
How is that even possible? 2 1v3s, back-to-back games. These players have it all locked down. They're overconfident, and they let one player. I was saying it as a joke. I didn't mean for it to actually happen, and it happened twice.
2 games in a row, a 1v3 in the final circle has come out. Get out of town, man. That's crazy, but we've seen that twice now. I'm loving it. Honestly, today is actually living up to the expectations. We knew, some of the bigger teams were out, not playing today. So some of these other teams were going to be able to really step up to the plate, and that is exactly what we're getting. Is JDG take the win from this game. FPX had 13 kills in this game, and JDG still won. They were on fire in this game. Absolutely huge performance from them, and I feel like we saw some teams who, we had expectations to be on, like BBE getting knocked out very early in this game, and that gave the opportunity for the likes of JDG, the likes of FPX to really step up to the plate and pop off. Absolutely phenomenal game, and this game actually was a real example of the issues with resources. A lot of people weren't really able to put together too many resources, were maybe a little bit too greedy with the burning of their healing pots, their armor pots, and things like that. And I think it was TE actually who were able to pick up a teammate, and they were just blinking health bars because they didn't have the resources to heal all the way back up, and they were in the final circle severely lacking on that front. So really interesting game, a lot of kind of nuanced stuff coming in. Lovely to see Justina. She have a pretty good game as well. Did kind of get knocked out in those final circles, but Justina's never really been a end game character. Her power is early and mid game and kind of skirmishes, a bit like a Tessa in that sense. But it was really, really good to see her actually still have a pretty solid performance and some end game plays that look pretty solid coming in from them. But yeah, JDG able to take the win this game. Huge performance from them.
Yeah, they definitely capitalized on that mid game. We saw them win both of their Realm of Yangs, which is 6 kills right there. We saw them come right out of the Realm of Yang and fight the other Vermilion's Birdmite team and come away with most of the kills. They did end up getting third party and forced to take their res as well. But the way that they were able to capitalize on their mid game brought them so many more kills. Their survivability to the end game was a bit weaker, but since they had such a good early and mid, they were able to it was sort of like, okay, we had such a good stuff, we don't need to capitalize and absolutely dominate this final circle. They still did a good job, right? But when we see the lack of offensive Jades, right, they did have those healing buffs, they did have all of that, but we saw them try to use that Justina ultimate, and they ended up just falling down to the Yushan. They fall to the Feriamek, and it just ended up crumbling apart for them, but they still did win. Quick question for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Temi in game 2? Game 2 questions. This is like, I don't know if it's just me or if it's a thing, but the questions in game 2 are the most random, difficult questions. And it's like, you should know this, right? Because you've seen which players are playing what hero, but they show it at the start. You forget about it because you're watching all these fights, and then they're like, okay, quiz time.
You gotta work for those gifts. You gotta work for those gifts.
I mean,
that's all I'm gonna
enough.
say. Make sure if you do answer, you check your whisper boxes though, because that's where you will be notified on winning. Again, how many players chose Timmy in game number 2? I expect even if you don't know the answer, there's someone who does, and everyone's going to be copying them. So I've seen what happens in Twitch chat. Whoever answers the most realistic answer first, everybody else jumps on top of that as well. So remember, check those whisper boxes. I'm excited to see the scoreboard. I'm excited to see the points of this game because that was a bloodthirsty game. I mean, FPX having 13 kills, I believe, at the end of that game, and JDG still find the win. 16 kills for JDG. Didn't get that placement point that they maybe wanted for 22.3. I was wrong about FPX. It was 12 for them, 11 for Bowder, 11 for TE, 7 to JL, 10 to WBG. They just got knocked out hella early. A very high scoring game across the board. And again, nobody walks away with a goose egg. In fact, J-Team scored 2 points, and they're the lowest scoring team here in the game. This lobby, honestly, is so bloodthirsty. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, without those top teams in this lobby, it gives teams that are in the mid bracket a chance to really shine and show their full potential of their abilities. We never see Bowda doing well because they get eliminated so fast. They get their first life taken right at the start, their second life gets taken in the mid game. We don't usually see them interacting and fighting with different teams. They're always fighting the same teams in the same spots, and they end up dying early. Whereas now we're taking the top teams out of the equation. We're playing with this group of players, and they're now able to showcase their abilities and what they can do. And it's really nice to see that different side of the games. And TE as well, we're seeing them do a lot today. They're not coming out on top, but they're doing a very good job at staying consistent. They just need to put a few more points on the board. This is only their first day, keep in mind. So 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 have only played one day, so they are going to get an extra day to put more points up onto the board. Teams like XCG, WBG, 521, they've already this is their last day to put up points, so they want to be as high as possible. If they stay in 10th, 11th, and 12th place, they're going to be in a lot of trouble later on when those teams who have only played one day, play their last day, and they're able to surpass them.
Yeah, absolutely. Bowder able to put a little bit of distance between them and BBE after that game, because game 1 didn't go particularly great for Bowder, and I believe it was BBE who were like 3 points behind Bowder, so slowly pulling away from them. Still got some work to do. The points are still relatively close at this point. All it really takes is one bad game and one good game either way, and the other can kind of springboard away from the other. We still got 4 games left to go today, so still plenty of NARAKA action to come. I am very, very excited to see, how BBE perform in the next game, because they've got to be kicking themselves about this game. They had a pretty disappointing game number 2, considering they won that first game and pretty wholeheartedly. Again, we're going to see some of these replays. FPX, even though they got heavily bullied at the beginning of the game here by the side of Bowder, they were at the end of the game the second team left standing, and by all intensiveness, they should have won that game, but they got 1v3'd, which is just unbelievably tragic. Absolutely huge though coming in. It was a very interesting final circle. I typically hate final circles which end with buildings, because I feel like everyone just kind of turtles into the buildings, but this is a very open building and it was just a 1. So you had people fighting on top, you had people fighting on bottom, and eventually they were forced off onto the low ground. And as you saw here, absolutely amazing end to the game. I can't believe Bowder, the ones who griefed FBX at the beginning of the day, were the ones who were able to kind of pull out that miracle. Oh, no, it was JL, sorry. TXJ able to pull out that miracle at the end of the game there. And JDG taking the win off that. Huge game for them. Let's have a look at our MVP for this game. Is, of course, going to be 2-tick on the Yoto. 35,000 damage coming in for them. 12k from skills and ultimate. 11 from that cannon. Had the Rupture Gale Orb. That's all you need to know. That is such a brutal Soul Jade. Rupture Gale Orb and burn. Didn't have the repair roll, which I guess is a saving grace for everyone else in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you put repair roll into that mix, you're definitely taking... he did more damage with the cannon than he did with any melee weapon. This is a melee battle royale. If you're doing more damage with a ranged weapon, you're doing something right, because wow. Well, you're like the main focus of the fights in NARAKA are close quarters melee style fights. If you're able to deal more damage with a cannon, you are incredibly skilled at this game, and I do not want to fight you, so please be nice to me. So crazy to see the amount of power coming from the cannons, especially in the trios games, right? Everyone gets condensed, and I send one shot here, one shot there, and I'm dealing damage to 4 to 6 different players. Yeah. You're taking so much space in the area because players are forced to use their stamina to dodge away, and your teammates can come in and capitalize on the lack of stamina, the lack of resources. They're trying to heal. They're not focused on your teammates. They're focused on you sending cannon shots at them, and it turns into this whole mess of, we're dealing this damage. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a short break. Let these players catch their breaths for a second, reassess their strategies, and we will be back with game number 3 in just a moment.
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I am your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside the wonderful and amazing Hip Rain, aka Jake. It's been a crazy first couple of games. The back-to-back games, you keep the momentum going. You play the first two to kind of assess the situation, set the pace for the day, and it looks like the name of the game today is the Final Circle 3v1. It's all.
I can't believe it, right?
It's insane. It's
been
the
bonkers.
Craziest thing that has ever happened. Definitely one for the history books. These teams have now taken a bit of time to reassess. Obviously, they get this little bit of a break in between games 1 and 2 to take a little break, reassess. Then they have a little bit of longer break switching into those more style games. Then, of course, we have the back-to-back again, another short break. And they found like a perfect way for these teams to keep their momentum up, but also reassess their strategies when they need to.
Yeah, it's weird because I feel like strategies like diverge more from like hero select, because like obviously the hero select I don't think really has much to it. I think they kind of know what comps they want to be playing. I think they know where they are in the rotation for the day, so they'll know, right, this is the game we're picking this is the game we're picking this, and they have to kind of adjust it. But there's basically 3 meta teams with a little bit of variance in the fact that like Justina can slot in, Monk in some teams can slot in, but for the most part it's pretty standard stuff. So I think the adaptation then comes from the in-game plan, which I think is a lot harder to prep for than just your hero select, because I feel like hero select, you have a very good outline of what you're playing. You've practiced the meta comps. You've probably practiced the variant versions of them. I doubt they practice much more. I don't think anyone's got like a Takeda Valda comp up their sleeve as much as I would love that. So I think the variants will definitely come from them practicing, different drop spots. Are we going to go more aggressive in this area? Kind of, it's improvisational skills, the ability to be able to read what's going on the map and then make a play off the back of that. And I think that's the thing that a lot of these players kind of separates the best players from the worst players, because mechanically they're all very good. There's not like a bad player here. It's decision making, shot calling, and ability to react to the pressure of the moment is what really separates like the best players from the worst players in the league. So that's kind of what you got your eye on. I do think though, when you do see, pretty much most of the teams, even at the bottom, still have good games, it shows you that everybody's good. There's not like just I think if you were to say to me, who's the best team in the league, I would struggle, but I'd be able to pull up a couple of names out. If you were to ask me who the worst team is, you'd have to ask me on what day, because it really varies from day to day. Some teams are just tragically bad some days. And then there's teams who are just like consistently at the top of the tables. So we are looking at our hero select and what we're going to be seeing going into this game number 3, our final game of Holoroth for the day as well. Going to be BB, XCG, 521, and J Team in that last round of selection. So we got a little bit of things to change up. I don't think anybody's actually spent any hero points yet, or if they have, it's been very few. So not really the end of the world for these teams.
These players typically don't need to spend their hero points, which is the advantage that you get is you don't need to spend your hero points because they have 3 meta comps. So if the first 2 meta comps get fully booked up and taken away on those first 2, you can just play the other meta comp. Whereas when you're seeing in the old patch where it was like you had to use hero points and we'd see everyone playing one comp one game and then one comp the next game. With this, you get the more diversity. And sure, if you really want to play a comp, you can use your hero points, but there's no necessity to use your hero points at all. If you want to, get a foot up on some of these other players and you see what they're playing and you want to adapt your strategy, you're like, okay, we need to play this comp. That's when the hero points are going to come in. And so you do have that availability, but you can always just play it safe and choose not to use them. As we're seeing a couple more of these ice pick comps coming out with the Justina here. The Yodo, Yushan, and Justina coming out for J Team. We saw another team as well picking it, and now we're just waiting for the last team. There we go. The hero points are being used for Roy Shishi, Bamboo Esports.
I'm very glad to see this, by the way. I think a lot of teams are a little bit too hesitant with their points now. In previous metas, back when we didn't run this version of the hero select, and it was kind of just a big blind free for all, and the only points that really mattered were the points you were spending and not what everyone else was spending. Some teams were still fairly conservative with their points, but a lot of teams would spend their points. I have seen days where people go into the final game with 9 points. And to me, that means they're playing at the whim of the lobby. If you are willing, as you just saw BBE do, burn 2 points, pick up a comp you feel comfortable on, pick up something aggressive, something which can skirmish in the mid game, but also scales very well into the late game, and feel confident, especially after having a bad game, I think this is the play. I think peak teams should be prepared to burn more points throughout the day. And you want to be, I think if you've had a good day, you should aim to be on 1 or 2 points by the end of the day. Because that means you've been trying to play the heroes that you're good at. The team comps that you feel more comfortable at playing. So I think hats off to BBE for actually going down that. They also know because they were last round here, they're not going to be last round in the next or the game after that. So they have a little bit more time before they have to really worry about it. As we will once again see everybody on 9 points other than BBE. No one else really willing to spend those points. J-Team running the Justina version of the Cannonball comp. That's the only real variant here. Everything else is pretty stock standard.
Well, we are seeing JDG running the ice pick as well. They're going to be trying to do that again. They did MVP the last game with it, so hopefully they can pull something out and do the same as they were last time. We are going to be seeing a couple of teams switch over. They're rotating comps around. Like we see JL are now hopping onto the Sand Siphon. They were seeing the Sand Rumi instead of the Sand Siphon with Zping, which was the original comp that we saw. It's definitely a lot more difficult to play. In my opinion, the Zping comp gives you a bit more mobility with your healing, and it's obviously different effects for different situations, right? The Kurumi gives you that, area of effect heal where you can choose to move it around, but it's you get that and that's your heal. Whereas the Zping has the F heal and the ultimate heal. Different situational plays. Both of them working very well. When they go head to head, it really just depends on the macros of the teams and the synergy on who comes out on top. Lots of the times, it's really hard to define which comp is better, if that makes sense.
Yes. I think what's better is actually personal preference as well. I think, maybe one team you could say, the numbers say this team, but realistically, when it comes to hero select, it's what you're best at. It's what you feel most comfortable at playing, and that is what is best. We are seeing right now, hot off the drop, instant DRG throwing their ultimate out, actually unable to make a connection, and that's actually pretty bad here for this Tessa. Has got a pistol and a bow, so they are just rocking the ranged weapon. Actually opts into just going for fists, thinking they can achieve more that way. 19%, so almost got that ultimate back up again. Finally picking up a melee weapon and are going to be able to do anything with that. But unfortunately, in the time it took WFZ to pick a weapon up, their team went down. So DRG end up losing that initial fight.
And yeah, unfortunate to see them go down so early. They're having a little bit of a difficult start to the day today, as we're going to see as well. JDG is going to end up losing one of their players pretty early to XCG. XCG starting to pick up the pace again here, as we're going to see them fully eliminating Team JDG right off the rip. And you can't win them all, ladies and gentlemen. JDG doing very well in that second game, but they are not going to come out with any kills in this early game before they take their resurrection. As you're going to see Bauda fighting against what looks to be J-Team here. You're going to see an overhold coming out into the parry. Jing taking a lot of damage here, but the Wu Chen F going to try and keep him alive for a little bit, but J-Team Z, oh my goodness, another huge parry coming out, but Peak with the meter dump, with the peel, and oh my god, a third parry! Z just parried every single member of Bauda to come through and pick up a kill. They tried to peel with the meter dump on the nunchucks, but it wasn't enough. J-Team picking up 2 kills, already starting the game off super strong here, as we are going to see Bamboo Esports running into Team 521. Both of the SEA teams going head-to-head right off the bat here. We're going to see Unique trying to make something happen with the Yushan F. We are going to see Snack taking a lot of damage from the dagger, and this is where the Z-Ping ult's going to come into play. Snack with a huge parry on the Yin, getting the follow-up attacks here into the 1-2, into the jumping LMB, is going to end up just getting the grapple shot into another jump LMB, taking the kill, and now it is just a 3v1, and we only see the 3v1s won when the circle is closing and the clock runs out.
And this is why you spend the hero points and pick a team that you're comfortable with. BBE able to execute on that really nicely. Very clean 3 kills for them there, making that a total of 4 now. Solid start considering how bad that last game went for them, unfortunately. Haven't lost their revives yet. Have been able to move away to safety. And, you know, eyes are and expectations are that BBE are going to want to play more like they did in that first game. Get themselves a good start, jump into a run with Yang, get the win there, get the loot. Get snowballing off the back of that. That's the real game plan here for the side of BBE. Not get griefed at the beginning of the game, lose revives just before the Realm of Yang spawn, and then have no gear to go into the Realm of Yang. XCG, speaking of grief, getting caught out here by JL. NiHQ just can get a little bit of damage off onto them, but JL keeping that pressure up. Xiaonan losing a fair amount of HP. Instantly, a Karumi ultimate goes down. The Tether comes down as well from NiHQ as they're getting juggled around. And JL able to quickly get to the urn, touch it, cleanse himself of that charm, and now keep that pressure up onto XCG, who have actually separated somewhat here. I know they're all together. That's actually JL who separated briefly, but have now reconvened with one another. You see a whole bunch of damage coming in. Scale Rush looking to get charged up by BBV. Actually cancels it, decides not to jump into the mix there. Just going to find his opportunity to slide in. Xiaonan losing a lot of HP, pinned against the wall. Down they go. JL have the pressure here. NiHQ's next up. Kakaishi also falling. Quick, nice 3-0 there for the side of JL. TE getting themselves in a fight here versus BBE. BBE not wanting to use those revives once again. Let's see if they can find the win here. Haven't really got much of anything on Roy Shishi. Thrown everything down over the shoulder. Leo goes. He's going low. Leo's caught out. Leo's going down. TE losing their player, losing their man advantage over the side of BBE. It's a 2 versus 1 now at this point for the side of BBE. They actually put some distance between them and Han. Actually, it's LYD and Leo. So, sorry, I was completely wrong. BBE were at the disadvantage. Roy Shishi on the run, escaping away from TE. And TE actually don't look interested in going for the chase.
Yeah, and it looks like they are just going to hold back now, because if BBE get their players back up and they re-engage into this fight, they could be getting put onto the back foot pretty fast. There were a few ultimates invested into that fight, so they're not gonna want to press into that fight unless they've got at least 1 or 2 ultimates back online. As we are gonna flip over now, EWG, which you haven't seen too much activity from them yet. They had a few showings in the first game, but not much coming from game number 2. Game 3 here, we are going to see them trying to make a play against a few of these teams. They did just pass JL, and it looks like they are going to be taking a look at in the direction of TE, as Bamboo Esports Rishishi is going to go down. They do have the revives though, so we are going to see that coming back into the game. Unfortunately, they had to use it early, but FunPlus Phoenix now fighting against Team WBG, and force to be reckoned with, ladies and gentlemen. WBG, we already see the Gold Fan Soul Jade coming out from WBG's ByG. Once you get Gold Jades so early in the game, the parry timing is a little bit different for all these Jades. These players aren't expecting them to come out that early, and so you hit them with an attack like that, and they get so put off of their game that it completely changes the pace of the fight, and they're able to usually get a huge advantage on their J-Team's eyes, trying to get their soul back from the Justine, from the ultimate here, from the Tessa, but now Ice in a lot of trouble. It's going to get silenced, trying to back out, but...
Oh no, the Bane's...
Oh my goodness, the Bane's Breath.
It's their Bane's Breath, it's fine.
Had me worried there for a second. Oh my goodness, and it looks like they're just going to port out here. Baldos Jing did end up going down to J-Team ZE, and they are just going to go for that res. Oh my goodness, the heart attack I almost just had. You scared me half to death, Jake.
I didn't see that they had the swirling charms on them, so I was like, oh no, J-Team, it's gone bad. But no, it's fine. They were in charge, and that saved them. That really did save them. They got the kill onto Balder off the back of it as well. And now They're chasing up with the Wushen port out with that safety net now lost. Jing finds himself caught out. Instant pop on the no ult zone, although unfortunately it's in the zone itself. Jing's going to get himself caught out. His back is against the spikes as well. The trap almost catches onto Balder there. Very, very close. Yoran loses all of their armor, all of their health. They are going incredibly low. Zi able to get the kill onto them. That'd be a nice pickup there. Following it up, J-Team able to pick up 2, make that 3. That's just a full clean sweep there for the side of J-Team. Beautiful play.
Absolutely phenomenal. J-Team starting to heat up. And this is usually what we see happen, is they have a rough first couple of games. They start to warm up. They start to feel the pace of the day. They play a good game 3, and then we go on to Morris Isle, and it's the same thing. Warm up game 4 and 5, and then they start to do a little bit better game 6. It's unfortunate the rhythm that they're in right now. They're a little bit stuck. They are working on reshaping their team right now. They're putting a whole bunch of new players on. They're switching everything around, let's say, so they're kind of in the team rebuilding phase, because all of their original members of J-Team that were playing in Worlds in the past haven't made it there, so they are still working on the development as a team, working on their synergy together, and hopefully in the future we will see great things coming out of them. We do see that they have a lot of potential, and J-Team's Lee, the OG from J-Team, is still with them, but having Lee work with these 2 new teammates is obviously a difficult thing, as he's, maybe not used to playing with them as much, or is more comfortable playing with different people. All of these things need to get taken into consideration when looking at them. As we're taking a look now, Ice going dangerously low here, is going to try and Justina ult out of there. Does have 2 dashes left. Is going to try and make something happen. Pampy trying to send some cannon shots out, as we are going to see Unique going dangerously low on the... Oh my goodness, Unique de-ulting just in time to get that armor back, able to save them for a decent amount of time. ZE now taking a lot of damage, is going to end up getting backed off here. The Feria cannon dealing so much damage, and this is the Ice Pick versus the Cannonball, and it looks like Cannonball is just going to come out on top. The traditional without the Justina into a 3v2 situation. Now, Unique is still going super low. This is still a winnable fight, but Ice is going to get parried, and just, oh my goodness. The sap coming out. Lee was able to pick up a kill here. He does have that dash, but the parry come out. Oh my goodness. It's not going to work out for them.
He lost so much HP. He lost so much HP in that last couple of blows. I was like, this could be the turnaround, and then immediately got melted.
The long-handle weapon sap on the staff, being able to just do so much damage, and the time it takes to throw it out, his teammates were able to throw up follow-up attacks with the pole sword, which just deals so much damage in itself as well. And doing that, the combination of it, Pampy hitting some amazing parries. Luckily, J-Team does have soul blooms to be able to continue themselves into this game.
And what you saw in that Realm of Yang was the strength of Cannonball, but also a misplay by J-Team, because the Justina is there as a peel tool. They're there to kind of enable and keep your Yoto alive, but what happened was J-Team, their Yoto was getting absolutely wailed on, and Justina freeze just would not come in. They just couldn't find an opening to use it properly and efficiently, and it caught them out heavily. Now, BBE trying to keep some pressure up here on to the side of WBG. They got the Draco Storm, so they don't have a revive, but they do have a little bit of bonus damage and slows to work with off the back of that, as Balge unable to get away from them. Roy Shishi able to secure 1. Down goes Ajiao, down goes Sleepwalker. Vermilion Birdsmite popped, and BBE using the Draco Storm as the combat-orientated buff that it is to win out a fight versus the survival buff that WBG had.
Yeah, it's a perfect use of the Draco Storm. They picked that up from the Morris Blessing that spawns onto the map. It does give you 1 random buff. It's unlike the Realms of Yang, where you get to choose which buff that you pick. Obviously, if they had the choice, they would have picked the Vermilion's Birdmite. Just having that security in the game is so crucial to being able to aggro onto players. But when you've got Draco Storm, you're also very capable of taking things into your own hands and sweeping away a team like we just saw there. We are going to see them taking their resurrections and coming back into this game. So WBG still have a shot at picking up some more kills. They are at 6 kills on the board. J-Team and JL are tied with 10 as we're flipping into this fight here. 5-2-1 now on the Tessa Charm. We're seeing that Yoto ult just a little bit late here, as we are going to see them go into Kakaishi. taking a lot of damage. They are going to Wu Chen port out as soon as that Viper ultimate is over. Backing out pretty quickly here. They did burn most of their ults, and 521 do have that Vermilion's bird buff. So they are at a huge advantage into that fight. As we're taking a look now, JL, the other Vermilion team, is going to be fighting against Team TE. LYD lost all of his shield, forcing himself to ult up really quickly, but the Pillar doing an amazing job to peel here is going to knock both of these players off of the ledge they were on, bringing the fight down into a more open area, giving that Yushan a better chance to shine. And oh my goodness, One Fang with a crazy shot switches over to the musket and takes out Leo from the knockback of the Foren from the Takeda ult. JL's BVV, great communication on them for them to be able to pick up that kill, turning it into a 3v2. TE's Han just trying to back out now as fast as possible, doesn't want to be the victim of JL's BVV. Now JDG trying to come in and pick up all these kills here now. One Fang is going to end up going down, and now TE's Han, LYD on the back foot, as well as JL's BVV, who is in a lot of trouble now. Their Vermilion's Birdmite has ran out, and they're getting third party, so this is going to be difficult for them, situation for them to get out of.
VVV caught out inside the zone, trying to stay alive versus all three members of JDG. Keck gets the grapple on. VVV just trying to get the damage off on the Keck. Does actually chunk away a fair amount of that shield. Once again, using that Tana as effectively as they can. It's just still on the run though. Keck chasing them down. Hasn't found an opportunity to heal here from VVV. Keck has still got full health, full armor. This is going to be the end of him. But although Keck finds himself caught out, VVV getting the damage off. The clangs are coming in. Can't find the parry. There's the Soul Bloom as well for Keck, so he'll be A-okay. JDG able to secure themselves a kill. Picking up that player there from the side of TE. TE now eliminated from this game. Not having a great day, unfortunately, for themselves. Sitting 15th overall out of all 18 teams playing in the trios. As that Pampy is going to just get splattered by the staff of water. And FBX get their first kill of the game. Considering they started in 18th today, they've done some good work to step forward. And FBX are a team who have been, I would say, a little underwhelming. Ever since their roster switched from FBX to TE last season. And then TE take the World Championship as well off the back of that. There's always been that kind of FBX have fallen off. And this season, they have been typically standing towards the bottom end of the table. But I still see some shines of life in them. I still see this team who are very capable. They just need to be able to execute on it perfectly. As WBG straight into the realm of Yang. See if anybody is going to come in and contest them or not. BBE, worth thinking about it. We'll see if they do decide to jump in or not.
And BBE is probably going to try and wait to go in third. They're going to wait for that one team to go, okay, we're going to join in second. And, oh, it looks like they have gone in here. Into that, they tried to go in third. Somebody also contested that, so it's going to be BBE versus JL in the Realm of Yang. And I believe we are going to have one more Realm of Yang fight. One team entering again, WBG versus JDG. This is going to be interesting. Oh my goodness, is it going to be a 2v3? Like we saw earlier with DRG, the 2v3 happening. Unfortunate for JDG here. This is going to be very difficult for them to win. And it looks like JD, they don't have their Justina, the most crucial part of this composition, for them to try and make something happen here. As we are going to see, oh my goodness, 2-Dick coming in with a huge uppercut combo, making some solo moves onto WBG's Baiji, trying to hit him with the ultimate, but weaving and dodging as fast as possible.
Oh my word.
Locking down Baiji,
but
the zip heal is just too much for them, and as their ultimates wear off, they are going to be in a lot of trouble here. The parry coming out, the Aurora Burst trying to make something happen. 2-Tick trying to be making the plays with the Hung Sword, but is going to go down. Last alive is Kiki with the Yushan ultimate, and it's pretty much it for him. He can try to peel for as long as possible, but the inevitable will happen. Sleepwalker will come away with the kill, and that is going to be two of their players with the Yang depletion. WBG
I think
Realm of Yang.
I think if they had their Justina, they might have won that one. I think they started that fight really well. Imagine if you had the freeze follow-up, stop the zip from healing.
I wonder what the misplay was.
I assume ZDI got zoned off and just decided not to give a kill up. It's going to ring the bell, sees that nobody's about. They're at the shop. They have the money. Don't roll Soul Jades. Buy Rebirth Charms if they're in the shop. and then just run into the zone, get taken out, get picked back up again immediately. That's what I think the game plan should be. We'll keep our eyes though and see if that is the case. WBG running around outside. They've actually got FPX in the area. FPX have a Draco Storm, so WBG probably don't want to take this fight versus a Draco Stormed FPX, who are looking to hunt them down. Does see a Zhao, and here comes Dongqing, just trying to get some damage off, but deciding not to go for it. EWG using some rebirth charms off in the distance, picking up some of their teammates. As I don't know what the outcome of the BBE one was, actually. WBG have White Tigers. I don't know. I assume WBG... I can't remember who went into that other one. It was WBG.
It was JL and FPX.
Yeah. Okay. I swear BBE went in one. Right? Was it BBE versus WBG?
It was BBE versus Fun Plus Phoenix, I believe.
Oh, I see.
As we're
I feel
taking...
like it was WBG. I could be wrong. I thought it was WBG. Regardless, JDG on the run here do not want to be taking the fight. Obviously, ZDI doesn't have a debuff on them because they never went into the zone. But it looks like JDG have no interest in fighting, even with the 2 players with the debuffs on them. So either they have another plan, which is go for the rebirth charms and try and pick up their teammate, or they're telling me something I don't know. Is their JT trying to pressure up onto them, but no ult zone pops, and they're just going to back off.
Their Justina doesn't have their ultimate up right now. So if you see Kiki and 2Tick have their ult, but the ZDI doesn't have the Justina ultimate, which is the crucial part of making their comp playable into capitalizing and getting kills. And it looks like they already have their Yang depletion cured, so they will not be in that much trouble that wise, but they do need to get her ult up before engaging into any more of these fights. Taking a look now, Fun Plus Phoenix with the Draco Storm equipped are going to be scaling onto the side, not looking to engage too quickly, but they are sending some shots out with the range here as WBG, hungry for kills, chasing EWG into the zone here, and 9, and just sending these guys on a chase, and the cannon shot from Sleepwalker absolutely mauling the defenses of EWG's 9, taking him out of this game, leaving us with one less player into this game. WBG's Baiji scaling back into the circle. That weakness is just increasing every single time. They need to get back into the zone, heal themselves up, and get ready for this next fight, because JDG waiting in the wings here, as well as Fun Plus Phoenix on the other side of them. It could be very difficult for them. JDG 2Tick in the circle here is going to try and pick up some last-minute Soul Jades before entering this final circle. And WBG now edge guarding here, trying to make sure that 2Tick doesn't get out of the circle. If they would have hit that Wisp onto 2Tick, the cannon shots and the musket damage would be devastating for Team JDG right now. They are sitting in a very good spot. Gold Hung Sword in hand for 2Tick, as they are going to just try and back off. WBG not wanting to engage too quickly onto this fight, as all of these players want to be in that final circle.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to cleanse the debuff as well, so they're sitting pretty on that front. Everybody is just hanging in on this game. 9 minutes left. There's still plenty of time for stuff to change. We've got 18 players though, so it's definitely been a faster paced game. A lot more teams have been knocked out earlier. Only 7 teams left in this game, as J team are just going to be separating themselves off in the distance. BBE have been able to also cleanse themselves with the debuff, so they're going to be sitting pretty comfortable on that front. Just seeing if they can get some damage off onto WBG. Mora's Blessing spawns up, and in jumps BBE immediately. Sandstorm comes down to make sure nobody is going to get their hands on this one. And BBE, honestly, severely lacking in the gear front right now. Are going to finally get themselves some golden armor onto Roy Shishi, get some purple armor onto Ibin, but Snack is still a blueberry, very easy to pick off at this point. So, need to see if they can find something for them. Have got themselves a swarm to work with off the back of that, so kind of like a similar thing to a cannon, I guess, in that sense. Although, honestly, if I had Rupture Gale Orb and Burn, I think I'd rather have a cannon than a swarm at this point. That's how broken that Soul Jade is. It's 2 purple Soul Jades combined into one. Absolutely bonkers. Speaking of bonkers, 14 on his lonesome is being hunted down here by DRG. He's trying his best to get away from this one, but I don't think he'll be long for this world. Throws out a little wisp, tries to break away, and actually he has somewhat got away. DRG are going to keep the pressure up, but in comes Keck. Keck losing his health. Massive headshot coming in from 2tick on the musket, able to secure the kill. DRG thought they could get their cake and eat it. Split off to pick off the lone player, and they're going to pay the ultimate price for this. Stuns coming in from DRG. Are going to see if they can get their Viper away as 2tick low HP. Needs to find an opportunity to get some healing off as BBE now pressuring onto JDG. Ibin with the halberds, able to make quick work of 2tick, taking them down. BBE cashing in on yet another kill. 11 kills deep this game. An absolutely phenomenal performance. And remember, they're the only team who have spent points so far. The only team who are willing to burn those points is JDG. Once again, ZDI left alone by their team on this Justina. And is looking to try and escape, but has been caught out by Zhao, who has still got one last dash. Through the window they go, out to safety, away from them and into an invisibility bush. But
so
that has not been JDG's game so far.
JDG just had a incredibly huge misplay there. Is they got the one kill. They were picking up these third-party kills, and 2tick sees the DRG member out in the open, just with that, grapples onto him, goes into that building, and starts to focus on him, leaving his teammates behind to fight for themselves in a different fight. Whereas he's trying to face off against the one DRG member, gets the DRG member low, but he takes a bit of damage himself, and is left completely exposed to the other side, trying to regroup with his team, taking so much damage from these range shots in the middle. They did end up getting hit by a couple of ultimates, a couple of wisps. It was hell for them there, and it was very difficult for them to try and come out of that. And because of that misplay of him trying to focus on that one DRG member and not realizing what was around him, they're now left with only ZDI, and oh my goodness, they would have been left with almost nobody there, as people are taking a lot of damage from this Bane's Breath here, as DRG's Eye also taking a decent amount of damage from the Bane's Breath, as they're seeing Sleepwalker sending some cannon shots off, and Baiji sending some pistol shots over to teams. We've got a bunch of solos right now. We're seeing DRG, we're seeing JDG, a few teams with only the one player left. GRG as well, with only the single player. Fun plus Phoenix, 3 players left on the board. They do only have 1 kill though. Bamboo Esports with 11. J Team as well, tied for first place right now with 11 kills. Oh my goodness, the weapon swap
solo
combo
players
right now coming out. DRG Zai running back around, and this is what it's talking about. They're gonna try and peel, and then the third party's gonna come in. Oh my goodness, weapon swapping to gray armor as well. It's gonna be very difficult for Zai to be able to get out of this situation here. Able to get a pot off, but now ZDI in trouble as well, getting spotted out, because this is what's happening. You're a solo player, you try to go for a fight, you're gonna get spotted out. Everyone's gonna be coming for you because they want that extra single elimination.
Yeah, they thought they could get ZDI there. Well, ZDI thought they could increase their placement points there, but unfortunately, they're the ones who pay the ultimate price there. They go down, as does look like DRG's last player standing. XI is in some serious danger right now. I was just going to jump inside the building, break away, but J-Team, they smell them, and they are going to be hunting for this kill. Right now, though, Lee does need to heal back up. They do catch out onto them. Now we're seeing Ruishishi versus Baige get a whole bunch of damage off, looking for the counter, unable to make it connect, as Baige just keeping the pressure up onto Ruishishi. Ruishishi has that ultimate, is going to have to pop it soon. There it is, pop. Jumping forward, Baige goes over the shoulder, gets the damage down onto them. Ruishishi trying to find the charges to knock WBG into the zone, is able to do so. Has got healing, though, of that zip to keep them up and alive. A couple more charges left on the ultimate there from Ruishishi. May actually just not be able to use it all here. Is going to continue to chase forwards and see if an opportunity presents itself. Once again, the two Cicadas going toe-to-toe with each other. Baige still got 1 charge left on their ultimate. Is looking for the damage onto Ruishishi, unable to make that connection there. And with 3 minutes left in the game, 12 players and 4 teams left, it's about to turn into a bit of a bloodbath at this point, as J-Team taking a lot of cannon shots through the window here from Dongqing. He's just constantly lining shots up onto them. They have repositioned away, though. Can't stay there anymore, losing too much HP. Ice now losing a little bit more cannon fire. They're just, J-Team have got themselves pincered in a position where all this cannon goes, and no matter where they stand, someone has a line of sight on them. Someone has a shot that can land. And I do actually see FPX try to contest BBE there, but decides the better of it and do the move away. Ice, playing to their namesake, pops the Justina roll, gets the freeze down onto Balgay. Balgay almost at it there, loses a lot of HP. Ice continues the pressure up. J-Team, ZOII, keeping some damage now on to these players. Hasn't got that ultimate though, did just burn it. And that was J-Team's moment. There was that opportunity. Sleepwalker's in danger. J-Team almost able to take the kill onto them. Baigay loses most of their armor. Knocked into the zone. BBE coming in to try and zone them out here as J-Team keeping the pressure up. Head back into a safety spot. Have a dreadful whale to buy space for their team to heal. And they've managed to turn their attention away from them and onto BBE. Roy Shishi does a whole bunch of damage off there onto the members chasing him. But BBE get on top of the building and get themselves into a safe position. FPX on this low ground. Got the flamer though. That's going to be such a big tool for buying zone down in space and also just burning onto these members. J-Team getting cooked. FPX able to secure themselves. One kill with the musket onto ZYI as they go down. Now FPX pressuring up onto BBE's high ground as J-Team are being finished up on the low ground by Roy Shishi. Although Roy Shishi's been juggled around a little bit here. Has been able to reposition back onto the high where they can heal up and recoup with their Z, who is going to keep them going for the moment. Little trying to keep some damage off on to the members of FPX. Ice very low HP. Snack has been bopped into the zone and everybody is just scrapping for this building, this final remnants of the high ground right now. Snack is the one who is sitting on top as Lee is also going to jump up and join them. Now FPX, they've had enough of them. In jumps Roy Shishi, able to secure a kill onto Dongqing. The flamer, the low ground control that FPX were able to assert for themselves is too much here as there's just so much damage going off onto the members of FPX. Roy Shishi is going to get himself parried. Not back. Is going to jump back straight into the fight. Try and get some damage down. The zip healing is just too much for them. Water on the high ground being bullied by Lee and Snack as they're keeping the pressure up onto them. Roy Shishi jumps up, joins into the fray. Secures another kill for the members of BBE. Once again, it's a 1 versus 3. Can Ice pull it off? Can we have the free time? I don't think so. He goes down. Does get a parry, but that is BBE taking the win.
Aurora Burst for MVP. The lockdown from the Aurora Burst, he was able to pull it off about 4 times without getting parried. And Ivan would throw the Aurora Burst, and then Roy Shishi would come in with the pole sword with blistering edge while they were midair, and just it's instead of having to hit a ball from a pitcher throwing it at a super fast pace, they were playing T-ball. He just lined it up, tossed the ball gently up into the air, and batted himself a home run. It's, oh my goodness, the cohesiveness of that team, Bamboo Esports, the way that they play off of each other, they do it so well. The execution from that game is absolutely phenomenal. And Roy Shishi, the pull sword, coming into the combo on the hang sword. Even when Roy Shishi gets parried with the pull sword, the follow-up parry punish that the player throws onto him ends up getting him moving forward, and it moves him so far forward that he gets caught into Ibin's Aurora Burst and ends up going down, saving Roy Shishi's life. Like, that's just on another level of absolutely insane, and I just have no words. Absolutely unbelievable. It's for Team Bamboo Esports. I'm loving to see these SEA teams picking up the MVPs. It's great to see them starting to adapt, starting to learn. 5-2-1, they still have a bit of catching up to do compared to what BBE is doing, but the way that they pulled off that end circle was just goodness.
I think unfortunately for 5-2-1, they have been griefed maybe a little bit too much in some of their games. They've griefed as well, so it has come full circle. But BBE, 2 wins now. Halfway through the day, they are owning the share of the wins, and that is going to do them a lot of good. Like we were saying, after the last game, they were so close to Balder. and then they lost that last game really bad. Bowler got some serious points on the board and springboarded ahead of them. Another win for BBE is another step up towards Bowler, another potential challenge versus them. So really, really big stuff coming in from BBE, and I have to give it to them. They're playing today absolutely amazingly. And the thing about BBE that impresses me is I think they don't even look like they're that challenged when they're playing versus better lobbies where you have like the GGs, your OUGs, you know, you've got all the stacked teams in a lobby. BBE still show up, maybe not to this level, but they still show up. And I think that's what's proving to me that they're kind of like a version of KLA from the beginning of last season. If you remember KLA back at the beginning of spring last year, when they showed up out of nowhere, had an amazing performance, honestly looked like they were going to take it all. Obviously stuff happened and didn't make it to the bi-weeklies, but they looked, well, it's not the bi-weeklies, it's the grand finals, but they were set to take the whole thing. And that kind of feels maybe not where BBE at, but BBE feel like KLA in the second season in the summer, where they came back with a new roster after changing things out and still looked bloody good. Still looked like a top team contesting. And BBE, I think there's a world where they could be in a podium position by the end of the season. I think they have a lot of work to do to get there, and I think they have a lot of big teams to overcome, but they're definitely a team who, if I saw them on a podium spot by the end of this season, I wouldn't be like, oh wow, BBE made it. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. To me, that's my outlook on them. They're a team who I think is very capable of that. Let's bring up the scoreboard though, have a look where we are at. BBE, 17 kills coming in for them, 27.8 points, a huge game for them. J-Team coming over second place in 19 points. Now that is a surprise. I am surprised to see them that high. WPG, 10 kills under the board, 14 points for them. JL get 13 points, FPS get 8 points, and Bowder break the cycle. They're the first team of the day to get that fat old goose egg, that big old donut. 0 points over to Bowder. And this is big because BBE were closing in on them on the overall standings. And this goose egg versus a first place game from BBE is going to really shake things up on that front.
Yeah, it's really sad to see the donut with no Duncan. But, you know, it's got to happen sometimes. About taking that 0 point. It's going to be rough for them. They're going to try and make up that pace. They are still in the top 12 right now. Oh, in the overall standings. I think they're sitting in about 4th or 5th.
Yeah, sorry. That was, yeah, oh, sorry. I know what you mean. Yeah, sorry. I had a brain fart.
But yeah, they will still be able to try and make that back. They did play in day number 1, so this is their second day playing. So they have to do very well in these Morris Isle games if they want to keep a secured standing in the top 12. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to make it happen unless we're going to see 3 more donuts back to back to back from them. And I hope I didn't just cast or curse that right now, but moving on, we are going to be seeing Roy Shishi, Snack, and Iben. 8 kills for Roy Shishi, 6 for Snack, and 3 for Iben, putting up a lot of damage onto the board. As we're going to take a look at these overall standings now. DRG, 18th place. Fun Plus Phoenix taking DRG's spot from the start of the day. I mean, they're all playing their first games today. So after 3 games, we're seeing JL in 14th, TE in 15th, Fun Plus Phoenix in 16th, EWG, and then DRG taking 16th and 17th and 18th place, sorry.
The one that surprises me here is actually JL being in this bottom end of the table. I feel like JL being consistently very good. So seeing them on that bottom third of the table is genuinely a very, very big surprise. Obviously, some teams on this, like GG and Alliance, haven't played yet. Well, they have played, but they're not playing today. So they will move up and down, and they won't be able to do anything about it until next Friday, when they'll be playing up once again. J-Team almost catching up with their day 1 score. So that last game did them a lot of good, and J-Team really needed it because they are down low. But BBE have slid into second place. Bowder have been knocked back into 4th place off the back of this one. Absolutely huge performance there from BBE. And the big thing now is they're pretty close to Wolves. So I expect by the end of the day, BBE to be sitting at that top spot. And then it's on OUG, it's on KLA, it's on Wolves, all of those teams to try and reclaim that spot at the top. And BBE, they just got to do as much work as possible to avoid and evade losing a top spot. But they're doing a lot of work right now. And let's see how good a points they can set up. They still got 3 more games to go, so they still have a whole bunch of points they can put together.
The thing is with Wolves is they got 118 points in 1 day.
Yes.
So if they can do that again, There's no way that BBE is going to be keeping that spot.
I mean, it was only G who got 200 points in a day once as well. So
yeah, that was
a scary concept.
Back when we had the old format where we had a few more players, the triple parry from Z, just an absolute beautiful play there. Z is coming up with the crazy parries. J team always on that good parry timing. But when we had the old format with the bigger lobbies, we saw a 100-point game coming out from, I'm pretty sure it was GG. Back in the older seasons of the Nbpl, and this is what I'm talking about here. Is look at this, the combination of the blistering edge and the aurora burst, just setting them up, lining them up, ready for a kill. And J-Team's Ice there gets 2 parries, but the storm damage and the one player who didn't get parried following up on an attack is gonna put him to rest. Bamboo Esports coming through, winning game number 3, the last game that we are seeing on Holoroth today. Roy Shishi on the MVP, 24,278 damage, 8 kills, 7 assists. Having that Skyforce is also a crucial element that helps his team out. Giving yourself, the Skyforce Jade gives you a full armor reset after you get a kill. So being on the main killing machine, Takeda, especially with the pole sword, you take as much damage as you want on your armor. As soon as you get a kill, it's instantly back up to full. You have that gold armor, the blistering edge like I was talking about earlier on the pole sword as well. Just
wait,
phenomenal.
hold on. That 3,000 damage without weapon, that's not skills and ultimates, because that goes under skills and ultimates. Did they do 3,000 damage with their fist? What? That's bonkers. Second MVP, by the way, for Roy Shishi today. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming in from them. And remember, only team to spend points so far. Spend your goddamn points. You got 3 games left. I want to see teams starting to spend points to get teams to get comps that they are more comfortable on. Obviously, moving on to Morris Isle for these last 3 games of the day. This is a big shift because now we move into a world where you have the Fireflies. So the Takeda comps suddenly start to skyrocket in popularity. So do the Cannonball comps. Obviously, Tessa comps don't need it as much because Tessa can ult at 50%, but you know, there's still going to be Tessa comps showing up. It's a pretty standard go-to as a kind of like a third comp fill-in spot. But I expect to see a lot of Takeda priority coming into these next 3 games because those Fireflies and Takeda, it's a brutal combo at the beginning of the game. A lot of fighting. I'm very, very excited to see that. Anyway, we have an interview lined up, so we're going to pass it over to that, and then we're back with game number 4 and 5. So see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have JLTXJ come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是各位的T加勾。
Okay, welcome. So it's such a pity game for JL. I mean, game number 3, be out with 12 kills. So for now, how do you think about today's first half games? 那其实第3把对 JL 也是非常的可惜，拿了12个击败，但是早早淘汰掉了。那目前来说，怎么看待就是今天前3把的比赛呢？
前3把的话，感觉还行吧，强度的话，这周感觉进去是没什么压力的。
Okay, so I think it's just okay. And for today's performance, I think for today's game, we don't have such pressures than before. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Twitter, please. So this time our question is, which hero did JLTXJ use in the game 3? 那这次我们的问题是，我们 T 神在第3把用了哪一个英雄 ？But when we mentioned about the hero, I have to say, I want to mention game 2. I have to say, you're the god of Lone Wolf. How did you make yourself? At that time, you are the last person of your team. Also, you are the person who's standing at last. So how did you make that? 那其实不得不提一下第2把。独狼的神谭师姐作为最后一个就是自己队伍的人，但是最后用独狼取得了天选，是如何做到的呢？
只能说刚好有这个时机吧，他们都没有把注意力放在我身上，然后后续操作也没有失误嘛。
Okay, I think it's just because at that time nobody is focusing me, and I didn't make a lot of mistake in the final circle, so also I'm lucky. Well, please come down the time， 也是请谭姐给我们倒计时一下。
3、2、
In English, please.
3、2、1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. Also, like in this time sprint split, I find out like so for some team which we in our impressions is a kind of like strong old team, but they didn't perform very well, like maybe not very stable for the competition. But for some new team or some new players team, they maybe not perform very well in the beginning, but they catching up now. How did you think about these kind of phenomenon? 那其实现在我们有发现，就是对于一些老强队啊，就是像大家印象里面的积极啊、XCG 啊，好像感觉就是发挥的没有那么好。但是像新队，比如说 BB 啊、521啊，或者一些新组合的队伍，反倒是一开始表现没那么好，然后后面现在有点感觉追上来了。你怎么看现在这种现象呢？
可能就是老牌强队之前状态不是很好吧，这样版本之后变动呢，这节奏跟之前也不太一样嘛。然后新队的话，他们其实本身他们个人实力也不差吧，只能说是这个常规赛的节奏适合他们，最重要的还是得看周决吧。
Okay, so I think for all the like old team, maybe they are not quite a good stage, good step for themselves in the game. Also because of the patch changing, and we have to be able to like make our combinations or our good stage for the competition. And also for the new team, I think for them, they are quite have a good ability for the match. Also, they have to like use more time to play the game, to play in the competition. So now they are like perform very well is normal things. Well, also I have to mention about the last bi-weekly regular game. The last day is quite a kind of exciting but risky story for JL. Will you guys let it happen again? 那其实我还是要提一下上一个常规赛的时候，那一天最后一天非常的惊险刺激啊，差一点点可能就进不去这个周决了。你自己怎么看这一周的比赛？觉得还会让它再次发生吗？
这周的话，其实我们现在也磨合了比较久，这常规赛进周决肯定是没问题。
Okay, so although we have a new player this time, but we think we have a long time like in the training game. So now we have a good cooperation. I think for this time, it's easy for us to get into the bi-weekly finals. So how about this time's bi-weekly final? 那这次周决计划如何？
周决的话，肯定都是以夺冠为目标嘛。其实像前2周也都差点嘛，能说是差最后一把。
Okay, so I think for the bi-weekly final, we only have one target, is to get the champion. Also for last bi-weekly final and the first bi-weekly final is just one step to the champion. So for this time, we will do better. Well, okay, thank TXA come to our interview, and that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
对啊。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年在那个国内是吧？07年注册的8年，那这个哪一年这个11年，再看8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Did you see this coming?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our second half of the day, and we got 2 Morris Isle games coming up back to back. Back to Fireflies, back to business. BBE so far have been absolutely rocking it today, so I've got my eyes on them very much going forwards. JL, disappointing though, to be honest, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that happen. Sometimes teams just have an off day. They're not able to pull together what they've been trying to do. They've been getting griefed in these early stages. Their mid games aren't as strong. Their Yang plays, they've been doing a little bit of misplays. Communication seems off with the team. Their synergy just isn't there right now. They're not able to finish the games off strong. They're not able to start the game off strong. So they just need to find their rhythm back. Hopefully Morris Isle, the change of pace, the Fireflies, they'll be able to pull something out of the day, so it won't be a complete bust for them, and they'll be able to put a few more points on the board. But, you know, obviously nothing is set in stone until all 6 games are played. And even then, JL still do have day number 3 to play on the next weekend that we are going to be seeing them play. So hopefully they'll be able to pull something off. We do have 3 games to play, and stuff can still happen. And speaking of stuff, you guys like free stuff? I sure do. So watch the stream and keep watching the stream, and you will get some free in-game drops. The daily drops, the regular ones you're going to be getting for watching the qualifying, the normal bi-weeklies. We will get some Tay, some Silk, and some choice gifts. But if you're watching on the bi-weekly finals, you're going to be getting a lot of cool stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, free stuff is always amazing. So be sure to watch, be sure to be here. There's always some great NARAKA action going on the channel. Be sure to pick up these drops, link your account on Twitch to your NARAKA account, and you will be eligible to be getting all of these drops. And let me say, I've got some of these myself, and they are very cool in-game items. That's the thing that I love the most about NARAKA, is they don't play when it comes to giving away free stuff. There's lots of other games that are like, oh, here, have this free thing, and no one likes it, no one really uses it. NARAKA always brings out the drip when it comes to the free stuff.
Yeah, they do. They do give a lot of goodies out. Going away from freebies and stuff, I actually do want to bring back to a point you were talking about, how, you know, now we've moved on to Morris Isle, teams like JT might start to actually show up a little bit more. We have actually seen this as a quite consistent thing. I think there are some teams, and maybe it's a little unforgivable because I do think that is true, but some teams are not good at Morris Isle. They're better at Morris Isle than they are at Holoroth. I think that's a bit unforgivable at this point. Holoroth has been around long enough that you should be good at that map. You should understand the rotations and everything with it. But we have had a whole bunch of teams who actually don't really shine until the second half of the day, and then they really pop off and make up for Holoroth. I do think you need to learn Holoroth, though. Half your day is dependent on your Holoroth performances, but there are plenty of teams who struggle on Holoroth and then pop off on Morris Isle. And I will say, it might not be that. It might also just be the change of scenery, the change of pace, the change of map also might play into that for these teams as well. And it might not be them not knowing Holoroth that well. It might just be like they've had a bad game on the Holoroth and that kind of snowballs, but then you kind of have a full mental refresh and reset once you hit Morris Isle, because you're like, right, it's the second half of the day, we're going to be on this map now, and you start fresh. I feel like some teams do that. I do think some teams just suck at Holoroth still and need to get that better. But we'll see if JL can kind of find that reset, because I've seen them pop off on Holoroth. Typically, actually, they were better at Holoroth than they were on Morris Isle. Historically, they've had more wins on that map.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Well, I guess this is where we find out.
Something that you watch out with, like the differences between the maps. Each map has their different unique things. You've got the rage cages, you have the weather changes, all of these different things that incorporate into the different maps that you have to watch out for. And oftentimes, sometimes teams might not be as prepared for it. But yeah, like you were saying, the Holoroth has been out for a while now. We've had it in the game for a hot minute, so these players should be getting used to it. Of course, you know, you might be comfortable with a different map. It might not be your strong suit, and this is where you're really going to come through and shine. And that could be the case, but very well, like, you need to start making Holoroth a better map for you. As we're taking a look at these first picks, everybody is going to be going on the Sand Siphon with the Kurumi. So we are going to see all 3 of these heroes being added to the hero point list as we first start this game. The first round picks are all locked in, as we're going to be moving to the second round picks in a second. My guess is going to be these are going to be all the Sand Siphons, then we're going to see all Cannonballs, and then we're going to see all... Oh, I guess we do have a couple blind dates going off on the first, and J-Team running the Ice Pick again. So...
Really
it's up
liking
to the
this comp,
third
apparently.
pick. Yeah, they are really liking the comp. They did have a pop-off game with it last game. They didn't end up getting the MVP, but they still put a lot of kills on the board and were able to up their standing by a substantial amount. And we're going to see Fun Plus Phoenix diving into their hero points a little bit, taking a couple of those away from them. We are going to see them on the Sand Siphon. The rest of them are going to be running either Cannonball or the Blind Date, which I love the name, by the way.
Thank you. Some people don't like it.
First time hearing that today. Did you come up with the Blind Date name?
Yeah, that was my one.
Okay.
The others I can't take credit for, but Blind Date was me.
So yeah, I
did like Duncan's
today.
Duncan's version of it was he raised me Blind Riz, which I also thought was quite good.
Blind Riz,
but I think Blind Date's better. But yeah, that's by the by. I'm calling it Blind Date. I will make sure everybody ends up calling it Blind Date eventually.
I would usually call it just move, but
so I originally called it Skirmish Comp, but I thought that was too general because I also think the Taka comp's quite skirmish. So I thought Skirmish was a little too general. So figure Blindfold from the Viper, the Charm. They're trying to date you with the Tessa Orb.
And Wu Chen's really just so cute that you always want to be dating him.
Exactly, right? Perfect name. Perfect name.
Absolutely perfect name. I've been loving this, picking up on that here as we're jumping into game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited for this. We've got 3 games left of the trios coming through. This is going to be absolutely crazy. Morris Isle, we're going to see how these comps translate over, because we've seen J-Team pop off with Ice Pick on Holoroth. Let's see how they're going to be able to do with the different terrains, the different things, the Fireflies as well. If they're able to get Ice onto the Justina with the ult early game, and they're able to box the team in with that, it's going to be absolutely insane. The lockdown from the Yushan, the attack and damage from the Yodo, it's just a beautiful comp coming out here. As we're taking a look, the V3 coming out from the Viper, that's something that's been new to this season in this comp. Now that you have Tessa to fully stun, and you just play it for the no silence, no grapple, so you can't run away from the team as they're closing in on you after you've been Tessa charmed. It's something new to the season that we've seen, and I just absolutely love it. Taking a look here from the spawns, we are going to see a couple of teams spawning closer to the lower side of the map by the Shipwreck Expanse. It's going to be WBG, BBE, and a couple of other teams, 521 just north of that area here. And then we're seeing a couple of teams spawning over by the Eventide Temple and the Firefly zones around. We're going to see be seeing DRG going for the cave immediately, whereas we're going to see a couple of other teams as well closer to the Sunwings rest area. This is going to be an interesting map. They're pretty widespread right now. We've got a couple of clusters, but for the most part, we're going to see these few teams engage, and we're going to have a pretty long mid game, I'm going to assume, for this game.
Yeah, I think we are, to be honest. Although there will be a lot of action at the beginning of this game, though, so
for sure.
maybe that might change things up. Obviously, straight into Secret Tunnel, straight trying to find these Fireflies for each other. In they go, straight into the action. Kakaishi gets a whole bunch of damage down onto Uran. They mech up, but Uran has already lost so much HP in the time to mech up. Peak is trying to do his best on the mech here, just getting some damage down, but Uran over the shoulder, Kakaishi goes. Kakaishi just trying to break away, has had to switch out weapon. Peak, low HP, is going to be going down in the middle of this, and that's actually going to be XCG who's managed to turn this fight back around onto Balder. Uran on the run away from Kakaishi. Kakaishi trying to land a last couple of cannon shots as Uran goes down. And that is XCG quite comfortably taking this fight and taking over this area. As now we cut over to JL and TE going toe-to-toe already. We are to see a whole burst of damage coming, and TE just have total control over this one. JL are melted by TE.
Unfortunate early game again for JL. They face up against a powerhouse team like TE, especially on the Sand Siphon comp. Not even needing to invest their ultimates there, though. They just run over JL. JL has actually managed to climb up into that 12th place position. So they have passed that threshold. They've passed 5-2-1. They passed GG. They passed TE, Fun Plus Phoenix. But we haven't seen too much come out from them. They did pick up 3 kills at the start, so it did look like they might have been third-partied into that fight there. So hopefully we can see some more stuff coming out from them later on as we're flipping over now. Bamboo Esports fighting against J-Team. It looks like they're just going to be taking a bit of a range battle to start things off. Sending some warning shots. J-Team is over there. Almost full ultimate on Ice, and then we've got a half on their Yodohime there, as it looks like they might get sandwiched, and running into WBG here could be a very risky play for them if they're going to try and engage onto a fight. This could get dangerous. Oh my goodness. BBE coming in, Ice losing almost all of his armor, and that F3 from the Viper just dealing so much damage. We're going to see the Tessa Charm coming out as J-Team's Ice trying to make something happen with the Justina ultimate. Is going to end up getting stunned here, is getting protected, but is going to go down pretty quickly here. Oh my goodness, dashes out of the way. They do have that Bane's Breath to their name, so is going to just try and dash out of there as fast as possible. 3 dashes left, 1 sliver of HP. The players did manage to just not find him there as he comes back into this fight with 3 full dashes, is going to end up reviving his teammate as J-Team's Lee is going to end up peeling for him. WBG on the outskirts, not wanting to take the fight inside the Bane's Breath, and the Bane just absolutely saving J-Team from certain doom.
Yeah, nice cancelling the ultimate there, so 47% on the ultimate left. I think that was a pretty smart decision coming in from the side of Ice there. J-Team using that Bane's Breath. A pretty strong advantage. They're able to pull this one off, as we are now seeing EWG, one of their members caught out by the Tether. They're going to get charmed up. Does get a knockback and looks to break away. Losing a lot of HP, though, to 521. And 521 today has not been their day. They've had a pretty rough go of it, unfortunately. Getting caught out time and time again. They are looking to see if they can at least get this one kill under their belt. Meanwhile, on the bottom end of the screen, J-Team have re-engaged onto BBE and have been able to take out 2 players of BBE early. So there goes BBE, all 3 players down. So they will just go for a revive off the back of that one. But this fight, very extended here. EWG coming back around. Pampy catching out on to the player of EWG as down they go. Lovely little pick up there from 521. Pretty safe fight as well. They don't really lose or use much to get it. They just pick up a bunch of kills, or a kill.
Yeah, perfect use of the jumping LMB there to just keep him up in the air and keep him stunned, locked down. Able to come away with the kill. Very clean, very nice kill, as we're going to see doing a little bit of shopping, buying some hammers to switch things over. The congeneric swapping, a new thing that's been added. It's been in the game for a while now, I guess you could say. But we do have these weapons that are similar to each other. They have a congeneric opposite. So you have the hung sword and the katana. They're very similar styles of weapon. They have a very similar kit, I guess you could say, for their moves, how they work, their animation styles. You have the pole sword and the great sword that are both like a heavy sword style of weapon. You've got the dagger and the fan. You've got the staff and the spear. And you can go to these shops around the map in these rift dealers, and you can buy a hammer to switch your weapon over to the other congeneric. And so let's say you have soul jades for dual halberds, but you have dual blades. You can go to the shop and then switch them over to dual halberds instead of having to find another set of halberds that are the same rarity.
Yeah, it's really, really nice actually being able to do that now. What's the other one? Oh, halberds and dual swords. Yeah, you already mentioned that. Completely had a brain fart on that one. Dongqing keeping some pressure up here onto BBE. Remember, BBE are fresh off a revive here, so if they lose this fight, that's them out of the game, and they've just had an amazing start to the day. Do not want to, well, amazing start to the day, amazing 2 games. They do not want to be giving up a potential first place this quickly. Fat Milk finds himself in some serious danger. Dongqing putting so much work in. Out they zip to safety. Going to be able to pick up their teammate and break away, but FBX are hot on the heels. They've seen where BBE are, and BBE trying to make a breakaway. Did he just tuck underneath the riverbed there to break away? Oh, he got
He
away
just
with it.
broke Dongqing's ankles. Oh my goodness.
That was insane that he got away with that one. Fat Milk, though, still trying to get away from Dongqing. Dongqing has caught out onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk trying to break away, unable to really put much distance between him and Dongqing. As there he goes, shields up with the shield, with the sword, tries to get the old switcheroo onto Dongqing, and down he goes. FPX, ruthless and relentless. Ivan, the only standing player. Honestly, that tuck under the riverbed was so clutch by him. And now he has to find the money to get his team back. I don't know if he can, to be honest.
Such an unfortunate respawn. They spawned in, they thought they were alone. Fun plus Phoenix just ran up on them. It's a little bit of a misplay there. They could have just scouted out the location a little bit more. They did have the time to just wait a second before they respawned. So we are going to see DRG picking up a kill here onto Pampy. They are going to get the port out, and we are seeing a similar situation. The port, the res, the heal, and the peel. Ooh, that rhymes. As we're going to take a look. DRG's WFZ going to get a huge parry off, but the Tessa F is going to end up helping and saving the day. 521 Xian is going to be able to peel, but Pampy, oh my goodness.
Word.
The Tessa charm comes out, and DRG's WX98, Wushin 98, with the overhold double charge on the dual halberds, just absolutely decimating the health bar of all of these DRG players. Coming back around now, it's going to be JDG trying to third party onto WFZ. We're going to see these ults getting invested now. It is going to be a mirror matchup for the comps. JDG now getting ran very low, but we're going to see this health getting brought back here. ZTI in the storm is going to take damage. Full armor from the Karumi heal, but very little health. So we are going to see WFZ pick up the kill, and they are turning this fight back around now. And DRG able to sustain the third party here. And just now, fighting against JDG's Kiki, getting caught in the wind wisp. This is a 2v1 situation. Going to try and go for the overhold, but blasting him away. And that poison splash might actually be pretty lethal here, as Zai taking a lot of damage. And another third party. Oh my goodness. 5-2-1 back in the mix. DRG just getting absolutely slammed. And 5-2-1 are just ready to come back, and this is their second time they've ran this back, and it looks like they are going to be successful with this one here, because DRG are on such a bad footing right now, as they were caught in two fights, caught between a lot of different places, as WFZ is just going to try and run away. Looks like he might try and go for Yang as a solo.
I mean, it gives him the rebirth, I guess.
Yeah,
that's like the only thing I can think of, but man, DRG, honestly, 5-2-1, normally at their deficit will salty run back. That was the only time I think I've seen a salty run back fully work. Now, can he pull a miracle off? I don't think he can. He's lost a lot of HP already. Down he goes.
Doesn't even have all. There's no way.
They get the freest realm of Yang. Now moving over to J-Team, who've been having an absolute corker of a game. Going up versus Bowder, fresh off a 0 win. Bowder are going to be looking to prove something here. Ice goes frozen, trying to get himself into safety. Pops the ultimate. Rioran on that run away. We are going to see the Karumi ultimate has been popped. Rioran trying to jump in. Can they keep this pressure up? Knocking back, the freeze comes down. Peak goes down. J-Team keeping that pressure on. They just have the man advantage. They have the power advantage. And this is going to be the end of Bowder's time inside this run with Yang. Jinx caught out by the grapple. Slammed down by the Yue Shen. And J-Team take themselves the win inside this run with Yang.
Ice is pretty cold with those freezes. Hey, God, my goodness. As we see him come through, absolutely phenomenal Justina play here as we're flipping over. XCG's Kakaishi with a huge parry. Going to try going into the dagger Soul Jade here, as we are going to see Kakashi going into that ultimate as well. We are going to see him flip from the dagger into the Yodo ult. Is not going to deal too much damage. Not a very useful ult there, as we saw him flipping into the mech. Was able to use a little bit of peel, but didn't capitalize too much on the damage. Now trying to focus onto TE's LYD, lowest on the battlefield here, and boom! Sniper shots from the cannon, able to deal so much damage with that turret on the Faria mech here. TE's Leo now getting stunned, locked out of his Merciless Havoc, and we are going to see them just putting so much pressure on the TE right now. XCG really stepping it up in this game here as NiHQ taking a lot of damage now. Could be dangerous. NiHQ is going to go down. We are going to see the Dreadful Whale come out again, and this Jade is just so powerful, man. XCG's Kakashi trying to make something happen again onto TE's Han, and he's able to hit the Dreadful Whale again and again. Oh my goodness. The parry timing is just not in TE's Leo's favor. He was not able to pick up a parry onto the Dreadful Whale. As soon as you miss the parry on it, you're open to all of those shots and all of the follow-ups from the teammates attacking. NiHQ is also going to be able to get revived because they did have that Vermilion's Bird by Might buff. So they are back at full strength, and they just picked themselves up a whole bunch of kills. Ladies and gentlemen, Bauda respawning with 2 minutes and 36 seconds left to get themselves a Soul Bloom Essence, as they did just get ran through by J-Team in the Realm of Yang.
Yeah, looks like they are going to be able to find out onto 2tick from JDG on his lonesome. He is going to try and buy some space away, but there's a nice little parry onto Jing, making a break for it here. 2tick trying to see if he can force Bowder off. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. So one player cleansed. Unfortunately, that is going to be, I believe, the end of JDG's run. I know they've got one player left. As we are now cutting over to WBG, who are currently escaping a fight versus J-Team. J-Team are not happy about that, so they're going to keep the pressure up onto WBG and see if they can find themselves the kill. Fat Milk somehow finds the rebirth charms and is able to pick up his teammates. So from what was a bad start there for BBE, is able to get at least one player back. That is going to be his Tessa. Does still miss in the Viper. Is still missing the Viper, sorry. As EWG coming in for this third party onto WBG, catching a whole bunch of damage. J-Team joining in. Ice, I don't know how close they are to ultimate, but this would be the perfect lineup to get the freezing down. Doesn't even seem like it's necessary because 9 gets a heal off, but he's losing so much HP. J-Team relentless with the damage. 9 goes down, able to secure the kill. The Golden Katana doing so much work here. Oh, that's the Hong Sword again. I always get it muddled up. Able to do so much work with that item. And is just going to head up back to the top of the tree. Squirrel mode activated.
And the Katana's become pretty obsolete in NARAKA with the introduction of the Hung Sword. The movement is just so much better. The neutral is just there's so many more things that you can do with the Hung Sword, especially like the change ups you can do in solos with the switching the rhythm of your combos. And the way that you can charge a blue and then fake it, dash away, and then go into a white attack or a light attack, it's a very confusing weapon for lots of these players who are trying to fight against it. Super unpredictable and very hard to fight on reaction. So having a Hung Sword, especially with the Aurora Burst Jade, it just is so much better than the Katana with the Katana Gold Jade, because you don't get that gold focus when you're finishing the 2.0 charge from the Katana.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a look at the Realm of Yangs, everything's in the south. The Mora's Blessing, all the Realm of Yang portals. Like, you need to be south if you want to get some gear. WBG kind of stuck on their lonesome, actually. Balge away from the rest of their team. This is a little bit rough on that front for them. Does look like they are going to be rejoining fairly soon. XCG didn't actually want to hang around and fight WBG. They decided they'd much rather head towards where the action is, towards where all the gear is. And we have 15 minutes left in this game and only 24 players. This game has moved incredibly quick. We thought this would be like a bit more of a chill mid-game. We were wrong.
We were
incredibly
100%.
wrong. What we didn't realize was J-Team are one of those teams who, when they do find their like momentum, they will just pressure constantly. Now, looks like J-Team actually losing a little bit of HP here. There's going to be the freeze onto Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker is donezo at this point, just trying to do a little bit of last-minute desperation damage onto J-Team, but not able to make the connection happen. And there it is, the last member of WBG. Can they buy a rebirth charm? No, they did not. I did have the money, actually, but they're not going to do it. And I guess the shop didn't have any.
Yeah, the rebirth charms do sell out. They don't have an unlimited stock of them, and it looks like Pampy, Yin, and Unique are going to get a free Realm of Yang here, giving them a free gold weapon and a buff. You guys know the drill, ladies and gentlemen, but if you are new here, the Realm of Yang, you fight in a 3v3 battle in trios, a 1v1 battle in solos. If you win, you get a box with a bunch of cool stuff. If you lose, you got 4 minutes to get a kill. 5-2-1 Yin with the purple pistol in hand, gonna hit the bell, see if there's anybody around them. They did get the Draco Storm, as it was the free buff that they got from the Morris blessing in the Realm of Yang. We did hear a ballista shot in the distance there, so somebody is going to be camping that ballista that is nearby to this area. And it looks like we are going to see a fight start up pretty quickly here. Jing using that ultimate to get away and try and peel from the Tessa charm. We are going to see him still ending up getting caught. Ivan using that charged attack and then the parry coming through. Oh my goodness. Fat Milk with the parry, the jumping LMB into the charged RMB. Just absolutely crazy. Great work, great skill. In and out, clean kill.
Nice little pickups there for the side of BBE as well, because they need to get as much money together as possible and then find a shop which has a rebirth charm in it if they want to get their Viper back. Because right now, 13 minutes left in the game, they are 2 players in this trios, and without your Viper, especially even if they do bring the Viper back, it's going to be, you know, grey armor, grey weapons. It's going to be pretty rough here for the side of BBE. They got a lot of work to do if they want to try and find the win here. Those 2 kills are going to do them some good. Bowder getting 2 kills as well, but the difference, well, the thing about Bowder is they've also got 2 players down, so it's just the one for Bowder, so it'll be a hard press game here for them. There's DRG hunting around with the Draco Storm themselves to try and find some kills, to find anybody they can take out. Get some points on the board with this buff, but no, there is going to be too many. They've kind of killed everyone already. 10 kills onto Bowder, 10 kills onto J-Team, 7 onto TE. A couple of teams are just really in control of this game. 7 onto XCG as well. This is very much a game where those teams who have kind of snowballed their lead and picked up loads of gear, they are really unstoppable right now. Forces of nature to deal with.
I don't think there's anything natural about that. They're some powerful forces, but nature is definitely not one of them. This is unnatural, the way that they are able to come through and just work their way into getting they're a well-oiled machine, just working in as a cohesive unit to strike down and just infiltrate and destroy all of these other teams that are trying to do the exact same thing, but they're just not able to pull it off. DRG's WFC is going to end up going into the circle a little bit here. He does have that health regen from the Draco Storm, so he isn't going to be taking too much damage in the storm, hence the name Draco Storm. It looks like J-Team here, they have picked up the Valiant challenge to try and get themselves a little bit more money if they do survive the 3 minutes and 36 seconds left on the challenge, which gives them a mini version of the Mystic Might buff, but only the UAV set part, not the other aspects of the buff. But if they do survive, they will get 7,500 credits, which will give them a lot of money to be able to go shopping and get some more soul jades, scale their loot a little bit better, and give them a better advantage in the game. JL, 3 kills on the board so far. They did have a very unfortunate early game. They picked up the first 3 kills, got third party by TE right away, ended up going down. But they're looking pretty scaled right now. They haven't spent most of their time trying to gain back their footing. They've just been scaling their loot, biding their time, and they're going to try and finish strong in this end game. And hopefully they're going to be able to do just that, because you know when they shine in the end game, they really take over the game, and it's super fun to watch here. As we're going to see J-Team, they have picked up the scent of Bauda Ziran. The last player alive on this team is going to try and just run away as fast as possible. Does not want any smoke or action right now. We did see Iran clutch a 3v1 before, but the huge assist from the Storm from Bauda Ziran there. So we're going to see him getting grappled on by J-Team's lead. The ultimate is going to come out. The F3, the F ability from J-Team's lead. The Phoenix Blast coming out too. Oh my goodness. They're going to see the Furin coming out. J-Team's lead taking a lot of damage now. And oh my goodness.
You're right.
You going to be able to clutch this up? The third party's coming in as well. J-Team in shambles right now. This could be a very difficult here. Yiran getting hit by the demo. Oh my goodness. JL's TXJ picking up the kill. Demolition rounds here is going to be very unfortunate for them. DRG now joining into the mix. It's a whole party, ladies and gentlemen, as JL's TXJ needs to get out of there and join the rest of their team before they get into any real trouble. J-Team almost got into a lot of trouble. They almost got 1v3'd by Bowdo's Iran. It would have been the second 1v3 that would have happened. I really wish they would have let that fight play out and nobody would have third-partied. But that's not NARAKA if there's no third parties, am I right?
I mean, it's how the game's played, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, like the teams who master the third party are typically the teams who do really, really well. JL, I mean, they've got the variant challenge on themselves, and they are also thinking about jumping onto that Mora's Blessing. Not sure the smartest idea in the world, but they are going to go for it. And actually, there's the Yoto F to make sure no one can really interrupt them, and they are going to get this. So golden armor goes on to TXJ. I think there was a golden repeating crossbow in there as well. Don't know what the soul jades are, unfortunately. I can only read one language, so I'm not much use there. But we're able to grab himself a couple of the golden soul jades, and XCG chilling in the distance. I believe J-Team have now cashed in on their variant challenges. JL shouldn't be too far behind them on that one as well. The question is are they going to be able to find a shot to go roll soul jades on now? Because 8 minutes left, zone's pretty small at this point. So eyes on if J-Team can do that.
There used to be a trick that you could learn. If you memorize the characters for each one of the weapons names, the gold soul jades had the weapon name in them in Chinese.
That's
so
very cool.
Recognize, that's what I did, as I recognized the weapon name and I was able to know which soul jade. But they since taken out the weapon names from the soul jade names, so unfortunately we can't use that trick anymore, as WBG's Baiji taking so much damage and J-Team Lee able to pick up the kill here. J-Team a force to be reckoned with. As you see, he's got the Aurora Burst and the Gold Hang Sword. That's going to be and Rampage. They are scaled right now. They came in, they picked up one kill, and they just backed right off. They are surgical right now. Precise movements, doing everything. Very, very skilled and calculated attacks right now. They're not going in, they're not overheating, they're not going to try and pick up 3 or 4 kills. They know they're not going to get a squad wipe in this climate of how the game is being played right now, because everybody is looking to pick up these third-party kills. You go in, you get one, you back off, you heal up. And they did a perfect job of that. They might try and catch on to another person. Ballista now coming into play here, taking a lot of damage onto WFC. He does have that Phoenix Blast in hand too. We are going to see them port out, and it looks like they are getting on to the top of this tree here. Now scaling over the other side, hiding in the invisible bush. They do not want to engage too quickly right now. They want to keep their placement points till the end. They only have 2 players on the board, and they only have 2 kills. So the longer they stay in this is the better it is for them, as J-Team scaling the opposite side, trying to come in. Oh my goodness, BB's Ivan is going to go down to DRG's Wushin 98, and it looks like J-Team's ready to start engaging again here as they see 5-2-1 scaling in. They are going to back off and just kind of throw it to the other side as, oh my goodness, Lee getting dangerously low, forced to ult early here. This could be a decent misplay as TE was able to sneak up from behind them and deal tons of range damage. They're now going to try and capitalize on these ults here, and they're able to do it! Oh my goodness! J-Team's Ice coming in with the crazy freeze and another one here, able to pick up 2 kills. They said, you hurt my Lee, we're going to just absolutely demolish you. 2 ults invested, and I thought it was a mistake at first. They used it to recover, and TE just got flipped right on their heads, able to get a full reset too here. They're going to try and regain some rage, get into a little bit of a range battle, but they're getting sandwiched between a lot of teams. Kakashi forced to use that Feria ultimate pretty early here as well. We are going to see J-Team's Ice taking a little bit of damage, and that Bane's Breath, the late game Bane's Breath that has been added to the game this season, has been very difficult for them. J-Team's Ice now trying to dodge these cannon shots from Kakashi. This is going to be dangerous from there. They're going to have to scale that other side, or they're going to have to run into 5-2-1, and they're going to send the ultimate out. ZE goes down, the stun comes out, and oh my goodness, that's going to be it for J-Team here. Oh, Ice on the freeze, but yeah, this is going to be it for them as Lee goes down and Ice goes down. They've got 13 kills, so they are still going to have a pretty decent standing in the game, but unfortunate, they got backed into a rock. The other way was a hard place. They had nowhere to go, and they went to heaven instead.
Yeah, you see DRG with the swarm here, actually able to apply a fair amount of control here. 5-2-1. 5 kills under their belt. It feels like they should have more. They've been very aggressive this game. Only 5 kills is a little bit of a disappointing scoreline as in comes the damage. Leo goes down to Wuxin. 98 is there able to secure the kill onto him with a repeating crossbow in the middle of all of that action. DRG in control of the area. I see a mech up coming in from TXJ. 12 players and only 4 teams left. This has gotten very, very tight very quickly already. And 5-2-1 immediately taking a whole bunch of fire. They're going to teleport in, but it's not the right place. TXJ lines up the shot perfectly. And now DRG, they're the ones under fire. Yin takes a cannon shot to the head, trying to dodge away, is able to avoid onto this one. But DRG are just going to be gifted the kill instead. TXJ doesn't have much longer left on that mech. Same thing with Kaishi. He mech'd up around the same time. Pampy losing their life to XCG there with the musket shot coming in from NIHQ, and suddenly there were only 3 teams left and only 9 players left. It is a 3 versus 3 versus 3 to round this one out. Now DRG, WFZ, there you go, got himself the swarm out, just trying to get a bit of poke off. Pops the ultimate. He's going to look to come in for the pressure. Kakashi, low HP. It's not going to take much to finish him off. He's going down. That's going to be the kill for Wuxin. Keeping the pressure now up onto the rest of the players. DRG, though, losing a lot of HP. NiHQ is just putting the pressure, putting the damage down. They're going to have the Kurumi shield ult coming out to make sure that they heal up, recover that HP back, and then jump straight back into JL's business. That's going to be a whole bunch of damage, though, done to their Takeda. He's still got 2 charges left on the ultimate, but he's being bopped around a lot here. Doesn't even get all the charges of his ultimate off before it times out. NiHQ somehow slides in. They get the pickup, but immediately he's going to get Kakashi into the mech to safety. Kakashi somehow gets away with his life, but JL are able to secure the kill. That's another one for them. Picked up 8 so far. Keeping the pressure up onto NiHQ. It's down he goes. JL secure themselves yet another kill. Only 1 more team. Sorry, only 2 more teams left. But they have got the man advantage. JL have the power here. They have the men to take these fights. Wuxin 98 trying to break away from TXJ. Caught out by the grapple. The pressure's coming down. He's got so much work he can do with that staff. Gonna throw the ultimate up and try and get a little bit of additional damage down. Jiaonan just breaking and dodging away. He's almost going to get hit up by his last couple of slices, but he dodges them all. Not going to be able to dodge the pistol shot there. JL are the last team standing.
JL just got revenge. When they were having that range battle at the start, JL was putting in so much work to take out the players of 5-2-1, and they didn't get a single kill. DRG took 1, and XCG took the other 2. So they said, you know what, you guys stole our kills, we're going to kill all of you and come out and win this game. Absolute phenomenal performance. And we said we didn't know what JL was doing. They were having a bit of an underwhelming performance. More aside, they showed up, they're ready to play, baby. That is what I'm talking about. Team JL showing what they can really do as soon as they get comfortable and ready. The way that they executed that final zone, they just came in on the attack, played it super smart. They were able to take down so many of these players. I think they gave up maybe 1 or 2 kills in that final fight. Kakashi, the first time he went down was to DRG, but the rest of those kills were all taken by Team JL. The Faria mech was timed perfectly. That Yoda ult at the end just making those players peel away from each other, so they were able to capitalize and get both of the kills instead of having one of the players from DRG or XCG picking up the kill and then them just killing the last player. Phenomenal performance.
Yeah, really solid performance coming in from JL. Able to secure themselves their win. Considering the start of the day has been pretty disappointing from them, it's good to see that they are able to fire back and come in with a really good game under their belt. J-Team as well. I did not expect to see J-Team play this well, but honestly today, after all of my criticism of them, they have bounced back and just looked absolutely amazing. I mean, that game, disappointing that they went out where they did, because I actually think this could have been their game. Unfortunately, they got themselves caught out and they paid the price for it. But overall, absolutely amazing game coming in from a whole bunch of teams. BBE, I have to give it to them. While they didn't do that much there, the fact they survived that late into the game is impressive. They out-survived Bowder, able to get a rebirth off, so they had 2 players just to make sure they had that extra chance of survival. and I think they were like top 5 roughly. It was pretty close. Let's have a look at the question though. Get some points for you guys. Get some goodies. Which player used Teta in game 4? Was it TE's LYD, 521's Unique, WBG's Bagay, or D J Team's Ice? I think D should be an easy answer for you on that one, if I'm going to be honest, because in the name. Make sure you answer A, B, C, or D into Twitch chat. Check your whisper boxes, because that's where your gifts will be awarded. That's where you will be notified of your victory.
And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you one hint and one hint only. It's not D.
I just gave that hint, my guy.
Yeah, building off of your hint into it. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these gifts are very cool. Make sure you pick up your free stuff. Hopefully you guys win. Good luck to the winner. Wow, what a game. JL, after getting third-partied at the start, coming in with 3 kills into that final circle. Instead of trying to fight in the mid-game like we've seen them do before, and that's usually where they would end up going out, they wouldn't get very many kills because they would go out in the mid-game. They bided their time, they scaled their loot, they hunkered down and just they picked their spot. They said, okay, we're not going to do anything stupid. We're going to play as safe as possible. They kept their distance, and that's where J Team went wrong. Is they were being surgical, and then they started getting a little bit too feisty and started going for these kills. Got caught out, took a bit of damage. Everyone saw that they were getting a little bit of damage done. Okay, we're gonna do some more damage. We're gonna do some more damage. Everyone's targeting J Team now. They get ulted on by 521, and that's it for J Team. Unfortunate to see them go like that. They still picked up a good amount of kills. They popped off last game. They popped off this game. They didn't manage to secure the end game, but they still had enough points to have a respectable game.
I'd be surprised if they're not top 4 after this. Oh, top 3, sorry, after this one. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, though. We'll get our answer there.
There we go.
JL, 12 kills, get themselves a 20-point win there. 20.2 points over to DRG, who had 14 kills, just very, very narrowly behind them by 0.6 of a point. J Team do take third. Those 13 kills they're able to secure for themselves. Unfortunately, just knocked out a little bit too early, but the multiplier, the placement points weren't quite the same. XCG going to 4th with 15 points. No goose eggs, though. Everybody scored something here. BBE probably kicking themselves about this one, because this could have been their game to go into first, and then the next 2 games could have been putting more and more points under their belt. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite the performance they needed, and next game they are going to be very close, very, very close to that top spot, but they've got to do some work for it. You can see JL here, pretty low damage, to be honest, and this is the thing about JL here, was they weren't starting the fights, they were just ending them. They were finding really good opportunities to come in with the third parties with the range harass and secure kills without putting themselves in the line of fire. So damage relatively low across the board. I mean, 14,000 damage onto VVV on the Pharah, 10k onto a Yoto. I think the lowest we've seen on a Yoto has been like 21 today. So that should say a lot. This is a very low damage game from JL, but they were just third partying absolutely phenomenally to be able to take it. We'll bring up the scoreboard to see where we are at the end of this game. Nothing really too exciting here. I mean, 521 have actually in 4 games done more than they did in 6 games on Friday. So that's a step up. That's an improvement from them, but they are still not above that line. They need to make it into the top 2 tables if they want to make it to the bi-weekly finals next Sunday, and they're not been playing on Friday, so they got a lot of work to do on that front. This is where more of our teams who are playing today are sitting at. JL and moved up to 8th spot right now. WBG making up for a terrible day 1 with only 15 points already on 40, and XCG also improving on the previous score. It's all about the top end of the table, though. That's where the exciting stuff's happening, Seb. That's where we'll see the likes of what BBE and how close they are to that number 1 spot, that spot at the top. Here it is, 2 points away. 2 points. 2 good games. They're going to be sitting very pretty.
Yeah, and it's not bad to be there. Once you hit that 100-point threshold, there's no way that you're going to drop 11 places, right? You're not going to go down to 13th or 14th place after you hit the 100-point threshold. They're all safe. Now they're just trying to put as much points as they can to get those extra pre-posed points that you get for placing higher. As you know, when you go into the finals, your points don't completely carry over, but the more points you get, the more starting points you get in the finals for the bi-weekly splits. And
I will say though, WBG had very low points going into this bi-weekly final, and they still won it. And that's down to the new system, the way the new system works. With the bi-weekly finals, you can have more or less games. You have to get that win while you've got an MVP under your belt to actually take it all. And WBG able to capitalize on that. Really, really nice to see.
Also, just have to give a quick shout out to chat for everyone that spammed D.
that was just saluting them, and they're going down with the ship there. In the replay from the point of JL here, what they were seeing in that game, early start, late ending, just really, really clean stuff coming in. And VVV on this Pharah was very, very consistently good. Really, really impressive stuff seeing coming out from them. So, and again, remember, they don't do that much damage. They actually had a very low damage game from JL. As you can see, everyone else was just kind of putting it up, and they were just dunking it with the ranged weapons, with this cannon, with the muskets, and all of that was just paying off absolute dividends for them. Just doing so much work, picking up those last couple of kills. Really, really nice stuff from JL.
Yeah, I love seeing that perspective as well. Seeing the comms, it really gives an outside NARAKA viewer the perspective on how crazy it is when you're sitting there, you're locked in, they're yelling and screaming at each other. Being inside the stadium and watching them play a match, you're just hearing yelling and yelling and yelling, and then it's quiet when there's not that many people fighting. They're just chatting amongst each other, and then fights go off, and you hear two teams start yelling, and the synergy and the way that these teams are able to work together, the teamwork, it's just absolutely amazing to see. MVP for today, though, TXJ, 10,234 damage, 6,000 of it with the ultimate, the Deado rounds. Deado rounds was what was doing a lot of damage, taking away the opportunity for J-Team to get that kill onto Bauda and get the 3v1 on Yiran. Yiran ended up dying to those detonating rounds, and it's just so unfortunate to see.
Yeah, it really is. But there you go. JL get their first win of the day. And, just after I said, I think they're actually better at Holoroth, and they had a bad day on Holoroth. They come back, they reset mentally, changing maps and sort of obviously kind of give them that kind of new lease of life. But they have some work to do, because today started pretty tragically for them. They're still, I think, 50 points total, so it's not been that bad, but they, as a team who are typically in the top end of the table, have a lot of work to do if they want to clamber their way up a little bit higher. But that win there, definitely going to put them a bit of confidence. And remember, it's back-to-back. It's back-to-back games. So we'll be going back into game 5 pretty soon. And it's on JL to kind of keep that wind in their sails and carry that momentum into this 5th game. Again, though, something that we haven't really seen too much of, and I talked about after game 3, was hero points. Teams are not spending their hero points. Like, spend them, man. Like, you got 2 games left. This is the point where you can just start burning through. Make sure you get the comps you feel most comfortable on to put as many points on the board as possible.
Well, yeah, now you've got 2 games left. You have 9 hero points in total. If you haven't used a single one of your hero points, which is what we've been seeing typically, they just play the comp. They play the comp. They need to start using the hero points. We saw BBE. They started using their points. They started picking up kills, and if they started doing that again, it'll work perfectly in their favor. Yeah. If all the teams start to do it, then it might get a little bit risky, because then the third picks, if let's say Sand Siphon gets banned in the first round, then in the second round everyone also picks Sand Siphon, then it's a whole bunch of hero points for that bottom team. But it's still possible for it to happen. We'll see how things go. I doubt we're gonna see much hero point use right now. Hopefully, like in the later patches and stuff that people are starting to work out with different comps, we'll see a little bit of a change. But for now, I feel like people are able to just fill into comp A, comp B, comp C, right? We've got the Blind Date, we've got the Sand Siphon, and then we've got the Cannonball. And then, we have the Ice Pick variation, and then we have the Karumi and Z-Ping variations. And just those little switches are enough for them to not have to use hero points.
I am really liking the ice pick variation of Cannonball. I think it's really interesting to see, but some teams said they've obviously put some time into it, because I feel like it's starting to show up more than it did when it first reared its head. And I think people recognize that this is a very good comp, and you know, it's always like a legally distinct version, because the Justina gives such a different identity to the team from what the Pharaoh gives. So I think it's really interesting to see, you know, some of these teams have actually taken the time to properly master this, and this is weirdly kind of like a third comp. It's not really like a 3.5 because it is very different. Like, it uses two parts of a different comp, with the Justina being the variance and the difference there, but it plays very differently because it's not about 100% Yoto uptime at this point. It's about peeling for the team instead of using just the mech as a big safety net you can hide in.
Taking a look here, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hop into game number 5. The hero picks are going to be coming out pretty shortly. We'll get to see who's going first, second, and third, and then we are going to be deciding on whether or not to use these hero points or not. I hope, like you said, I hope we get to see the hero points getting used. It definitely made for a more exciting game when BBE used the hero points. They ended up capitalizing, they ended up coming out on top. But the problem is they've had a couple bad games. So if they go back to using the hero points and it doesn't work, then they're in a little bit of a hole and they're forced to play for their last game. They're forced to use those. They're forced to play whatever comp they want to fill.
Yes, absolutely. Well, here we go, having a look at what everyone is going to be rocking. Going in, well, who's going to be selecting in what rotation? Going into this hero select. See what everyone's going to be having. I would love to see how many points they got right now, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait until hero select to get that information. Just having a look at where everybody is. BBE will be able to probably pick up that Sand Siphon. I expect them to, as that was definitely the comp they looked most consistently good on. They did go for the blind date in that last game, and I don't really think it worked quite as well as they maybe would have liked it to. Although they lock in the Cannonball. Okay, so opting away from Sand Siphon towards Cannonball. 521 doing the exact same thing. Honestly, though, interesting to see how all of these teams, other than BBE, are still rocking the same points they had at the beginning of the game. Like, their starting points are pretty much the same. XCG locking in the Kurumi variant. Oh, XCG have 0 points. Wow.
Yeah, they just went from 6 to 0 points.
Yeah, that was obviously like a miscalculation on the graphics end. They have 0 points right now, so this is their last time they're picking for free, effectively, where they can pick whatever they want. So it's on them to make sure that they lock in, you know, a pretty decent comp for themselves.
Well, EWG as well, though, have just dropped down to 1. JL have just dropped down to 0. Oh, it looks like they're going back up. They're going to switch the comp out to keep their hero points for that last game. And Fun Plus Phoenix there now, dropping down to 1 hero point. So they're playing their Sand Siphon for the last time, and now the points are going to increase.
Now we can see who's actually on the increase round right now. Over to the side of the last rotation, Blind Date comes in here for TE, as they actually can't afford anything else. They have 0 points. Seeing JDG also locking in a Blind Date for themselves. DRG still got 9 points though, so they can burn some points at this point. See what they're going to go. Ice Pick for Bowder. DRG spending the points on Cannonball, burning through into his final rotation.
Yeah, and using those points it's fair enough. You're going to start to use them up here in these last games. Once you've picked heroes certain amounts of times, you're not allowed to use them again. Where it's not necessarily you're not allowed to use them again. Is you pick a hero once, you don't lose any hero points. You pick a hero again, you start to lose hero points. You pick a hero multiple times, and you lose more and more points, which is why we've seen like people switching out for Ice Pick, is so you're still losing a few points with, you know, the Yushan and the Yodo coming in again and again, but then you're able to switch out that Faria for the Justina, and it's still an effective composition, but you're losing less hero points. So there's the, you know, the in-game tech, and then there's, you know, the outside of the game and like the pro league surrounding rules that you also have to take into consideration when these players are choosing.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what some of these teams on 0 points are going to be picking up in the last game. They could pick up some monks, although it would be hard. They can't go full traditional transformers because of the Yue Shen already being used quite a lot. So I'll be interested what their final comps are going to look like. Maybe they'll be able to squeeze in like a blind date comp or something and stick to the meta. We'll have to find out going into this final game of the day. But we still got this game number 5, all to play for.
The risky part are the teams on 1 point that are going to be in the third bracket, the third selection
that 1 point
for
is
the next
basically
game.
0 point at that point.
You are in a very tough spot because the hero points are going to be increased by 1 for a lot of the heroes. So you're not going to be able to choose. You're going to have very slim pickings, and there's an off chance that you might have to play a non-meta comp or do something that you're definitely not wanting to play. Lots of these teams, though, are, they've planned this all out. So by the last time, they don't have to gamble the fact that, this player might pick this comp so that we can't play it. They always have a backup where they can, go to a safety comp if they really, really need to. It might not be their best composition, but it's something that they can play that won't be so off meta that it just puts them at such a disadvantage. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 5. We've got 2 games left, and here we go. In the cave, TE's LYD going to pick up a pole sword here, going in a 2v1 against XCG. It looks like they're going to come out, the Karumi Tether coming out, and oh my goodness, the triple charge from the Takeda is going to come out, and then we're going to see the Tessa Charm coming out from LYD, but he is going to go down. Leo here is going to end up getting parried. Han taking a lot of that damage as well. TE's Han going down, Leo going down, and XCG just powering through, absolutely demolishing Team TE right off the rip.
Fireflies and Takeda and Secret Tunnel is the scariest combination because you are just lined up. You're going to get hit. You're going to get shredded by that ultimate. So makes sense why they go for it. DRG throwing down the Bane's breath here as they're going to get control of the area for this fight that is coming up. Are going to just try and stick within it, trying to bait J-Team in. J-Team evading and avoiding away from getting caught out. They are railed by that one. Health bars liquefied. J-Team out of there. That was like 2 on top of one another. That was brutal.
They're on some very thin ice. Haha. J-Team's Lee healing back up with 1 HP there. And wow, they were so close to being able to pop off with that ult combo, but they just had to get out of there super fast because they got hit with a couple of those bursts from the Bane's Breath. DRG getting saved completely by those, and they don't have enough resources to heal J-Team's Lee right now. This is going to be to heal ZE. It looks like Lee was able to get a few pots off. This is going to be difficult for them here. They do have a few gray pots, but they are pretty spread out at the moment. They are going to need to try and find some more loot to scale up. They do have the Tesla ultimate back online for at least 1 charge, so they could try and re-engage in a fight, but it's not in their best interest right now because these teams now have their ultimates up and they are not to be trifled with. As we are seeing WBG, full blue armor, some purple weapons on the board. They've got their ults. They're looking ready to go, as XCG as well. Pretty scaled, dropping some gold jades on the floor, trading them with the teammates here, as we are seeing NiHQ. A blue fan in hand, blue armor, already used the ult once in the game, so they're recharging it for the second time here, as we're seeing Sleepwalker pulling up on WBG now is going to be pulling up onto J-Team. And they are extremely scaled. J-Team is at a huge disadvantage right now, especially with the fact that WBG has all of their ultimates.
Yeah, they are going to be keeping that pressure up onto them. J-Team scattering away for now, though, evading and avoiding getting into a fight with a WBG. Just getting himself a little treasure trove there. It's J-Team. Now going to just be playing on the edge of the zone, actually. I mean, it's not the edge of the zone yet, but where the zone will be. It's actually been a much quieter start to this game, considering how Game 4 was very, very explosive at the beginning. This game has been a lot more tame. I mean, if you have a look at the scoreboard, you can see, 3 kills for XCG, 3 kills for JDG, 3 kills to Powder, 1 to BBE. But outside of that, that is it. It is an incredibly quiet game across the board. And BBE, with the fact that they haven't got Fat Milk, and no way to get him up I'm going to be a little bit concerned right now, so looks like they are just going to back off, as we are going to keep our eyes on WBG here, who have found JL. TXJ jumps down into the action. Got the fans. Going to put the F down just to buy some space. Has that ultimate up and available now. It's just going to try and get the range poke and harass from the fans out. Here comes the ultimate. VVV. Mechs up as well. They got the Sandstorm. I mean, JL just full committed to this one. Remember, those Yoto slashes, they go through terrain. They go through walls as Sleepwalker. Low HP. They will keep the pressure onto him. He is able to heal up somewhat, but he has every ultimate in the book used to chase him down, as they've got onto Sleepwalker here. Sleepwalker getting shot out from the sky from the mech. TXJ playing this a little bit more hesitantly. Doesn't have that ultimate anymore. Doesn't have a mech that they can get themselves in. But they are still jumping onto as Baige able to turn it around, finding themselves one. TXJ gets through the armor. Baige keeping the pressure on, but does lose their armor in response. Are they going to be able to find the turnaround here? One Fang trying to find a parry, trying to find a counter opportunity, but it's there for Baige instead. One Fang goes down. JL tried to start the fight, but they lost it.
The longevity of the comp for the Sand Siphon comp is what makes this such a desirable comp to play. Is if you get ulted on by a blind date team, if you get ulted on by a cannonball team, your survivability with the Z-Ping or the Kurumi is you can survive for so long, and you can just turn around and ult them back, and they've done so much damage to you, but you're still at full HP. It's just something completely unfathomable when you execute it right. Like, you can't be wasting your ults, but you also have so much more time to use that Takeda ult. If you time your shoves right, if you don't, you just use all of them and throw them at will, you can really do a lot of work with it. As Bauda playing on the Ice Pit comp, facing off against 521, both Yushans in ultimate right now. We're going to try and see the slam to get a couple of these out. 521 Xian is going to be trying to get the kill onto Yiran. Yiran able to get a Soul Bloom here, healing up a little bit, or just getting a little bit of health back. If you're going to see him trying to back off from this fight now. All of the ultimates are down, so they are going to end up just going for the reset here and not re-engaging into this fight. They do have a couple of bodies that they're able to loot on this side here, getting a lot better loot than they had before, and this is going to give them a big advantage going into this next circle here. DRG, one kill on the board so far, going into their Bane's Breath. Looks like they're going to try and get the kill onto FPX, getting chased by XCG on the other side here, as Water is going to go down to JT, actually, and the rest of the Fun Plus Phoenix team, Xiaohu, the last remaining player, is going to end up getting chased down by XCG. This is going to be a very difficult one for him. He can't throw blues because the Takeda is just going to slam him over. Oh, J-Team on the third party. Huge Tessa Charm coming in. NiHQ getting charmed up here, as we're going to see the rest of this team try to come in. NiHQ tries to peel with the Takeda. We are going to see the Aurora Burst coming up from Kakashi, dealing so much damage. Oh my goodness, but they are going to get full stunned here. Oh my goodness, they're so low.
Just able to bail out in the last nick of time there. Very, very close fight. Can see there's a Amora's Blessing with a Draco Storm inside it near J-Team. So once they're reset and rehealed, maybe they'll go pressure onto that. Obviously, Mora's Blessings will be spawning, and Mora's Blessings and Rebel Yanks will be spawning up fairly soon. So expect to see some action around that part. But yeah, all in all, it's been a relatively tame start. A few teams, though, are really starting to pop off. And yes. Okay, so I talk about this quite a lot. Seb, I don't think we've had this conversation. I love circles that do this, where chunk of the circle actually falls off the map. So you lose so much space in the zone. If this was a dead center circle, you'd have all that space that you could go into, but you can't go into the water. There's no loot in the water. So resources suddenly start to dry up. Suddenly the space on the map starts to run up, and actually the game then speeds up quite a lot. And the circle following this one also is cut off by the waterfront as well. So there's going to be even less space in the next circle going forwards. Basically accelerating the pace of this game by a pretty significant margin. So this is always a very, very fun style of game to watch, as BBE thinking about getting into that realm of Yang. WBG are trying to gatekeep them from it as J-Team got themselves in a bit of a scrap versus XCG already. They've got Z down. They're looking to chase onto Lee as well. Coming in for the stun, but that is going to be the slam down from NiHQ. J-Team's Ice, the only player left standing as a third party, does come in the meanwhile. DRG versus BBE is going to be one of the Realm of Yangs as well. Whole bunch of teams jumping into these Realm of Yangs, and we'll cut over to BBE versus DRG now at this point, as up into the sky they go as the barrier comes down and the fight starts out. Roishishi under Yoto has had a phenomenal performance on this today, multiple times now, jumping into DRG's Wushin 98, forcing him to ult now nice and early, while Roishishi holds the ultimate, isn't going to throw it down. The mech comes down as well, burning those ultimates early here from BBE. They're just trying to wait them out until they can then use their ults as an advantage. But Roishishi, losing a lot of HP in the meanwhile, is going to have to throw their ult down themselves. Is going to try and go aerial, actually chasing in forwards onto these members. Health bars incredibly low, exceptionally low. There's the few slices that Roishishi needed to secure the kill. Ivan going to form a barrier for Roishishi to heal up on, and now Fat Milk is just buying the time for the team, securing 2 kills off on the back. The mech times out, and DRG are melted by BBE. They are back with a vengeance after game number 4. Down goes the final player. It is a tragic last stand as BBE take the win.
Fat Milk putting in so much work on the U-Shot, able to lock those players down for the Yoto to come in and capitalize, and then the Feria mech from behind dealing so much excess damage as well. Perfectly executed play. Roishishi never fails to amaze. And building on what you were saying earlier, my brain kind of did a little explosion when you were mentioning about the games going quicker due to the circle being cut off by the water. I've never thought about that that before.
It makes the map so much smaller. You lose like all that space of resources as well, so there's less like health and armor pots flying around, less weapon repair kits. It makes a massive impact.
It's absolutely wild to think about it that way. I've never thought about it like that before, and now that I'm seeing it like that, I'm like, you're so right. And it is going to be interesting to see how much faster this game is going to be, as we're seeing JDG doing a little bit of scouting, because the last time we've seen these teams respawn without scouting, they got messed up pretty quickly here, as we did see J-Team as well. Fully eliminated from the game. They did get taken out by XCG. They tried to rematch in that fight, and they did end up going down. The Aurora Burst a little bit too strong there, as DRG now facing off against WBG. They do have that Vermilion's bird buff, so they will be okay if they end up going out. Sleepwalker forced to send out that ultimate pretty early here, getting down barely low, but is able to end up getting peeled for by the team. We are going to see the ultimate come out. The Mortal Defiance has procced, the F procced as well, but Sleepwalker is going to go down. We are going to see him cure the Yang depletion here, as WFC is going to end up getting the 1.0s off onto Baiji, but the charged attack going into the Takeda F1 is going to end up rolling WFC around, as Zai here now is going to take A Xiao out. And you know, what do you know? I said the katanas become obsolete. There's Zai running the katana. I don't think we've seen one in trios, or pro play, or especially trios, in a very long time, but it's nice to see it happen. EWG9 finally put in some motion there, but the double parry right before TE ports out to steal his weapon as well. EWG losing his purple dual halberds. And they did pick up 1 kill there, but the teleport out is going to end up not letting them capitalize and finish all of that, as JDG back in the game here looking... Oh my goodness, BB's Ivan. Oh, they found him. He's got 67 seconds left on that res here. They don't want to give him the kill, but they might have to here. The F3 comes out, and
there it
is. The F3 of his own, he said, you know, you got an F3, mine will kill you. So have fun with that.
Interesting as well, how I was saying, it's quite a slow game. No one's really doing much. As soon as the zone shifts and basically makes it a tinier map, instant action, instant explosion. We have 20 players left in this game. Now, to be fair, 9 of them are currently being revived, so they'll be coming back fairly quick. We're already up to 21 at this point. Now back down to 20 thanks to TE taking down EWG, looking to finalize and put down the last couple of shots here, doing so much work. TE making quick work of that one, able to secure themselves a kill. But the fights haven't been finished up as FBX find themselves in a scrap versus XCG. NiHQ, full armor, full health, ready to go in for the fight with the fans. Gonna put some damage in onto water. FBX lose that. Dongqing next up. And that is just a nice and easy pickup fight here for NiHQ and the rest of XCG. 19 players left with 15 minutes on the clock. This game has just gone 100 to 0 so quick, or 0 to 100 so quick.
Well, I mean, you could argue it would be 100 to 0 as well. Because,
well, for some teams, yeah.
People are starting to get picked off really, really fast here. It's not even second Yang. Like, we saw teams getting fully eliminated before first Yang. So
look at this second circle as well.
So crazy. Yeah, it's going to be just keeping on taking away playable space from these players and making them have to clutter together a lot sooner. It's 5-2-1 here. They're going to try and make the way over to the Yang portal to try and maybe snipe a Yang and get third. It looks like they are going to end up going in first here. Good chances are they are going to have to end up fighting a team. JDG, 9 kills on the board for them. This is we haven't seen too much from JDG in the past couple of games. They had one good game. They did get an MVP, but they had started to get a little bit inconsistent there, but picking the pace back up again. They're off of the ice pick. They're back now onto the blind date. And we are going to see them going up against the Cannonball. 5-2-1 Cloud is going to end up popping in that ultimate right away. Two-Take gets hit by the F3 from the Feria. And we're going to see the ultimates come out now. Feria ult. We're going to see the Tessa ultimate, the Viper ultimate, Yushan ultimate coming out. Two-Take getting dangerously low here is forced to back off. We're going to see the Wu Chen port come out now. The turret shots coming in. It's going to go down. The Yodo ultimate coming out. Focusing on Kiki here. Kiki getting dangerously low. Yin just spamming shots on ZDI. And Kiki getting dangerously low here. 1 HP and a dream. Nobody noticing him though, so he's going to get a pot off. They are focusing most of their firepower on ZDI. And now it's a 3v1. Perfectly executed by 5-2-1 here onto JDG. The silence as well coming out, making it impossible for Kiki to use the F. Oh my goodness, 5-2-1. Where was that all day? You wait till game 5 to bring that energy out?
They've been playing well all day. They've just kind of been victims of their own grief. Like, you know, receiving what they're giving. Because they are a team who've been scrapping and third-partying a bunch and salty run-backing. I think that's been their biggest flaw, is their salty run-backs. They've been pretty guilty of losing a fight and going, we can take him, we almost had him, and then just running straight back into the fight and going down for it. That's been their biggest failing, and when they stop doing that, they do start to look way better. As Balder able to take down Sleepwalker, cutting this down to 16 players left in this game. A very, very, very fast accelerated game. 12 minutes left as well, so at this point, they've kind of trimmed out the excess to make up for the lack of space on the map, and it probably will go back to being a little bit more normal from now, unless they just feel because there's less people, they're less likely to get third party. That is an option as well.
You're talking about mowing lawn. Yeah, trimmed out the excess, just like wiping out teams. Absolutely insane plays though coming out. This is the replay here from JDG and 5-2-1. This is from JDG's perspective. Two-Tick here trying to make the play. They do end up getting the pick onto 5-2-1 Cloud, and then it comes into a parry. This must have been an earlier Realm of Yang that we would have seen, because Kiki went out in the first one. So this was an... I am very confused right now.
It was probably their first one.
Okay, the first Realm of Yang, we had witnessed the second one first and the first one second. Ladies and gentlemen, JDG lost both times. That's what you need to know. Unfortunate for them. 5-2-1, yeah, they have the potential to do well, but they're...
My word.
Like, their 3v3 plays are absolutely amazing. But
the third zone is also in the water slightly. Not as much.
Yeah, not as much, but
but
yeah, I'm seeing what you're meaning now. It's getting pretty crazy there. But yeah, 5-2-1, they have the potential in the 3v3 scenario with no third parties, with no outside factors. coming into their fights, but when it comes to actually in game, they position themselves to get griefed so much.
Yes.
And they just need to figure out what's blocking them in game and just adapt a little bit, and they're going to be such a powerful team. I feel like at least by the 4th or 5th bye week, they're going to have at least 1 or 2 MVPs on the board. They're going to be in the finals. Hopefully we'll get to see it, as TE's Leo is going to end up just scale rushing away. JDG need kills in the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. Otherwise, they are going to be toast.
Well, it looks like TE are in their scopes right now, landing a couple of shots off with the pistol in the distance. ZDI keeping the pressure on, is going to look to try and grapple forwards. They're taking this quite slow considering they've only got a minute left in the game. Han tries to get on the urn, gets interrupted before that can happen, so the Tep is going to come in, but the work from the staff onto ZDI absolutely melting through that health bar. In they jump, gonna quickly ping out to safety from JDG. JDG used a lot there, and TE have to blink into the zone to get away. But they need to find this pressure. There's probably about 40 seconds left for JDG before they are knocked out. Almost 50 seconds. They don't have long to get these kills onto TE, and they've done a lot of the groundwork. They just need to start putting the dunks in, as it looks like Han is the first person in their closest proximity, and Han has a lot of HP. They're chasing onto Leo. JDG, can they find at least one? Can they revive at least one player? 30 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if they can do this. Han trying to break away. They catch the charm onto him. That's going to be their opening. That's going to be their opportunity to finish up Han. Han's knocking them back. Han's found the opportunity. The staff work onto JDG is denying them so terribly. They're caught out by a charm as well. It is an absolute bloodbath over here. 7 seconds left for JDG. I don't think they're going to be able to put those kills together in time, so they're going to try and take one with them, but down they go. 2 fall to the curse. I believe one player actually, nope, they were just taken out already. 2 players down to the curse. They didn't give any kills over, most crucially, and TE survived the play for now.
Absolutely crazy. The teleport out by TE's Leo, putting them into the zone, was the most crucial part, and the peel from the Merciless Havoc. They finally got the charm on someone. They're like, we're focusing them down. They're gonna die, and the Merciless Havoc just comes in, and the gold focus is so powerful that it's just able to push these players off of Han, and he's able to back off and survive, giving them that extra chance, that extra time, and it runs the clock out on the Yang depletion, causing them to then lose their lives. 5-2-1 over here. Free box. Nobody even close in proximity to them, as the closest players are just a little bit south of their location right now. BBE with the Valiant challenge on the other SVA team. And yeah, 16 players with 8 minutes remaining is very interesting. XCG covering that bottom area of the next circle. Circle 4 is going to be closing onto circle number 5 in 25 seconds. We have 8 minutes and 4 seconds left in the match with 16 players remaining.
Yeah, it's all to play for still. Very, very few players. Only 6 teams left in the game. I'm not even sure if that's full teams, actually. I need to look at the scoreboard to get an idea of that one, but I do expect it just to be one spark to really kick off the action here. XCG finding out onto Bowder. Yoran putting some pressure into Kakaishi, but not full committing. Just going to try and get a little bit of a chunk out. Misses the hit. Doesn't land any flavor damage, so there's no real reason to go for a follow-up. It's just going to scale rush back onto the roof. Head to a bit of safety here. 7 minutes 30 left. It is really bated breath considering how explosive the beginning of the game is. We still haven't had that Bane's breath at the end of the game, so there's still that to look forward to. There's still that to be concerned about.
The late game Bane as well, that completely changes with the circle being less playable, because the Bane is going to be on the playable areas. So it's, they're going to, oh my goodness, that you have opened and expanded my mind,
haven't I, today?
And I am thanking you for it. I will never look at this game the same again. I'll be checking these circles. And that's the best part of, watching the Pro League, being in the community, is even as a caster, every day I'm learning new things. I'm thinking of new concepts. I'm picking up new ideas, new compositions, everything. It's such a knowledgeable community. And if you just, really listen, you will learn so much. Taking a look, though, as we are learning what Bauda is going to be trying to do here. As the late game Bane jumps in, and look at that. It is right where everyone is. DRG Zai forced to hop into that Feria ultimate here. Pampy is going to end up backing off in 5-2-1. Going to the outside is now BBE sending some musket shots off. He is right in the middle of the Bane's Breath. He's the last remaining member of DRG. It would be very unfortunate for him to go out to the Bane. He surfed that. Oh my goodness. Missed him by a millimeter. As XCG covering this top area, if they want to rotate into the circle, they're either going to have to go through TE, they're going to have to go all the way around, which is going to take them a while, and they're going to have to pass through Bauda, or they're going to have to go into that Bane's Breath, which is looking incredibly dangerous. As we're going to see these musket shots getting sent off into the cave below, as 5-2-1 look like to be holding this cave. There's advantages and disadvantages to holding that underground right there. There's only one way. It looks like there's maybe 2 ways in. Yeah, 2 ways in here as 5-2-1 starting to take a lot of damage, but they're able to block TE from entering, and Han getting dangerously low here, forced to corner himself off. We're going to see them set the charms in. If they're getting attacked on both fronts in that cave, it's going to be very dangerous, especially maneuvering in and out of the zone from under there. So it is a risky play by 5-2-1, but if they're able to pull it off, they're always risky plays. And 5-2-1 look like they're doing a pretty good job. They're blocking off these attacks, but if Han goes in there with the Viper ultimate, they could be in a lot of trouble. He's sending out the Dragon-like to just send some warning, pop his head in, get some information, and back right off. And it looks like they're actually going to take full control.
4 minutes left, 16 players left still, so all in all, the circle made for a very, very powerful and explosive mid-game, but things have calmed off. That Bane's Breath, I only saw hit Cloud once, and everyone else was A-OK. TE actually finding an opportunity to pressure onto Bowden. Now that the circle's got small enough, it's a bit too small for 16 people, so that number is going to have to get trimmed down now at this point as LYD trying to pressure, is just going to reposition with the help of the Wu Shen, but XCG know exactly where that is. TE get inside the hole where 5-2-1 are. Do not want to be dealing with that one, so they do just back off. 5-2-1 quite happy to hold this ground now for the moment. Stay where they are. It's BBE pressuring onto TE, using the cannon from the mech. Just getting LYD very low, stripped all of that armor away from them. TE somehow evading all of the attention of the rest of the lobby. Roy Shishi's just trying to get a couple of extra shots off onto them, unable to make those work. Land those hits right now, as it is just a bit of a waiting game. TE have found themselves in that little crevice where they can put the wind wall up and hide underneath for now. 5-2-1 though are going to be quite comfortable inside their little badger hole. Don't think anybody's going to be going down there anytime soon. That is a very, very geared up 5-2-1. So they're just happy to hold out this mid-game. Got 11 kills, well, this late game, sorry. Got 11 kills, waiting for the final circles before they emerge from their burrow and attack everybody else and finish up whoever is left over. 15 players left, though. It is... I haven't seen a Buccaneer phase in a while, but that feels like where we're at right now. Everybody with cannons and muskets just taking shots at each other.
Yeah, we're getting into a bit of a range battle. I like the Buccaneer phase. That sounds way better. TE's LYD here. Dragon-like might. They have Aurora Blast as well, dealing so much damage to XCG. Kakashi and NiHQ getting brought solo. Ibin coming in with a crazy kill. Bauda's Jing picking up the kill onto Kakashi. Oh my goodness. Everyone's going at it now. We're seeing Xiaonan getting frozen here. And now we're going to see Fat Milk as well. Yiran on the Justina doing so much damage. TE's Han is going to go down to Bauda's Jing. Xiaonan going down to peak. Bauda picking up 2 kills here. Roy Shishi taking a lot of damage as well. And now we're going to see as well all of these ultimates starting to fly. Roy Shishi in the Yodohime ultimate is going to send off his shots. Yiran taking a lot of damage, using that freeze to be able to tank the damage of the shots. 5-2-1 still just hanging out, just vibing. letting people know, well, if they want to exit the cave, they have to go into the storm. Now they're coming. They're ready to go. They see everyone use their ults, and now it's time for cleanup, baby. Here we go. 1 kill.
Wait, they're doing it.
On the run. They're gonna Phoenix Blast, NiHQ. They're just taking everybody out. There's no teams with multiple players left. Tease Leo is gonna try and send off an Aurora Burst here. Everyone's starting to ult. Pampy saving his ultimate here. Everybody else has burned their ults, so 5-2-1 have a huge advantage. Fat Milk here trying to kite into the skies, is the lowest player in the lobby, but has managed to get away. NiHQ has found himself in the cave, taking residence in the old spot. Leo is going to go down to Yin, and 5-2-1 might be getting themselves an MVP here. Oh my goodness. Fat Milk going down. 5-2-1, picking up another kill with the Feria F3 here. NiHQ and Baodaz Jing, the remaining 2 players. Baodaz Jing trying to make something happen. We're going to see a huge parry coming out into the Neges Might, but able to back it off the other way. Looks like the Yodo ultimate's coming out as well. Another parry coming off. Baodaz Jing just toying around, kiting. 5-2-1 Cloud is going to end up picking up the kill. NiHQ, the last remaining player on the field that is not a 5-2-1, and instantly dead. 5-2-1, ladies and gentlemen. They picked up an MVP. They picked up an MVP. I said if they just figure out how to adapt to the gameplay. What they did was they didn't overheat. They didn't go for the kills. They didn't try and third party. That's always where they end up losing. They waited and waited and waited. There was one player, one solo from about 3 or 4 teams left, and they said, okay, cleanup crew, we're gonna ruin every single one of your guys' careers. And that is exactly what they did.
Their ability to recognize like a good spot to stay in, and you know, there is a bit of luck that the zone lasted that long and didn't force them out, and they basically were able to play that as well as they did. But you know, a mixture of kind of reading the movements of the zone and how everybody was playing. And yeah, the crucial thing is they didn't get an ego. They played that smart. They played that not for the kills, not for the glory. They did the work. They'd done the groundwork, and they just built off the back of that. An absolutely phenomenal game coming in from 5-2-1. I'm sure they're going to be very, very happy with themselves after that one, because they have been sitting on the sidelines watching BBE pop off all season so far, really. And today, no different as well. 2 MVPs over to BBE. As the other SEA team, they really wanted to show up. They really wanted to kind of put their stamp on, and this was their game where they finally got to make those moves, finally got to kind of put their stamp down, and there's still 1 game to go, so maybe after we come back from a break, they may have a bit more of that kind of momentum going into this final game on Morris Isle. Interesting things as well is obviously a lot of teams at 0 points, a lot of teams basically at 0 points, because hero points are going to, well, heroes are just going to cost so much by this final game. I'm so excited to see what this is going to look like going into the final game. What the hero selects are going to be looking like, what the teams are going to be pulling out, and you know, who's going to take this final win, because there's just been so many teams performing very, very well today. And you know, J Team, time and time again, I've started to be impressed by J Team again. I don't want to get back on that hype train. I've been on the J Team hype train too much, and I have been burnt. Let's bring up a question though for you guys. Get yourself some goodies. Which team is leading the total scoreboard now? Is it Wolves, 5-2-1, Bowder, or BBE? Leave A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat and check that whisper box, because that's where you'll be notified of your rewards. I actually can't remember what the gifts are, but make sure you get your hands on some. This one actually should be relatively easy. I think you're right, by the way. Game 2 is always the hardest.
Yeah. The Game 2 question. It's always the hardest. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you do answer this question in chat, 1 lucky winner will be picked, and they will get some random gifts. And who doesn't love free stuff? Because I know I do, and I wish I could get some free stuff sometimes. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be going into game number 6. These hero points are low. It could be pretty crazy to what we're going to see. You know, we could see something as crazy as a off-meta comp in trios, which we haven't really seen much of. So I'm just going to throw the most wild prediction, the most out-of-pocket prediction right now, is we're going to see a Hottie Monk Matari comp. They're just throwing it out there. It's not gonna happen,
I mean, like, you huff that copium, my guy. I think we're probably going to see the teams just take whatever they can of the meta comps.
Yeah.
And then probably diverge a little bit. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Monk show up, depending on who's on the bottom end of the hero select, because I feel like some teams won't be playing Monk, but I know BBE have it in their wheelhouse. So there might be some teams who are forced just to jump in and kind of take the Monk. But the problem is things like the Yue Shen, things like the Karumi, points have already kind of been burnt on that front, so it could be a little bit harder. But here's the scoreboard overall. JL, the big old goose egg. I think it was J Team who's the only other team to have done that today. So unfortunately for those guys at the bottom end of the table, 5-2-1 though, 26.4 points, 16 kills under their belt. Bowder coming with 18 points, a 17-point game there for BBE. That should answer the question we just had. XCG coming in with 16 points. I mean, like, overall, again, another game where people are scoring some pretty serious points. It's not just one team dominating, is what I'm liking. I mean, this game was definitely a 5-2-1 domination, but it hasn't been one team dominating all day. Hasn't been one team sitting with double digits on the scoreboards. Everybody is getting points on the board. Everybody is making progress towards those bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, it is really nice to see that we're not getting donuts for like 3 teams, which we've seen in the past, where like 3-4 teams will have 0 points, and they'll really be dunking the donuts. But having the skill level, like the skill ceiling, has definitely increased since the first NBPL, and all of these players are starting to catch up to the top players. So the skill gap is closed, but the skill ceiling is increased. So everybody's just getting better and better and better and better. And now we're left with this hyper competitive. There's no team where it's like, okay, they have absolutely 0 chance. Everybody's got a shot at making this. It really comes down to the mental, the macro, the teamwork, and all of this. Because the skill, as far as skill sets go, everybody has reached a very high skill level in this team. And looking at the total standings here, J Team dropped down a little bit. They are at 69.7 points in 8th place. WBG at 61, and JL at 60.7 with only 1 day played. So they are going to have one more chance to put a whole bunch more points up onto the board, as well as a couple other teams on the bottom of the leaderboard. But as far as BBE goes, who is overtaken Wolves, and Bauda has overtaken Wolves as well, after this last game, that will be it for them. They will not be playing anymore in this bi-weekly until the finals. And so Wolves does have the opportunity, along with OUG and KLA, to surpass BBE and Bauda for that first place. So they're going to try really hard to put a bigger gap in between these teams, so that it makes it tougher for these other ones to catch up.
Yeah, it really is all to play for in this final game. Bowder could potentially take first at the end of the week, or it could be BBE's crown to have, at least for now. I feel it's going to be some contest from the likes of Wolves and stuff coming into that next week on Friday, before we get onto that bi-weekly final, which is coming up next Sunday. But having a couple of looks at the recaps, BBE played this game really well at the beginning as well. I mean, they took themselves this fight versus 5-2-1. I believe they won this fight as well. Yeah, they did. So even with 5-2-1, doing the 5-2-1 standard of losing a fight early, they didn't salty run back this time. That was the key difference. They learned from their mistakes, and they played it just an incredibly smart game. Honestly, that little badger hole they had for themselves was just really, really clutch. As we are going to see our MVP. No surprises, it was the Pharaoh. They had an absolutely disgusting amount of damage coming in here from 5-2-1. Is obviously going to be Yin, our MVP. 21,000 damage, 9 kills under their belt, 8,000 damage coming in from the skills and ultimate. They have Burst Arrow, Phoenix Blast. Of course that bow did 6k damage. They had that Grip Heal, Fire Arrows, and Target Lock as well. They had all 3 of the bow soldiers. They had Alchemy and Poison Splash as well, but I think it's all about the Burst Arrow, Phoenix Blast. Oh no, Phoenix Blast is Longsword, isn't it? Doesn't matter. Either way,
Phoenix Blast is
Fire Arrows
on
and
the
Target Lock.
Longsword.
Yeah, you're right. Huge game coming in there from 521. Their first time Yin has had an MVP all season as well, so I'm sure he's gonna be happy with that one.
Well, yeah, it is nice to see that. The kill with the F3, the one that stood out to me the most, is they were locking them down. He was able to almost get away, and you do the little Feria backflip, pull out that F3 gun, and just snipe them away. Absolutely phenomenal kill. But just like killing it, we're gonna kill some time, and we're gonna go to a little break, and we'll be right back.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是社属民歌、社属分手的真心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我細時隻就喜歡對着台山唱歌，喜歡坐山林度跑啊跑。唔是隻，只有老人頭上嘅盤王記可以教我電腦族譜。我爺對我講，盤王裝是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅盤王裝對着將在看待新言。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像盤王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕場找錢，我都好搶着去攔路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為大老都搶對過，其實都是平王包容嘅人搶台，就負嘅人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，夢綠也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我戴这个呀？我想戴上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我向啲細時隻外運對平王嘅熱愛進行落書，所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新意義唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開腳。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside Hip Rain. We've been here all night. You know what we're doing. It's game number 6, the last game of the day before we call it quits for the night. This is some team's last chance to make it into the finals. We're going to be jumping right in very shortly. We got to go over a few things first. These bottom teams that haven't made it into the finals yet. There's about 2 teams that are in the 13 to 18 spot that this is their last opportunity to make a play, to make something happen. Lots of these other teams, they have day 3, but there's a few teams here that they really need to push themselves to try and make that 12th place threshold.
And that's one of those things we talk about actually quite a lot, where we're like, this is your last chance to make it into the top end of the table or get as many points for the qualifier as possible. But one thing that you kind of always hit on, especially on the Friday, on the last day of the bi-weekly finals, before the bi-weekly finals, is you're watching those bottom teams and saying, this is where the hard line is for qualifying for bi-weeklies. You've got to get this many points to catch up, and it's on the teams today to set themselves above that point, that they don't have these bottom teams or these teams who've still got Friday to play at the bottom end of the table to come and overtake them. So it's going to be a really, really interesting one on that. And now we can see who's got selection going into this final game. BBE and 521 are in that last rotation, which is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for them. Actually, same for J Team and XCG. We'll see the points when we get into Champ Select or into Hero Select. We'll get an idea of where everything is at. But here we go, getting ready for game number 6 to see what the teams are going to be rocking.
This is going to be an interesting one to see the teams with 1 to 0 hero points. I want to see some off-meta comps. I've been dreaming about it all night. All I think in my head is, let me see these cool off-meta comps. And of course, we're going to get Blind Date, Cannonball, and Cannonball. Okay, so these people...
WBG still got 9 points, by the way. They haven't spent a single point this day.
But it's being smart and, filling, right? They're not picking what they want to pick unless they're in the front seat. Whereas there's some of these teams that, they haven't used their Sand Siphon pick yet, right? TE haven't played Sand Siphon, so even on 0 points, they're still able to play the Kurumi variation. And lucky for them, it didn't get banned in that first round. So they're able to find a way to play around the points based on what other people pick so that they can play an off-meta pick. But XCG here on 0 points with lots of these hero already banned, if they don't have enough points to play Sand Siphon, it's going to be really difficult for them to choose what they're going to play, because they can't play Cannonball because Yushan and Yodo. There we go. We're seeing the monk. Yushan and Yodohime are all out. Look at they're stuck. They had to pick something, and we finally caught the off meta. I am so happy, ladies and gentlemen.
It's so doomed, by the way.
Yeah,
Monk needs a healer, and there's no healer for them available. Monk, that is so doomed.
Monk, Justina, Faria. What are we? Let's name this comp just really quickly.
Faster.
Titan Freeze?
Doesn't really work, does it? It's one of those ones I'll have to cook on a bit. I can't think of anything for it. It's just sad Transformers.
Sad. I like that. I like sad Transformers. We're gonna keep that.
It's unfortunately, yes. You could see they were panicked. They were running down the timer, and they were like, "Let's just go Monk Justina."
Sad formers.
I don't think they could have even picked Zip there. I don't know. They might have been able to pick Zip. They might have just been panicked. It's interesting how Zip really hasn't shown up that much today. A lot of the Sand Siphon teams now opting into the Kurumi, especially the armor variant of the Kurumi. I'm not 100% sold. I don't dislike this, but I think I prefer the Zip. And me and Rune actually talked about this. So Kurumi is a lot more positional based. She obviously, you're kind of like playing not to get caught, because if you catch the Kurumi, you'll just kill the Kurumi. Where the Zip is very different. Zip just gets into the thick of it with the Takeda. She jumps into the fight. So it's you can't really focus the Zip because you got the Takeda on top of you as well.
Yeah.
And I personally prefer the Zip variant. I know Zip's obviously nerfed. That's why it's not as strong as it used to be. And a lot of teams are now opting in to the Kurumi variant. I just think I prefer the more kind of like brawly version of this comp, which uses the Zip. because it's kind of like more situational on who gets the healing and stuff like that. I think it's a lot more fun to watch.
The Zip is definitely more of an active play. The Kurumi more just have kind of like a lifeline. It's interesting to see the difference. We obviously like the Zip comp came first because Kurumi was for Transformers, and then Kurumi got freed up because Transformers became obsolete, and I said let's try this out, and it started working, especially in the mirror matchups. Sometimes the Kurumi was able to overpower the Zip, but sometimes the Zip was still able to. It really comes down to what you're comfortable playing, and it's situations, right? Like the Zip's Mortal Defiance is really good in those situations where you're fighting a team that's playing Blind Date. But when you're fighting a team that's playing Cannonball, for example, like the Kurumi might be a little bit better for that situation here. As we're taking a look at, speaking of Cannonball, JDG and WBG already going head to head here. WBG Sleepwalker focusing on the Kiki here. It looks like it is going to be a 3v2 situation. WBG getting absolutely sliced out pretty early here. ACL already getting hit with the charm, and that is going to be it for WBG's first life here, as TE is going to try and drop in on the third party here. JDG's two-tick here, trying to make something happen. Has a purple katana in hand. The early game is going to be pretty good for that. We're going to see the other charm coming out here from two-tick, but two-tick might be going down pretty early, as we're going to see the port out by TE, as they are going to revive Leo. They did end up picking one kill up, but they are going to get the revive onto the player as they ported out. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 6 is well underway, and BBE versus 521 are going at it.
Yeah, Ibin already getting himself pretty heavily chunked out, but he can open up here on to Pampy and the rest of 521. This is a bit of a bragging rights for the SEA team as Pampy goes down. This is not the first time they've beaten them out, but in comes JL with the third party, and this fight starting to go a little bit haywire here at this point. JL keeping the pressure up onto Roishishi. Roishishi goes down, but Ibin comes in with the backup with that halberd, doing so much work onto Roishishi. They are just going to have to sacrifice and give him up, but EWG have slid into the mix, and maybe there's a world where they can jump in and get this kill. Beautiful charm coming out there from Yin, so trying to just break away from this one. Cloud also going down in the middle of it, and Ibin has been spotted by EWG. Now just playing the breakaway game, trying to see if they can keep Roihihi up, but don't think they're going to be able to do so. Ibin comes in, pops the F, doesn't have that charm quite available. It is about to come back up. They can look for this opportunity to get the heal off. Loads of urns on the ground, loads of Viper stuns on the ground. This is just a complete bloodbath here near Shadow J Mines, as EWG 14 loses so much HP. JL able to come in and successfully secure that kill. Now looking for the next members as well. JL making quick work of this one, as Roishishi being picked back up. They got them up in the middle of all of this action. They were able to break it away. I've been trying to break away from the tether. Is not going to get themselves caught out, but with the save, it might just be the turnaround time. Roishishi launches back into the fray. JL, they have been turned around onto, and this fight started with BBE getting third party, then getting fourth party, but they're able to get Roishishi back up. They're able to secure themselves the kill, and it looks like JL are going to get the revenge on, or EWG are going to get the revenge onto JL for taking them down. This has just been madness, this area.
Absolutely crazy. They came through, and there was a no parry coming out, and JL with the pole sword was gonna come through with a lot of damage, almost wiping out all of BBE, but Ivan with the F blocking that off and then coming around and turning the kill the other way. Perfect use of the util and abilities here, as we're going to see all of the stuns just coming out. The mirror matchups are so much fun as we see all of this coming out. BBE in a tough position now, but gets out of the stun just in time to be able to throw the oh my goodness, throw the stun of their own. We're going to see the huge parry come out. Now the F1 coming out from 14 is just back and forth, stun after stun. And then, oh my goodness, the F3, Roishishi getting comboed. It's a solos game right now.
Oh!
In time. 14 going to get a Soul Bloom, giving them a huge advantage on the brink of death coming through. Oh my goodness, the slide from the stone form of the pulse sword, able to, oh my goodness, peel off. 5-2-1 now coming back into the mix, taking out 14.
No way.
And Ivan at the same time, but now the 3-stun from JL and the port out. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely.
What is this salty run back?
What's going on? This game 6 is absolutely crazy. 5-2-1 just won't stop running it back. And they're in 6th place right now. They're actually doing really good for themselves. And also, XCG are on 3 kills already. They won their initial fight. So, you know, who knows? Sad formers could be the new meta.
That was 5 minutes, by the way, on the same location. That's how long that fight lasted. For 5 minutes, it was just constant action. Now, J-Team getting himself in a fight here versus WBG. Sandstorm comes up in, comes the Yoto ultimate. Baigay transformed. Lee, sorry, on the run, just trying to avoid and get not taken down here by Ajiao. But Ajiao able to secure the kill with the ultimate, keeping the pressure up onto J-Team. WBG now going to be in a real deficit here, looking just to finish this one up. It looks like Ajiao pressures on to ZYI as they're going to chase them down. Looks like they should be able to pick up this kill onto Ice. Ice just desperately trying to get some distance put between, but they've just been staggered consistently and constantly. Zai goes down to Baigay, and now it is only one member of J-Team. Ice, who's been juggled around, is going to be going down. Not really too much they're going to be able to do about this one, as Ice doing their best to stay alive, and they did buy a lot of time, I'll give it to them, but there was no real respite for them.
Fully eliminated too.
Down. Yeah, J-Team knocked out real early there. That was a fumble and a half from them.
Yeah, I'd say that's about 2 or 3 fumbles right there. Phenomenal play though. By just the way that they were able to come through with the WBG had the Yushan was the sole reason why they were able to pick up so many of those kills. The peel every single time Aciao was getting in trouble, the Yushan was right there just stunning them. Aciao gets parried, the Yushan's knocking them away. There's no punish at all. They just had the Yushan for backup every single time, and it was doing so well for them. As we're going to see EWG trying to revive 14. We are going to see XG trying to get away from Team DRG, but they are hot in pursuit, hungry for kills in this game 6 here. EWG in 18th place right now, so they are not in the best standing, especially with their lives already being used. Most of them, they're going to toss the F3 out, but it's not enough. DRG trying to wipe 9 out, the last player in the lobby, making them finish 18th on the day. Would be very unfortunate for them, but they do have another day to play, so we are going to see them port out, and it looks like they're able to get both of them, but he's going to have to leave the Karns behind so that he can get out of there real fast and not lose his standing in the game.
Yeah, holding on for now as JL still not got those revives as they were involved in that earlier scrap, so do need to be somewhat careful on that front. Looks like EWG being hunted, though. Final member for them. This has just been, like, absolute carnage, this section of the map. We haven't even had Renwa Yangs, and it already looks like it's just, like, post-Renwa Yang kind of era of the game, or part of the game is 9 goes down as EWG eliminated from the game. Have we had any other teams? Yeah, we had 2 teams eliminated in the first 10 minutes. Not even the first 10 minutes, the first 8 minutes of the game. Absolutely crazy.
And with that, the first Realm of Yang is going to spawn just now. And oh, yes, sad formers in the Realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited for this. This is going to be amazing. I want to see them fight. I feel like they have the best chance against either Blind Date or Cannonball, but I feel like Siphon is a little bit too powerful, especially in the Realm of Yang with the amount of sustain that they have. If they're playing the Karumi version, it might be a bit difficult. It might bode in their favor, but they have the Z-Ping version of the... oh my goodness, they're going to be playing against Cannonball. If they have the Z-Ping version, it's difficult with the Mortal Defiance, even if Kakashi were to get a double slam. But since this comp doesn't have healers, if he gets a double grab, WBG must be like, what is going on right now? Why are we playing against a monk in the realm of Yang? As they're taking a look now, Xiao is going to end up getting parried here. Oh my goodness, XCG right on the front foot here. Both monks, or both mechs forming up here as NiHQ also forced to ult. Kakashi is going to go into that monk form now. Gonna try and grab Xiao. The ultimate is gonna get canceled here. We're gonna see the one grab. He's able to get the one. We are gonna see him getting slammed back. Xiao is gonna go down. Oh my goodness. Sad Formers is the meta. Sad Formers is the meta. We're gonna see him try and grab Sleepwalker out of the mech here, but is unsuccessful. So we are gonna flip over to the Frozen players. Baijie just trying to peel for his teammate. We are gonna see Sleepwalker trying to make some plays here on to the monk. It is going to be down low. He gets the grab as he demechs, gets the slam with the staff here, and it's a 3v1 versus the Yushan. You said they were going to get cooked. Jake, you said they were going to get cooked.
I can't believe it.
And they've been doing the cooking.
Flabbergasted.
Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen. Sad Formers. It's the new thing. I'm so excited. I'm so happy right now. This is the best way to end the day, with a off-meta comp absolutely dominating Yang, absolutely dominating the game. As we're going to see JDG's 2-Take right now is going up against two players of Bamboo Esports. 2-Take in a very difficult position here. We are going to see them trying to go. He gets a crazy double parry, and he has the double stun. Oh my goodness, 2v1 right here. Gets the over combo into the gold focus, and the rest of their team reviving from the Vermilion's Bird Knight, the 1v2. JDG's 2-Take. What is going on, Hiprain? The last game of the day. It is insane. I'm going crazy.
These last two games have just been so explosive. It's been really, really fun to watch. I mean, like, 5 minutes of action just at the start of this game in one spot, just teams just constantly scrapping and salty run backing into each other. Then somehow the Sad Former's working, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm really not sure how I feel about that, but they've somehow made it work in their favor. Just an incredible start to this game. Now, there's still a lot of time to go. I still do think once the weapons start to scale up a little bit more, Sad Formers are going to have some issues, because the biggest problem with Monk is he needs someone to keep him alive, and he doesn't have that. When the cannon shots start coming in from purple cannons and the soul jades backing them up, when you got the bow shots, when you got the cannon shots, the pistol shots, the musket shots, all of that monk will melt. And it's not like it is on the Pharaoh, where like once the mech's gone, you just demech. You have a mech health bar and then Pharaoh health bar. Monk can't first of all heal while inside like the Pharaoh can. Monk just, once that monk health bar goes, the player goes with them. It's you know, if you die in the video game, you die in real life. You do not want to be getting killed in monk form. And I just worry there is a massive, massive target that will be painted on their back.
See, but your worries are being proven wrong by the 6 kills that XCG has, as we're going to see them hop into a fight again against Baoda right now, using up their Vermilion's Bird Might. As they are going to get the... Oh, XCG Xiaonan is going to go down really quickly here. We are going to see the monk coming up. Yiran trying to make a play on the Justina, and it looks like, okay, Sad Formers is getting killed. Sad Formers is getting killed. This is very upsetting. Yeah. XCG's Kakashi here is just going to end up going down as quickly as possible so they can take their Vermilion's Bird Might and go through. But that wasn't a cause of the monk dying. That was just because uncoordination and Baoda absolutely blitzing them. Very beautiful play from Baoda there, as Jing is going to get hit with the 1-2 and the jumping LMB into the parry. Oh my goodness, Dongqing Yiran trying to come for the peel a little bit too late there, and is going to end up getting ulted, as Baoda taking the Vermilion Bird respawn into the next round. Yiran is going to go down to water. Fun plus Phoenix picking up a few kills, putting them on to 6 there. And TE's Han is going to go down to WBG's Xiao, the crazy kill. And Sleepwalker going down to LYD, trading 1-for-1 in this team here, as JDG trying to come in on the third party as well. We're going to see the overhead slam from the, oh my goodness, jabbing from the staff as well. 2-Tick, absolute demon with the staff right now, getting the charge off onto Baiji, and there he goes. JDG's 2-Tick picking up another kill. They are going absolutely crazy in this game with 14 kills on the board already.
Absolutely huge start here coming in for them. And oh, look at that circle. Once again, the map gets cut off by the waterfront. So we're going to have a lot less space to work with. But there's only 16, 17 players left in this game. Obviously, we do have a few people on revives, but there's also a few people who need to find those kills fairly soon. Otherwise, they're going to be going down. More Roma Yang spawning up. So expect the numbers to be dropping a little bit quicker as DRG going to be jumping in to here. Let's see if they're going to have anyone who is going to be contesting them. Well, looks like it's not going to be the case. Is 521 going to get their hands on to this Mora's Blessing? Don't really see anybody coming in with the contest onto them. Windwall comes down just to make sure they do have a realm of safety. There it is. Mora's Blessing secured. Roma Yang portal. Bowder looks like they're going to be going up versus DRG unless they time this very well, which I don't think they will. 3 seconds. No. DRG are probably really disappointed with this because they thought they were going to get that for free. Not going to be the case, as they're going to be inside the realm of Yang. FBX, who jump in a few seconds later, do get themselves a win. So, FBX getting the freebie. DRG and Bowder going to have to work for it. Down they come. Trying to get some damage off on to Jing. Jing in some serious danger right now. To put the pressure on. Haven't actually used that ultimate from the Wu Shen right yet, as they are just putting so much work in, and Bowder are just getting absolutely minced here by DRG. Turnaround does come actually out here from one member of the side of Bowder, but I don't know. I actually can't see the health bars, unfortunately, from this camera angle to see how the fight is actually really going. But it does look like Bowder Peak is going to be going down, and it looks like with Bowder's Jing also quick to follow, that is going to be DRG who take the Roma Yang.
Yeah, and Zai there with the... Oh, they're getting a gold spear as well. This is going to be very dangerous. DRG Zai has both gold soul jades. He's got the Heartstopper kick, and he's got the gold melee jade for the spear. So he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage and have that extra moves with the parry timing, the different animations, giving him that silence ability as well, the Razor Swift and the Heartstopper kick. Perfect combination to pull your enemies in and lock them down. A great gold focus move. Risky to throw out because if you do miss, you are going to be getting parried most likely. And so they are going to be trying to use the Takeda to lock them down and then hit it, because then that's huge damage in their favor, and the lockdown capabilities for their Takeda to come in with the fan and just swipe away more health afterwards is just absolutely crazy. So if they're able to execute that well, they're going to be picking up a lot of more kills than just those ones there. As we're taking a look, Fun Plus Phoenix is just going to be holding out. They need to have a really good game because they want to bring themselves back up into the standings here. They have a decent amount of kills on the board. If they bring this into the final circle, they are going to be getting a lot more points. They are in the bottom 18, the bottom 12 right now. Sorry. They really need to hold on to their points as long as they can if they want to make it into the finals this bye week. Taking a look now, we are going to be seeing Team Baoda respawning. We're going to be trying to get them a kill in the next 2 minutes and 35 seconds. They are going to pick up this bounty and try and go for it right away so that they will be able to remain in this game. About 7 kills already on the board. BBE also fully eliminated from the game. We've got 4 teams now. WBG, TE, J-Team, and BBE fully eliminated from the game. Sad to see them go, but you know, the last game always going the debuff, fast. Though. They do have the debuff. They've got 2 minutes to find a soul, but they do have a bounty. So they are going to be coming up onto DRG very quickly. And they're going to try their best to come and pick up a kill, at least 2. But 5-2-1 on the third party might be very dangerous for them to try and engage into this fight. But it's now or never. They have to do something quick. Otherwise, they're going to be in heaps of trouble.
I think if you engage with a minute left on the debuff, you're pretty much guaranteed to at least lose one person. I think a minute isn't enough time to get a full team wipe in a game like this, especially this late when you've got bigger armor to cut through. You know, people are going to be pretty scaled up, have soul jades. They're going to have the ability to stop you. Bowder are trying to engage onto 5-2-1, and oh my word! Yin's health bar just disappears.
And they
That was
are
brutal.
able to get the kill into Yin, but I'm not sure if they got the Soul Bloom or not. But now that the Wu Chen ult is burned,
Yin's down
they
again.
do have nowhere to go. Yin is going to go down again. Yiran is going to go down, though, so he's going to be fully eliminated right away because he did have the Yang depletion. We are going to hear the Tessa Charm go off, leaving a couple of these players stunned. 5-2-1 Cloud is going to go down. Peak is going to get caught in the stun. Everybody's joined in now. The whole squad pulled up. JL now coming on the 4th party. JDG on the 5th party. Wu Chen porting JL to safety here as JDG's Kiki is going to end up cleaning up the rest of these kills. And wow, my goodness, was that fast. It was all of a sudden they started fighting and everybody is now in the thick of it. And we are going to see TE get dropped into the standings as DRG on 9 eliminations is going to jump up there, picking up a couple more kills. And I'm pretty sure that they got no Soul Bloom. 5-2-1 also fully eliminated from this game now. But I don't think they did get a Soul Bloom.
Alrighty, well, 9 minutes left on the clock. See what is going to go down at this point. Only 15 players, so there's quite a large circle to work with. We still haven't had that final circle Bane's Breath yet either, so there's still a bit more time as the Mora's Blessing spawns up. XCG going to get their hands on this one, although JDG are about to close in on them, so XCG need to move pretty quick. There we go. I don't even know if they actually got anything from it. They might have been a little bit too slow on it. It looks like that is the case, actually, as XCG are just going to back off. And yeah, JDG come in nice, get themselves the halberds, the golden armor. 2 soul jades in there. They did take at least one of those. Just going to back off quite happily off the back of that. And JDG...
That is Mortal Defiance, the soul jade that he got there.
Wow, they're pretty good. Oh my word, they got a bunch.
The gold armor, the Mortal Defiance, like that box would have been absolutely perfect for XCG as well, because getting that gold scale on the ultimate plus having gold scale for both the armor and the damage for the Monk Ult would have given them a little bit of a push to try and even the playing field a little bit, and it would have made sad formers like a more like an uncomfortable formers. You know, it's less sad, it's more just difficult to play. But now we're going to be seeing them still at that disadvantage there. So hopefully they're going to make something happen, right? We've seen them pop off in 2 fights, right? But they've been isolated fights without any third parties. We did see them get taken down by Bowda earlier. Bowda is out of the game right now, so we don't know what could be happening next.
They have 1 player, I believe. I don't think they got eliminated. I think they were able to get a Soul Bloom and get 1 player out to safety. So
okay.
I'm 90% sure Bowder are still in it. I don't think they're going to be able to really put too many more kills on the board. So I think it's going to be very much a game of multiplayer. And if they're lucky, kind of pluck a kill from someone from a distance with a musket shot. That is always an option. But I think for the most part, it's probably going to be a relatively chill one for them. Another Mora's Blessing is going to be spawning up fairly soon. Now, we are in Ballista Town, potentially. So keep our eyes out for that, because that could get a little bit messier if a Ballista does come into play here. XCG are just backing off to a bit of a safe spot. And to be fair, as much as I was critical of this, 6 kills on the Monk, and they're actually in the game in the final 5. Better than I expected. Genuinely better than I expected from the Monk in this current meta. I'm very pleasantly surprised by that one. I'm an idiot. This isn't actually where the Ballista is. I totally thought it was somewhere else. So, no Ballista, but Bane's Breath's on top of DRG, which is going to force them off this lovely little high ground they've managed to get for themselves.
And if you do look at the loot that they have on the that comp, XCG does have 1 gold weapon from their winning the Realm of Yang, and they do have purple armor on 2 of their heroes. So They do have a little bit of scale, right? But that gold armor would have just done them so much nicer. Being able to give Nai HQ the purple and then having Kakashi on the gold armor on the monk would have been a crazy advantage to have. And look at that, JDG with 2 gold armors. It's going to be pretty difficult to take them down, as we're seeing them go for another Morris Blessing here. Or that was the Morris Blessing they just got the 2nd gold armor from. As the Mortal Defiance as well is going to come in very handy later. If they're able to keep the other players alive while their Viper gets focused, because that's usually who gets focused first in the comp. We're gonna see the Mortal Defiance come out and could save the game for that team. As we're taking a look now, Fun Plus Phoenix taking a lot of damage here is gonna end up going up to the top, and it is like you said earlier, the Buccaneer battles are starting to happen. Fun Plus Phoenix, Dongqing trying to make some musket shots happen. DRG WFZ just hanging out, scale rushing around, taking a little bit of damage here, but we're going to see the Kurumi tether come out, helping them out a little bit as these other teams start to take position in the huts and houses around the main tower. He who controls the top of the tower is going to control a lot of the game, but these players are getting knocked off the top by bow, musket, and cannon shots from down below. So this could turn into all these players fighting for the high ground. If we get the Monk on the high ground, this could be incredibly lethal, but Monk taking a lot of damage right now. Lucky he's able to get a pot off to heal. Going for that reset pretty quickly here is 2-tick, sending some cannon shots around as well. He's got the purple cannon. We're going to see him getting knocked out. Nai HQ in the Feria mech, sending a whole bunch of shots around. Xiaonan able to get some rage back from Nai HQ hopping in that mech there. Just sending that out as a lifeline as we're going to see the Feria ultimate coming out on top. A couple of these players a little bit dazed from the Feria stun. We're going to see DRG holding this top area with their golden weapons, a very scaled arsenal up top there. No one has been able to contest it so far. XCG still covering that bottom section except for Nai HQ. Scale rushing his way to the top. Absolutely fearless right now. I want to see Kakashi just go right up there and start just ults, have a field day with everybody, but he's going to get picked off so fast.
I think putting a Monk on top of the tower would be foolish, so I think they're going to wait for a prime opportunity to go for it. I think it's definitely going to be a waiting game from the side of XCG. DRG still quite happily standing at the top of the tower, though.
Oh, no.
Nobody's really contesting them at the moment. Kaishi is actually now starting to move his way up, but he's losing a lot of HP as he's trying to climb up the top of the tower. Half his armor stripped off from some bow shots. Is going to bully his way up towards the top side, and this tower really could be where the final circle falls. Everyone could be fighting right at the top, and if you do get knocked off this tower and the final circle is on it, it's going to make it so much harder to get back in the zone because you have to scale up the tower in the middle of everything. It'll be a very, very hard final circle to fight on, as Kakaishi's just getting absolutely railed by cannon fire on the side of the tower. Has found himself a nice little spot where he can repair his cannon, repair his armor and health, because he is going to need it going forward. Does still have that Monk as a bailout form to work towards if he needs to. Recovers his health, and JL's VVV does spot out Kakaishi as Kakaishi gets up in the sky, gets himself actually caught out by a tether, is just going to jump back down towards low ground, looking to give it up as the tower is now being moved out of the zone, so everybody is going to be forced off that soon, and that is going to be a messy area. JL have to blink into the zone with the Wu Shen port to safety. TXJ knocked into the zone once again by the Feria Mech. Feria Mech Jones inside the zone. 2 minutes left. There's going to be Kakaishi's transform. Can he actually find any grabs is the question. Immediately, cannon shots coming in from 2-tick onto him. Kakaishi is able to get himself the one grab. Can he get that second? He's trying to find the opportunity. He doesn't even get the slam down. He spends too long trying to find that second grab. Half his health is gone. Everybody jumps in. No Kurumi healing for Kakaishi. He goes down. The charm's too much, and that's going to be the end of XCG's hopes here, as JDG able to secure themselves 2 kills. Nice and easy as they are pressuring up and stepping up in the damage. Heck, low HP. They do have that charm breaking onto one of their players any moment now. DRG trying to find an opening on, but down goes 2-tick, one of the primary damage dealers for them. DRG still very geared up, taking a fair amount of damage though from that Ferrier, trying to pressure up Dongqing, keeping the pressure on to WFZ as he's opening for an opportunity to get a kill. Can't actually find himself that opening right now. As there down goes Xiaohu, picked up by the fan from WFZ. Now Wuxin98 healing up, trying to use that flamer to buy zone, and that's actually going to do a lot of burn. Good Soul Bloom healing comes in, and there's a whole bunch of people just aerial right now on top of this, using the tower as a point to stay up in the sky. Wuxin98 is going to get humbled as he falls to the ground and joins the rest of his team with the golden fans. Going to put out some serious damage as JDD's ZDI is going to go down to the members of DRG. That is their 12th kill for themselves. They have so much pressure, so much power in this game as DRG are cashing in kills left, right, and center. JL throw down the charm as a last-ditch effort play. It's not going to be enough. DRG take this game.
And that's why it's called sad formers, because when they monked up, he died really quickly, and I got sad.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 6 is concluded. Congratulations to DRG. They've been putting the work in all day, grinding away, trying to get kills and trying to win a game. And game 6 was, they were just on. They were ready to go. They were picking up all of these kills throughout the whole game. I'm pretty sure they surpassed the 12th place mark, and they are now secured for the finals. I don't know if they've played both of their days though, so this could be interesting. We'll take a look at the standings in a second. We'll see who the actual MVPs of the game are, but DRG were the last team standing. But it looks like the MVP could be going to a different team here, as we are not.
No, it's DRG.
Oh, it is DRG? Okay.
It's DRG.
Just
yeah,
double
We'll
check.
just have a look at the teams at the end of the day. Don't worry. There it is.
They're throwing me off here a little bit. I was like, DRG though, congratulations. Absolute great plays at the very end there to be able to just come through and pick off the opponents one by one. Well, as soon as it's 8 solos left, or like a duo, a couple solos, and there's one full team, DRG did a really good job. Okay, we're picking you off, and just moving down the line until everybody was dead.
Yeah. It was honestly, DRG they played that very, very well. They got themselves positioned on top of the tower. It's actually very similar to what we saw with 5-2-1 in game number 5, where they got themselves in a position where people wouldn't and couldn't really contest them. I'd say the tower is a bit easier than that tunnel, but either way, they found themselves in a spot where it was very hard to punish them off there. They were geared to the teeth, so going up was very dangerous when you're jumping into golden fans and all of that. So DRG got themselves very comfortable, waited for the game to kind of fall to a position where then they could jump back in and start to pick up those final couple of kills. They laid the groundwork again, and I think that's the thing which is we've seen a lot this season, because the teams are more skirmish focused and not like Transformers and the Monk variants we had previously, where it was all about getting the kills in the end game. Teams have had to shift their focus from, all right, we'll just play for gear and end game, to let's get these kills early, let's do the groundwork, but then we can play safe in the late game. Because if you haven't got those kills, if you haven't set yourself a good foundation to work off, you have an issue for a lot of these teams where they have to, in the final moments of the game, they start to scrapping points together. And DRG, they've done that job. So they watched the damage go, they watched everyone burn resources, burn skills and ultimates to get the kills, then slide in, tie up a bunch of kills at the end, and just add to an already decent scoreline that they had for themselves. And that's how they took the win. It's exactly what 5-2-1 did in game number 5 as well. And that is the way to play NARAKA at the moment. Start strong, play safe, end big. That is the 3-step route to success. There we go. What a game.
Yeah, it's so tempting to just start holding W down in the middle of these games and just try and take fights in the middle. They're like, oh, I could get a sneaky kill in. Look at it, there's a trio, we're all alone, there's nobody around us, we can get a kill. But then you invest your ultimate, you try and kill a bunch of them, and then you turn around and there's 3 more teams coming our way. And that's where they get into all of these problems.
Absolutely.
They start to be problematic when they're you're fighting a team, you burn all your ults, and these comps now they've become so ult dependent, right? It's like as soon as you burn your ult, you back out of the fight, you run away, you Wu Chen port out, you back out, you take a step away, you go and reset, and you wait for your ult to come back before you fight again. And since they're so ult dependent, as soon as you burn your ult, this team that already has their ultimate can come in third party, and that's where we start seeing all of these problems. It's whoever has their ult last is going to be the one that takes away the game. And the ones that had their ult last were DRG. 25 game score with 15 kills, a 21 kill points, and 4 ranking points. A J team at the bottom with a donut. Very sad to see, especially
second of the day. Gotta watch those calories, guys. BBE, I'm curious. Actually, yeah, BBE will be in first at the end of the day. They got enough points, and Bowder didn't get enough points to surpass them. So Bowder at least will walk away at the top of the tables at the end of the day, but they're going to be a bit miffed about some of these games because there's been a few disappointing appearances from them. 38,000 healing coming in from Wuxin98 on the Karumi. That is disgusting how much healing they did. 24,000 damage coming in from WFZ. Really big gain coming in from them. Honestly, overall, DRG, you know, it's been a relatively disappointing day from them all in all, but they stepped up when they needed to. And, you know, is it enough? I don't know. We'll have to find out. But here are our overall standings. They are just south of where they need to be for bi-weekly finals. So DRG will be coming into next Friday in a much more comfortable position going forwards. But all of these teams at the bottom end of the table right now need to play on Friday. And you got the likes of TE, GG, Alliance here on this bottom end of the table. DRG are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to make it to bi-weekly finals. Because there's 3 teams I see below them who I think will place higher.
Well, yeah, all of these teams that have played 2 games now, so XCG, 521, J Team, and WBG, these are the teams that we're going to need to watch out for on day 3, because all the teams that are in 13th to 18th place all have to play on day number 3. So they're all in contention of dropping WBG out. They're in contention of dropping J Team out. If JJH doesn't perform on day 3, them as well. And BBE and Bauda, those 2 teams as well, they're done. They have nowhere left to play. But they've clinched. They've clinched their position in the finals. They just haven't... we don't know exactly which place they will be getting.
Yeah.
Because Wolves could come in and get... They're going to get
more... A bad day would be enough. A pretty bad day, as long as it's not like a donuts all day, like a pretty bad day should be enough for Wolves to be able to surpass BBE. So I don't foresee BBE holding that spot at the top. I think Batter and them will be surpassed. I think OUG, Wolves, KLA, all 3 of these guys are very capable of surpassing what BBE have done today. And keep in mind, JDG, who played today, actually today scored higher overall than BBE did. They scored higher than BBE did on their first day as well. So another good day from them. They're going to surpass them. I feel that Bowder and BBE will be in the top end of the table, in that top 7, but I don't think they're going to be... I expect they'll be like 6th and 7th by the end of next Friday. I'll be surprised if things go that badly for the other teams, but it's been such an amazing day, honestly. The first 2 games we had the 1v3s getting pulled out from players, absolutely enormous performances from them on that one. Games 4 and 5 and 6 ending with smaller zones just due to the way the circle placement was, and you basically lost portions of the map. Especially game 5 was really criminal of that, because there were 3 circles where part of the zone was out of the map, out of the boundaries. So really interesting final games coming in, and this season has just delivered. I adore this meta. I know there's a few monk enthusiasts in the casting team. I have been very vocal about my distaste for Monk, so I always enjoy not having Monk in the game. But DRG, they didn't need the Monk. They just needed the Takeda. MVP for WFV, 24,000 damage, 7 kills. Absolutely enormous game coming in for them. 16,000 damage with a fan. Had Soul Release, Mortal Defiance, Repair Roll, Meteor, Soul Shatter, Rupture Gale, and Rupture Gale, Orbit and Burn. Cannon only doing 5,000 damage when you have the 3 Cannon Soul Jades is low-key criminal, by the way. Like, that's insane that they did so much damage with the fan, and they had 3 Soul Jades tailored for their cannon.
Oh, it had to do a lot with the zoning. They had the they had the high ground where they were trying to hold the high ground, so they were using their melee weapons to block range shots. They were using it to block projectile. They weren't really doing very much damage there. They were trying to play more defensively. So when it got to that Buccaneer phase, he was sending a cannon shot off here and there, but he wasn't like when BBE was playing on the offensive on the high ground, it was just cannon shot after cannon shot after cannon shot. They were holding off and using them in precise moments to, help with their attacks, but they weren't just sending them off just for the sake of sending them off.
Yeah, true. But I mean, when you got the repair roll and the Rutschegel orb, it's worth using, but I guess it's also kind of weapon repair kits and the economy on that. Maybe they just didn't have enough weapon repair kits on them. We'll find out. Anyway, we're going to pass it over for our interview after that game, and then we'll be back to wrap the day up. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have JDG22 come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请图图先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的图图。
Okay, welcome. So today, JDG really gave us a big surprise. More than 80 points, seriously? So after today's game, how do you feel like about today's matchup? 那其实今天京东也是有一个非常不错的发挥，给了我们一个很大的惊喜。那今天的比赛结束之后，现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉心情很放松，很愉悦，没什么压力了。第二天。
Okay, so I feel relaxed and happy. I think it's like without pressures for the next day games. Well, so in this time sprint split, JDG really have a huge improvement. So how do you think about your team's improvement? 那其实这个赛季的京东也是有一个非常大的进步。你自己是如何去看待你们队伍的这个进步的呢？
因为有个新的队友的加入嘛，就改变了我们很多的打法什么的。
Oh, okay. So because we have a new teammate, his name is Judy, and he gave us a lot of advertisement for our team. Also some fix our weakness for our team. What kind of advertisement do you think he gave? What kind of advantage you think he gives? 那你觉得就是朱迪给你们带来了什么样的优势呢？
就是整体团队的刀法比较就是有进步，然后他也可以辅助指挥方面。
Oh, so I think our fighting skills have a really a huge improvement. Also, he have a nice brain and he can have a lot of a good strategy for the game. Well, okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure. So this time our question is how many kills did Team JDG get in the game 6? 那这一次我们的问题是第6把 JDG 一共拿了多少个头呢？ Well, JDG's players always said your team is the goalkeeper of Nbpl. But I believe after today's performance, this tag must be moved away. So how do you think about this tag now? 那其实之前京东的这个选手经常自嘲，觉得你们是这个守门员。今天的比赛过后，你还这么认为吗？
今天应该会打破大家对京东的看法，京东也不再是弱队了。
Okay, so I think after today's performance, everybody will break this old tag for JDG, and I think everybody will no longer think JDG is a weak team. Okay, I think nobody think you're weak. Just sometimes not very stable. Well, please cut down the time, 图图。那也是请图图跟我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot everyone. Well, so the old tag away. What about a new tag come? 那其实要不要给我们一个新的标签给 JDG？
下一个冠军吧。
Wow, okay. Next champion. Well, okay, so we all looking forward for the new JDG, the new next champion. So just get a better performance in the bi-weekly final, and everyone is looking forward for your team. 那也是希望在周决里面，图图包括京东的所有的队员，可以在周决里面有一个更加的表现，就像你刚刚说的下一个冠军一样，可以取得这个更好的成绩，好吧？ Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
Nice there to hear from, oh god, a brain fart. I completely forgot who we were spoken to. Seb, you've blurred. You've blurred into, there you go.
Let me
Hello.
fix this.
Welcome
Here we
back.
go. I am back.
What a day. What a day. Hey, some really, really solid performances coming in from everyone. I think BBE have thoroughly impressed me today. I mean, they've been on a really, really good performance for all of the last couple of weeks, but this was like their day to shine, and they did shine, but they weren't the only bright star in the sky tonight or this morning, because for me it's actually midday now. But you know, there was a whole bunch of teams who popped off today. I think JL had their moments. I'm not surprised by JL. They've literally got 2 current world champions on that team. In fact, if anything, JL were the most disappointing team, even though they still played pretty well today.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely have shown us in the past that they can perform a lot better, and especially with a lobby like this that doesn't have the heavy hitters like KLA in it, it doesn't have GG, it doesn't have, you know, the Wolves, who are putting up a crazy amount of points this bi-weekly split.
Yeah.
Them underperforming, maybe it's the fact that like they got cocky because there wasn't these people in the lobby, or because, you know, like there's so many different factors that you got to think of, but like whatever's running through their heads wasn't what ended up happening in the game. We've seen them on paper, they were one of the best teams out there, one of the strongest teams in the game.
Yeah.
But in the actual game, they ended up choking a whole bunch. So it was disappointing to see. Hopefully they'll make something of it tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next day that they're playing trios for day 3 of the bi-weekly 3 split.
Absolutely. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. I had a really good point as well. Wow. The early morning really caught up with me right now. My brain has melted. And to be fair, we've had so much action and so much go on today. It's been more chaotic than normal, and to me, NARAKA is always a chaotic game. There's so much that goes on. It's a melee battle royale. It has a revive mechanic. Most battle royales don't have that, so it rewards you for playing aggressive, which basically then leans into why everything has been so bloodthirsty today. I'm just so excited to see the bi-weekly finals next Sunday. I'm excited to see who makes it. Obviously, Friday is going to be really, really fun as well, but this season has been so goddamn good. Like, the meta is in such an amazing place, in my opinion. And, you know, I did this during Worlds, actually, 2 years ago, where we introduced Roma Yang. And the whole time I was just in a good mood. Like, all the Worlds, I was in such a good mood just because of how fun the Realm of Yang.
Realm of Yang.
Thank you. The Realm of Yang changes were for the game. And now going into this season, Monk is dead. Thank you, Monk is dead. I genuinely was tearing my hair out watching the Monk games. Every game. So we're in such a fun meta. Very scrappy, very explosive. Lots of fights. No waiting to end game and shooting cannons at each other. Everybody just goes in fists first, and it's brilliant to watch. And here are our standings for the end of the day, Seb. What a day we've had, eh?
Yeah, we've had a pretty crazy day, and luckily all the people in 13 to 18 are going to have a chance to qualify, like I've been saying a couple times today. They all have only played one day, so this isn't reflecting that, you know, like, sure, you might have had a bad day, but you haven't played both your games at least, which is, you know, a good thing, because then you have the chance to make it forward into day number 3 and come and try and capitalize, knock some of these players who've already played both of their games, and their scores won't be advancing. So the bracket, the lowest bracket you have to hit is 65.9 points, which is totally attainable for any of these teams underneath, and the rest of you guys, they will be trying to knock out the players all the way up to 81.3 points. It's going to be difficult if all of them, but you know, it could very well happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
JL and JJH, they still do have their mark to make tomorrow. And yeah, JL, they've only played one day, 74 points in a day. It's not terrible, right?
No,
but
not at all. Not even remotely.
But it's just underwhelming for a team so powerful as
JL are a very capable team. They're an incredibly capable team. They've proven that time and time again. It is a bit disappointing from them. They are a team who I expect at some point to take a bi-weekly. I'll be very surprised if we don't see at least one bi-weekly from JL. I think this might not be their week because they're going to be starting with lower points because they're going to have to do some work going forwards. But that being said, WBG won the last bi-weekly final. In fact, WBG and OUG have just swapped on solos and trios on who won. But WBG winning the bi-weekly finals was very, very big because they started with not many points. It was a very, very low scoring week for them. And when I saw that they won, I was genuinely shocked because they've been a bit of a meh team for a while, to be completely honest with you. As we can see our schedule, just so you know, coming up, not next week. Next week, everything will be running as normal. We'll be doing Thursday to Sunday. After that bi-weekly, we will actually be starting on Wednesday and ending on Saturday. I'm not entirely sure of the reason. I'm assuming it's some kind of holiday. I haven't been informed, but just so you know, on the 8th, the second week of 8th of May, we will be starting a day earlier and ending a day earlier. So don't tune in on the Sunday hoping to see some NARAKA because you'll unfortunately be a little bit disappointed that you would have missed the day. But, you know, come join us. Make sure you come in on Wednesday, get some more NARAKA goodness. Obviously, everything will be staying exactly the same for the upcoming schedule. We'll be staying with Holoroth for the first 3 games, then moving to Morris Isle for the tail end of the day. Morris Isle always exciting with those Fireflies, with the reduced hero points and the scrappiness and the madness we get to see. I have talked about this actually. I think I would like to see the hero points go down by like maybe 1 or 2. Just something to really panic the players and force more off-meta stuff. Because as much as I was critical of sad formers, it's still kind of fun. It's still kind of fun. If everyone's on sad formers, it's a bit more fun. I want to see my Valders. I'm just saying it, man. Like, where's Valder at? It's been a while. Give me Valder.
Right? I feel like that's the one thing is it does take away a little bit of the competitive element, right? You're adding a bit more fun into it. So that's the one thing we have to keep like a proper like separation between like
you'll learn to deal. You'll learn to deal. That's part of the competitive element, in my opinion. Because a lot of people were very critical of the Bane's Breath coming in the final circle. It's like, oh, it kind of changes everything up and makes the players like have to play around. If they play really well and then just get griefed by the Bane's Breath, it's like, well, that's the point. The game is there is an element of randomness, the way the zones move, the way where locations spawn certain things. You have to play around that randomness. I think if everything is too clean cut, it kind of takes I think it takes away an element of skill and like that adaptation skill, which I've talked about quite a lot today. So give me more madness. Give me a Bane's Breath on top of the final circle as it's closed. No, that would be troll. But give me all the chaos and the carnage. I think the best players thrive when they're forced with their backs to the wall. And I think the players who maybe play a little bit too formulaic, a little bit too robotic, they get outed a little bit and they'll have to improve their game. Anyway, that is us done. I can see poor Seb is about to fall asleep. So thank you very much for joining us for today's show. We will be back next week with more NBL goodness. And make sure Nbpl goodness. We're not basketball. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Have a good one, guys.